Very strange. The whole Skype was
it's like still
very strangely. And
it's like still ringing.
That's
streaming.
I just asked the question. I didn't accuse.
Okay.
I just said, is it possible?
Okay, thank you. Brenden didn't take it that way, but then whatever. That's okay, Brenden. So just so you know, she was not accusing anybody.
I mean, it's.
Right. We're streaming, so that's not. We're streaming, so
yes. No one was accusing anyone. Yes, no one.
Okay, that's not how you expressed it to me. That's not how you expressed it to me. But we'll go from.
We were caught off guard.
We're live streaming. And now I've got to figure out what to do. I have to go into YouTube and go on the thing and see if it's working and see if we're connected. So let me go to my channel and. Okay, it's just endless, these assaults, and they make it's not even worth it. Okay, so let's see if we're live streaming now. It says live now, it says 5 watching.
Okay.
And so we've got people watching, and let's go to the YouTube studio, and let's start live streaming here.
Yeah, and Brenden said we were totally offline, so we were just chatting.
Okay, so... yeah, and yeah.
Let's see here.
Here we are. It says elapsed time is since we started, so we are on. Let's see, you are on. It says. Now let's see if we got the same link. And see what you can
here
find.
We go.
Yeah, see what you can find, Brenden. See if we have the same link. And if we don't, then I'll have to reassert that. And okay, let's see if we can hear ourselves. This should be interesting. Link. Okay, we can hear ourselves. And this should be showing. Marcus Grigg says you were off for 10 minutes. And then it looks like it might be the same link. And then it looks like it might be the same link. Good. Okay, great. So let's take the share, get that link, and just gonna confirm this. And all right. And the fact that people were able to get back on. Can the two of you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. I need some feedback. All right. Good. And all right, because I'm obviously filling in airtime because that's what I have to do. It's my responsibility, but that doesn't make this any easier. So let's go back to putting all the pages up if we can. And
I'm having some weird stuff going on, but I think I'm.
What is
like
that?
When I go to...
Does your camera come on? Because that's what mine kept doing. It kept putting me on some weird camera, almost like a...
It said a video call, but I turned off the video call.
That was it. It kept putting me on a video call. That was...
I don't know why it was doing it.
Well, because we've got this interference. Now, the strange thing is I've got a totally different link. So should I put this new link inside of the post? I guess I should put this...
Yeah. I think that's the new share link.
Okay, so...
if it, connects to...
Yeah, so that's what I need to do then, is I got to put in a whole new share link. And this way... I appreciate the Lady Eggert's patience. This has been a nightmare, and yes, we thought bringing Derek Talley on is what did this, but it wasn't. It was the that would have just knocked us off Skype. I'm just speaking for the sake of all the people listening, our listeners, and instead I was taken offline completely. But there were strange things going on. So it wasn't just taken offline. It was, at the same time, there was bizarre phenomena where the Skype was putting us on a video call, like we were inside of Google Hangouts, and it wouldn't stop.
Right, it's never done that before.
Yeah, I couldn't get out of there. But you actually saw that. You were experiencing that as well. So you saw yourself, right? You saw yourself.
No, it was just saying connect to this video call, which it doesn't usually do that, and and now it's just giving me weird stuff. Like if I go to a YouTube to check it, it'll pause the call. Okay. And it's it doesn't do that normally.
Okay, so holy shit! So you can't check to see if we're on YouTube?
Well, we're on. We're live streaming.
Okay, and we are trying to handle this as best as we can. This is not, of course, how I wanted to bring the Lady Eggert on, with all the respect she deserves. It's one of those horrible... This is, of course, why they do what they do. It's just sabotage myself ceaselessly. And as for Comcast, I'll have to speak to their supervisor in the future, but that's obviously something it's pointless almost. Comcast is they have no control over this, in all fairness, probably. But... anyhow, so at least we've got that link changed. Now I'll put that link in the other banner, and we'll take it from there.
There you are.
Okay, wait, what are you seeing, honey? You seeing something?
I see your YouTube is on.
Okay, good.
7 watching. Yes.
7 watching. So we lost everybody that we originally had, which was their intention, of course. And that's part of the horror that I deal with these shows, and it happens every show almost. That I'm not.
This happens. You get knocked off on every show.
Pretty much every other fucking show. It is horrific. It is horrific. There is nothing that can be done for it. It's one of those things where I try to complain to Comcast, and I will continue to complain, but it's one of those things that it may take us on a group call one of these days in the future to talk to Comcast, actually get them to take something seriously. But I'll deal with that as best as I can. But the horrible issue is that, this is how they suppress myself, and there's nothing that can be done for it. I'm just absolutely operating at their mercy. So it's a horror. It's an endless sea of horrors. And I really don't want to go on anymore with this. I just want to stop. It's just, it's completely demotivating, which is the intent. And they've succeeded. I just don't want to do this. So, aside from all of that, when you take a look at the horror of, say, for instance, the man who was involved in the murder of Max Spears, Miles Johnston, and I'll say that, of course, publicly and on record, the man who was personally involved in the murder of Max Spears, Miles Johnston, has a outrageous subscription rate because, of course, he's sponsored by Michael Aquino. I, on the other hand, of course, am totally suppressed. And you just compare the subscription rates and what we're dealing with. No one knows I'm alive. And the whole point, of course, is that just want to stop. Someone's got their video on. I guess that was Brenden checking in. And we've got a
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Okay, that's interesting. It wasn't me. Oh, it might have been Judith? Okay. So we can start the show in a matter of minutes. Anyhow, it's 5:45. What I'm going to do is officially start the show at the top of the hour. I'm going to need Brenden to... he's only going to be here till the top of the hour. Right, Brenden?
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Yes, unfortunately. So why don't you do me a favor and hold the line with trivia with Judith. I promised not to leave her alone, and I'm not leaving her alone. I just need to...
Okay, I'm back. I'm back.
Yeah. Okay, so did you...
Sorry, it did the same thing to me. It canceled me out, so I'm back though.
Okay, so we're undergoing a lot of interference. I mean, the interference is just it's just not ending. So you're going to be here till the top of the hour, Brenden. I promised Judith I would not leave her alone. I'm not going to leave her alone. I'm leaving her with you right now for a few moments while I have to take care of some stuff, and I'll be right back. So just fill the line with trivia. Both of you go ahead and talk and take off where you had left off before. And I've got to just, center myself, do some deep breathing, and then come back and, be as gracious a host as I can, considering the circumstances that we've just underwent. And, okay, I hope you understand.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm going to go on mute, and I'll be back in 10, 15 minutes at the absolute longest. I'll be back well before the top of the hour, about 5 minutes to the top of the hour. Okay? All right. Thank you, both of you. Hold the line and introduce yourselves. And introduce the lady Judith Eggert for me, and I will introduce her more formally when I return to officially start the show with her. Okay? All right. Brenden? Okay. Thank you.
Indeed. All right. Yes, we are back online, and I'm on here with Judith.
Yes.
And we were speaking about, and she is the Pacific correspondent, of course, and she knows a lot about the indigenous and how they're moving through this new situation. But what we were talking about was just the amount of history held in the older generations, especially of the indigenous people, and how a lot of that information can't be carried on if they get taken out in this in some kind of disease.
Yes, it seems that there's been talk that the aloha everyone to begin with, but it does seem that this virus was aimed at the older population, the elders. And what's disturbing about that, especially for in Hawaii, is the mono'o, or the responsibility to always make sure that the kupunas are they're held in high regard. They are the ones that have the chants, the hulas, the history that goes back centuries, and their position in the indigenous societies around the world are extremely valuable. Maybe, and grandparents are valuable to those in the United States and European countries and so on and so forth. But I think there's a deep feeling of horror that that we could lose a great deal or a large number of kupunas in our from this virus, and worldwide, taking out such a large population. Who do people turn to? Where do you go if you need to find out about your ancestry or your lineage, or and then in Hawaii, there's the chants and the hulas and the ceremonies, the sacred ceremonies that have been passed on from one hula, kumahula, to the next, and these modalities will be lost. They will no longer, because the hula, you can't really write a book about it. The hula is an expression with the body, expressing with the body and the hands especially a story that is written in Hawaiian. And who knows, there's not even many Hawaiians that know Hawaiian, but we speak the language through the hula. I'm part of a hula halau now, and we've been doing Zoom. Our kumu decided to put Zoom in place so that we could at least meet once a week, like we were in the physical world. We could meet once a week and have meetings and continue learning the hulas that we have been taught. My halau there's about 6 or 7 ladies that were going to go down to Argentina a week or two ago and had to cancel their trip. So everyone is being disturbed and uprooted by this extremely deadly pandemic. And I mean, I don't think we have to debate any further that there's a pandemic. Right. What I think the hardest thing right now is people realizing that this isn't going to go away overnight or in a month or two, and that the forcing or the lockdowns that are being discussed are really quite something that we've never ever experienced. And people who are used to going to work and coming home, the slave mentality, and rewarding themselves with activities on the weekend, whether it be clubbing or dancing, or now they're forced to stay inside and forced to deal with the loss of that freedom, and it's going to cause great disturbance as a whole. So that's just the beginning of my take. Go ahead, Brenden. Do you have anything to say?
It was just there was a lot that came to mind, and apparently Germany now is instead of doing a lockdown on people, forcing them to stay in their homes, they're limiting contact between 2 or more people. So
it's gone from 10 people to 2.
Right. So
and do you know that her? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's okay. Yeah.
What is her name? The premier, the president.
Right. Yeah, Chancellor Merkel. Yeah.
Merkel.
Angela
Thank
Merkel.
you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Merkel now is in isolation because her one of her people has it now, and so she's in isolation. It's quite stunning how it is moving so quickly. In fact, the cases are growing in the United States faster than any other place in the world. And John Hopkins research, Wednesday there were 7,783 cases in America, and now Thursday, as of Thursday, there was 13,677. That's in a 24-hour period. That's a 70% jump. And so,
and they're implementing more testing and whatnot.
Well, do they have the test kits?
I believe so. They were talking about doing newer things, like having people self-administer to limit the amount of people going into exposing the healthcare force. But I don't think that's been done yet.
Right. Are you saying that there's more kits now to do, or there's a different kind of testing kit?
I think they've been trying to up the amount of tests in general. So I think it's just catching more, so they're getting a higher number because it's basically these people already had it, but because we're testing it now, they're just now getting counted. So I think that's the most alarming. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, the numbers are going to increase the more tests that are available to test people. But the reality is that something that's this virulent, literally people and whole governments need to shut down. I went to the post office the other day with gloves on and a makeshift mask because how insane is it that no one has a mask? But I went into the post office and people looked at me like I was crazy, or like they were. What I felt was they were thinking, "Oh God, I should be doing this," but you're not ready until you're ready, until it really impacts you. And Douglas and I are in a very high risk. So, when you're faced with that, preparation that's needed before you go out, preparation needed, when you get back. There, you should take off all your clothes. You should wash them immediately or throw them in the dryer. You could take this your safety to extreme measures, and it still doesn't guarantee anything, and it still may or may not interfere with your daily routine. But it's suggested that if you get a box, more people are ordering through the mail and having things delivered to their homes, but that box could have been packed and touched by someone with the virus. Those things in those boxes could be virulent, and you have to spray the contents unless it's the contents of the box should be sprayed with a solution of bleach and water and sat out to dry in the sun. So I mean that's how critical, and that's maybe how crazy it may all have to be before we realize or we get a hold of this, that you should be putting your cardboard boxes that are delivered in the sun for 20 minutes before you even open them. I mean,
one of my family members, they were taking their mail and putting it aside, and she was like, "Oh, that box is in quarantine, and these letters I'm not going to open for 24 hours." That's how serious some people are taking it, which I agree with.
Yeah, I think we have to be willing to go to any length. The sad thing is doesn't assure your wellness. It doesn't assure anything. It's just implementing these things with a lot of hope, basically. And like Italy, the increase in Italy, the deaths for one day was 793. And we don't want to get there. Italy's now out of beds, and in a 24-hour period, 70%. There was a 70% rise in deaths. And whether it's devised to have happened on purpose or not, it is going to be a medical martial law, I believe, that's going to be implemented. There's tanks in Italy right now.
Exactly.
And what will happen? Go ahead. What do you think?
Yeah, you said it already. They were already going to do that in other countries as well, bring out the military to shut down non-essential stuff.
Right.
Factories and
factories, and but the population that is still going out and walking around. I know that on my island, the island I live on, they're not doing. I mean, there's a lot of people just walking around and driving around, and they're not wearing masks, they're not wearing gloves, and
yes.
It may take, a lockdown where if you are stopped by the military for not a good reason to be out, they would have the right to put you away in a facility, and your trial will not take place and your freedom until after the pandemic's done.
Wow.
Now, now see with that in mind, with that threat in mind, I definitely I wouldn't choose to go out. But 60,000 people were in Italy. The number of 60,000 people were charged with violating the restrictions. 60,000. Now that sounds like a lot of people, but in reality, it is not. And I mean, according to the population as a whole, but the reality is that 60,000 people getting charged and because of restriction violations is a large number, and many of those people were either quarantined, because they have it, or because a lot of people are having symptoms and getting sick, but they're not, their life isn't being threatened. They're healthy enough, but the flu seems to be able to develop no immunity. We have no human on the planet has any immunity against this, and you can get it more than once. You can be a spreader without even knowing it. You can have it a couple times.
That's right. Yes, as a matter of fact, this is what leads to the phenomenon of what they used to call a super spreader, only this phenomenon is now far more pervasive with this particular disease. And I want to thank Brenden very much. He's held to the top of the hour, and he has a few minutes left with us, and I want him to take advantage of this time before it's just Judith Eggert and myself. I'm sorry, I was just communicating with Selena, who was telling me to calm down as if she could see me on camera. I've just really settled down and reestablished myself back in position, and surrounded by the multiple computers I have to use because all of this is ad hoc technology. But it's not the technology that was at fault on my end. It was literally the internet. So, Brenden, if you could, close off for the night, whatever you want to say to both Judith and myself and the listeners. I'll start by actually having Judith officially thank you for singing her happy birthday the last time I was gone.
Yes, thank you, Brenden, for the birthday wishes and the lovely song.
Yes, thank you, Judith. I appreciate it. I tried to pronounce it all correctly.
You did. You did a good job. Yeah, the Hawaiian word
There's
for
a lot of
happy birthday.
And stuff.
There is, and yet it's spelled and said just the way it's spelled. Yes. It's really funny.
That's right.
Yeah, it's very.
It's like, it's very like the language is very like flowy. It's very singy-songy. It's nice.
Yes, it is nice. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, and it was nice talking to you again.
It was lovely talking to you.
Hope everything is well. Stay healthy and all that.
I will. Thank you.
Yes.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Aloha, Brenden.
He's such a wonderful young man. Don't forget to say goodnight to the listeners, Brenden.
Yes, good night, everyone. Good night, Douglas. Thank you very much.
Have a good evening, Brenden.
I will. I have to go do my homework now, so everyone have a good night.
Yes.
Good night.
Stay safe out there.
Hell to be a student. Oh my God. Okay, honey. Now, as far as I'm concerned, it's just you and I. We can pretend we're just sitting in the lounge together and sipping. I would be sipping the bubbly. We could have a non-alcoholic champagne together and the like. I would be happy to give up alcohol completely for your company. And so I'm just glad to have you here tonight. You're all the, shall I say, stimulant that I need. And it's certainly been stimulating, and you've handled it so well. Before we forget, and we will otherwise, do give a shout out to Justin White and Miguel Andahar.
Yes, I wanted to say aloha to Justin White and Miguel Anglar, Jesse Herrera, Matthew Barakis, and dear Sarah Shields. I've missed her since I deactivated, and these are, people I haven't interacted with for quite a while. So it's I'm glad to be here to be able to say thank you and aloha to them.
Well, we're definitely privileged by your company, and it's honestly it's such a positive, and you bring such a positive attitude, even with everything that I was dealing with. That's so obviously frustrating. You're maintaining yourself with a very positive attitude, and I'd like to officially introduce you now that we're officially starting the show. So it's just a few minutes after the top of the hour. We're starting the show 1 hour late. I was knocked off bandwidth, was trying desperately to get on with Comcast to get them to have the bandwidth reestablished and my internet back on. And rather than that, it simply kicked back on its own accord, as it sometimes does after an interruption. And of course, that's something for me to later discuss with Comcast supervision, though it doesn't really help. These things are obviously beyond their control, and for all intents and purposes.
So you're saying that the bringing one other person onto chat crashed your computer?
Well, I suspected that.
What happened.
I suspected that because the bandwidth with Skype is very. The bandwidth with Skype is glitchy, and I suspected that at first, but that was not the case. What happened was that when we originally brought a fourth party, at that point it was a fourth party on the Skype call, sometimes the overloading of the bandwidth would kill the Skype. It literally kills the call. That wasn't what happened, however, because if that were what happened, it would have just been the Skype call, and I would still have been streaming, and which apparently I was for several moments. But bizarrely enough, the call continued. And correct me if I'm wrong on this. Your experience was that Brenden and
I heard you call out a couple times in a frantic. It sounded a sound frantic, like you called us a couple times, but just could not get through. And then there was nothing up on the YouTube, so the whole thing was down.
Oh, right. So it was the internet immediately.
It was the internet.
But the call, your call, stayed on for a bit, and then what happened was that so of course that wouldn't have happened if it had been the fourth person at it. In this case, it was Derek Talley's connection. If that had happened, the whole call would have dropped, and you all would have dropped. So that's not what happened.
Right, we didn't. Yeah, it was very it was very weird and questionable, and because I have heard there's been Danny. Oh, and I wanted to say hello to Danny Arola and let him know that I have his Maori tape. There's this tape that my girl left when she came from Aotearoa, and I mean the baby mother of my grandchild, and she left a CD of Maori songs. But there's so what I'm saying is that there's songs that are sung with the Maori language, even Bob Marley songs sung with the language of the Maori. And I know Daniel has a great affinity to the Maori people and the Maori stories, and so I finally found it after I moved. The move was incredibly long, and still is in some ways continuing the unpacking and so on and so forth. Especially with all this time, my God! Now we can all, clean our houses, empty drawers. There's myriads of. There's so much time now. But I did find this tape, and I will send it to him eventually. So eventually, within a short amount of time, but I should get this out to him.
That's
as
wonderful.
Promised.
Yeah.
So anyway, we were talking about the fact that the elderly and in the indigenous cultures are esteemed, and they're knowledge is extremely important to the people. And because of the strides made in technology, we can now videotape the dances and the chants, which is wonderful. However, the reality is if we lose our kapunas, our elders, we're lost in many ways. We don't have a sense of beginning and moving along, and there's no one to tell the stories of old, and the chants and the hulas that tell stories about the ancient ones. So the sadness here is that this virus seems to be attacking the elder population, and therefore, if we lose thousands and thousands of older people, we're not only losing just people that, they're kind of a drain on society, they can't contribute much, or so the American way of thinking is they can't contribute much because they can't make a lot of money, they can't, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And the reality is that these people around the world, these older kapunas that we're losing are very important to all of us, and should be, and so the mano'o of Hawaii is to protect their elders, their grandparents and their great grandparents, and they take on that responsibility very, very seriously. I know that the Western culture is not taking the protection of their elders as important, I believe, as the people in Hawaii that I've seen on, different. I belong to a hula halau, and we have a Facebook that lists, different things that are going on in the halaus around the state. And I know that there's a great push to protect the elders, because without their chants and their stories, and this goes for everywhere in the world, I think the indigenous people value them much more seriously, but anywhere there's a person, an older person, an elder who has a story to tell, if we lose these stories, we lose our sense of foundation. Our foundation is based on the people that we come from, our lineage, and helps us to navigate where we're supposed to be going. And now in the world that is now turned off as it is, it's not a bad thing, in that we have all, as humans, become a commodity. We've been commercialized. Even our human bodies are commodities to corporations that are not about caring for us, but about using us in various ways, So that's been a very big issue, and a lot of people have been entreating the governor to shut down, lock down, do not allow any more of these. We had 2 people come from a boat, walk around the island, do whatever they did, and then found out that they were sick, and they quarantined them, and they were positive. Right. And then they put them in a hotel here in quarantine. They put them on a floor. And the reality is that these people came off this boat. Now, the boats are like Petri stations. Dishes. Big, huge.
What our wonderful volcano-crowned princess of the Pacific, our island correspondent, Judith Eggert, the Grand Madame, is referencing is, of course, the cruise lines. And
yes.
So please go on, honey. Yeah.
They're allowed. They're still dropping off people here, and the people in Hawaii are getting pretty pissed off about it, because we had no virus before the tourists came and brought it. I mean, there was nothing here. We were clean, and it's that way with a lot. And now Florida, spring break just took place, and Florida is a vacation destination, especially for spring break. And Florida has been compromised, its elderly population, by the influx of the spring breakers who are young and feel immortal. Young people feel like nothing's going to happen to them. That's why they go off to wars, and at 18 years old, their frontal lobes aren't developed. They think that they can survive They think they can survive wars because they're just because they exist, and that's why they're such great soldiers. But the reality is that they also are bringing the coronavirus down to Florida, which is predominantly a great deal of elderly people are living there now, and that's going to be the new. I think that's going to be the new bomb, so to speak, the new, oh my God, look what's going on down there drama because of the amount of people in Florida, for instance. That's just going to be a large cluster of cases down there because the state has so many older people in it, and there's been no personal measures taken by the young people there to protect the older people that they may come in contact with. So they've gone into the restaurants, they've gone into the hotels, they've gone into the clubs, and unprotected. And so they are. It will affect the population of the elders there in Florida now. Pretty soon, I'm sure it will come out. Many of them will be lost. So I was telling Brenden that 60,000 people have been charged in Italy for violating the restrictions. And the time will come when the martial law will be in place to the point that if you are in violation of restriction, they can take you away, put you in a place, quarantine you, and you get to state your case and go to trial about what you've done only after this has all panned out. So we're talking about people being put away for the duration of the pandemic if they don't adhere to the rules and the restrictions placed on us. So, I mean, and all this is, one thing after another, one experience after another, and and now we're finding too, older people are becoming ill as well. The young, and don't you know people that have I personally don't know anyone that's gotten sick, but then I live in a very small environment. I'm wondering if you know people in your Dietrich world that has communicated whether or not they've gotten sick yet. Has anyone?
It's honestly hard to tell because of the similarities of the initial symptoms to influenza and the fact that, as you say, some people can be asymptomatic, the younger people in particular. I really don't really interact with elderly people that much anymore, so it's something that I don't see. Obviously, with the elderly people, once they get it, oftentimes it's something where you wouldn't be interacting with them anyway because they would quickly enter a quarantine. So they're pretty much put on life support before long. That's not, of course, the universal, but it's the general rule that is going to run against the wall. They predict in April, May. So what the general consensus is medically is that come April and May, our entire system is going to crash. Just the hospital systems will be overloaded with the elderly. They will not have any life support beds in any commensurate number to sustain them, and at that point, they'll have to start doing what they've been doing in Italy, which is triaging, and which is the very serious choice of who lives and who dies. And so in Italy, the choice that's being made is based on age and who has the capacity to recover. So we would like not to get to that point in the United States, but unfortunately, based on all the odds, we will. What I would like the Lady Eggert to mention, because she was so good at this and she said it so wonderfully, I could never express it as well as she does, was to bring up the horrific tragedy of all the doctors that were lost in Italy and just all the years and years of accumulated training and investment of personal time, their lives into becoming MDs, and just what a crime that is that they were wiped out. So please take it, back to you with that, honey. Yeah. Baby? So hopefully...
I'm sorry, I mute. See, I mute really fast once I go off.
Don't do that.
Or I'm not speaking.
You don't need to do that anymore.
Okay, darling. We don't want to get you too nervous.
Yeah,
okay.
It's
just relax. Yeah. The doctor. Well, here you have a virulent disease that is taking out men and women who have spent maybe 20 years of their life getting these degrees and learning the ins and out of the medical dynamic or profession. And there were 68 doctors in Italy, and I'm sure the total has gotten larger, that have passed. And these are people that have spent a great deal of their time. I don't think there's a lot of people born with the capacity to become doctors. They are truly, and nurses as well. They're truly unique and deserve, our reverence on many levels. But to lose them, to lose the doctors who are going to be caring for and trying to find out what is going wrong and what is the best way to do things, we're losing them. So the healthcare system isn't just being impacted by not having enough tests or having enough beds or having enough anything. The system is that we're losing humans. Again, losing humans whose knowledge and expertise could help and go a long way in the care of people that are getting sick. And like I say, it's not going to be just the elderly pretty soon. Across the board, there's going to be people that are going to be lost. And there's just, and the reality is no one, at this point, no one could do much about it. There is 2 medications. One is an antibiotic and one is used, I believe, for another, I think malaria. It could be malaria. A chemical combination that they're giving people, and they're finding that it results in the recovery process taking hold much faster and much better. So. So, we are moving forward, and the pharmaceutical companies are, in some ways coming forward to combat this. The thing is about the coronavirus is it's not just one nation that has it. The Spanish flu was predominantly, where was that, Douglas? It wasn't necessarily just in Spain.
No.
Our troops got it, didn't
Yes.
they? That weren't our troops, and then we sent them over to
Spain was where they disembarked. Yeah. Yes, they were entering they were entering the European theater of conflict. At which point, just to remind people, World War I was not limited to Europe. It was called a world war for a reason. But Europe was the main battleground that was considered the pivot point, the decisive front, and the Americans were determined to redraw the map of Europe, and for that reason they very much did what they did, which was they incepted what was known in the files as American Army influenza. And the American Expeditionary Force, which was very different from World War II, where we had a mobilized society. The society was very much mobilized, but it was not mobilized to the extent of World War II, where the draft brought an entire mass migration into various parts of the world. Rather, what you had was a true expeditionary force, meaning like a limited amount of men were dispersed overseas because they were vectors for the disease, and that's what led to a worldwide result, where from Europe, originally from America and into Europe, it impacted the world. And there you have that. I'll go turn it back to Judith. Yeah.
Well, didn't you say when you were discussing the Spanish flu, is that our troops were given the flu before they were put on boats to go to Spain. And by the time they got to Spain, they had full-blown symptoms and they were dying.
Yes.
And therefore, the flu, it was a bioweapon. The Spanish flu was used as a bioweapon by our military to take out as many people as possible with, and our military men were sacrificed for such. But
yes.
yeah, and I think the fact that this is such a worldwide experience, there isn't another country that we can ask to help us, to feed us, to, can your pharmacies or your people over there in this place in Europe or that place, can you help us to find a cure or to find something that would make the symptoms less severe? And the reality is that we don't have anyone to ask because everyone is in the same boat. This is such a universal trial, so to speak, burden, that there is not another part of the world that we could ask for help, or the other part of the world asking us. I think it'll come to that. We may have leaders, brainstorming and helping each other, but at this point, we're all just kind of muddling our way through. And there's.
Yeah. Go on.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, please continue.
Well, I was just going to say that, and the burden is on the males in our society, the males that have to, now come into the house, and they're no longer working outside the home, but their position is such that they feel they're the providers, and they are the caretakers, or the protectors of their homes, the protectors of their families. Is going to cause horrible stress and conditions on them that would they are quarantining people that are the elderly and with chronic conditions. Chronic conditions I believe will be going sky high because of this lockdown, and people having to stay inside with their families. And so people have to adapt some kind of spiritual way in which to get through these times. And it was funny, I ordered something, it came, and it was this really nice sweatshirt, and I thought, where am I going to wear this? And so, it's like, where do you wear this when you're on lockdown? Well, you can wear it doing your dishes or vacuuming, or you have to change your mindset up. It's important to get up and get ready yourself ready for the day by doing what you would normally do before you leave the house. We'll do it and stay in the house, and making schedules for yourselves of when you're going to eat, when you're going to play games with the kids, when you're going to take a walk around the block, if that's possible. Things like that keep you sane. Routine is a very powerful way to stay sane, I find. And then, people have to, and of course there's going to be a rise in many addictions, but I would say too is that if people need to take care of that too. You have to be responsible for the fact that you shouldn't be coming off anything at this time period, because that wouldn't be quite fair to your family or your neighbors. And there is going to be a rise in alcoholism and or abuse of alcohol and drugs. But the reality is too is that the pharmaceutical drugs will people need to go and get those things now before we run out. Yes. I don't know what you know, but in Hawaii, we're very much dependent on barges and boats and planes that bring things to us. And the manufacturing hub of the world is, for the most part, China. So, it's time to get all the prescriptions you need for diabetes, for your heart, for digitalysis, whatever you need, and get your medication now, because the pharmacies will run out. And that doesn't, and we can't say for sure whether they're going to get new stuff in. We don't know at this point what the new normal will look like. But on the other side of it too is just being aware that you may be doing something that's creating a addiction that will not serve you in the long run either, from the stress of all this.
Yes, that's always good to be cautious about that. So what you would be referencing in that case, of course, would be something that, say, like potentially Xanax, or something that would be something that alleviates stress, something that would help to calm your nerves. These things are oftentimes psychiatric prescriptions that render a person dependent, and the more dependent you are on them when they're not available, then it might make it much harder for you to adapt. Nevertheless, if you're prescribed them and they are vital to your regimen of psychiatric care and they help you, of course continue them. Don't try to wean yourself off.
You should go and get those prescriptions now.
Yes.
You should talk to your doctor and get as many, 90 days, and then maybe 90 days. I think they're anything that you are taking that is necessary for your well-being, both psychological and physically, you need to go and get that taken care of now before there is a very, very serious lockup.
And that's so important. So go on. Yeah,
and before we run out of things, we are going to run out of things. So when they say do victory gardens, they really mean grow some lettuce, because eventually the freezer is going to be emptied. Another thing is the spiritual tools is prepare on multiple fronts by emancipating ourselves from the global mental anxiety. It's staggering to think of people just dropping dead, whatever age they are, and them and yourself not having any way of measuring how that happened.
Right.
I mean, it's this nebulous, not seeable, you can't feel it, you can't see it, you can't touch it, and yet it can take you away. I mean, That's a frightening thought.
Yes.
And so, you have to, undo the telons of fear that you may have, or build spiritual resilience, so that anytime a thought comes that's a negative, because your mind thinks it can kill you and survive on its own. Your mind is what tells you can go outside without protection, or maybe go to a bar and have a drink or two, because what the F, why not? I'm going to die anyway.
Right.
But I think that people have to stay isolated and to wear what they should out in public to protect their brothers and sisters. Not necessarily is it all about them. And so, build spiritual resilience, go inside the heart of yourself and see and feel what you need to do and what you should do, and how you're feeling being lifting your spirits up, or how you're feeling is bringing you down on many levels. And kneel before the altar of your heart. What does your heart say you should do? And this is a time too where people are going to be coming isolated to the point where they're going to have to live with themselves. They're going to have to become more self-aware. And your apology was beautiful, and that's part of it. It's taking our inventory and making amends to those that we now have in our lives that we need to make amends for, and making a list of people we've harmed and being willing to make amends to them all. This is a time to prepare yourself for maybe the eventual passing and leaving the body behind and passing into the next world, which I don't know. I mean, I don't know many people that have come back, but the reality is that we should be preparing our journey spiritually into the next world, and making amends for the harms we've caused people is very important, so that our journey in the next world is not filled with the horror of, oh my God, now I can't go back and change anything. I can't go back, and because we don't die. the body dies, but our reality, our essence doesn't. And that's verified. That there's no debate about that. It talks of it in all the religions. If you can't go to church, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't be spiritual. But part of this time being alone is becoming self-aware of your character defects and your drawbacks and shortcomings, and changing those things that have up until this time maybe served you, but at this point in your life, maybe developing spiritually more as opposed to becoming physically more is what's called for. And I think that that's and after people get through being angry about everything that's happened, and after people have cursed the God of their understanding, and they put up with this and put up with that, and they've seen their family members sick, and it is possible that a breath can be taken, and people can settle into this new normal. I mean, it's just like, if you can't do good, don't do harm. Wash your thoughts and your words and your hands.
Yes.
And practice self-awareness. Wash everything, not just yourself physically, but wash your mind, your heart, and your thoughts. And the responsibility to protect your family is very important. And making sure that everyone is provided for. And
go on.
You go ahead now.
Oh, no. I mean, you're doing so wonderfully.
I was going to say too is that are you texting? I was going to say, I mean, if there's anything that someone's saying that we could use on the program, if they've found anything that works, or the pandemic in Hawaii is from the tourists, and I think that we're probably will go on a lockdown here pretty soon. I would imagine within this week.
Right.
Now, San Francisco is on lockdown, and how does that experience feel for you? Do you go out from your home and find no one in the streets, and everything closed down? What does that look like to you?
Oh, well, I'll certainly go into that in a moment, but you've made me self-conscious about what I was doing, so I do want to explain that to you. This is, and so let me turn towards this, and one of my personal ways of recovering from the shock and stress and trauma of something like what I just experienced, which I don't think most people can really understand the psychological wear and tear of that, because when someone is producing, especially like in my position, there's nothing that's shall I say innocuous or easy about this. It's not like your average person who's young and grows up with this technology and has everything they need on a single platform. And because my system is so ad hoc, because I'm dealing with completely obsolescent and outdated and archaic technology, I'm dealing with multiple platforms. And so when they get taken out, it takes a while to get them all started back up. I'm astonished that it said it took 10 minutes, that people were saying, oh, you were off for 10 minutes. It literally had to be much more than that. I know for a fact it had to be about 45 or at least half an hour.
It did.
But
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
So my point was that the way that I recover now that I'm kind of settling back into shall we say, a mindset where I'm more comfortable with my surroundings and less on edge, less on the combat antenna mode, where the combat antenna is extended. Now that that's withdrawing and I'm getting more into the comfort zone with Judith, one of the ways that I recover myself, as anyone who knows me well Judith, of course, knows me, and it's amazing how people know me to extent. But the people who have had to work with me realize that when I recover myself, it's through viciousness. And so with that in mind, or in that frame of mind, I do want to emphasize the self-consciousness I have with keyboarding. I'm not texting, honey, but one of the things that I am doing... Oh, no. Yeah, give me just a second to express this here. Yeah, I'm not texting. It has to do with the production on the multiple platforms. So what I'm doing is I'm keeping them basically. I'm keeping the screens from fading out, and I have to do that by constantly kind of like shifting when and kind of like going from one screen to another and refreshing the screens and the like.
Good.
So that's what you hear. But
I thought maybe someone is giving you information that you could. No.
Oh, no,
okay.
No. I do want you to know that there's incoming messages that when it comes to the right time, I'll share them with you. We'll go into the chat room together, so to speak, or I'll start reading things from the chat room, and you and I can respond to that. I want to comfort you that if your granddaughter is in New Zealand, the time over there is in the middle of their day, so you've got plenty of time. It's 2:31 p.m. in New Zealand, if that's where you have to call later.
Oh no, my granddaughter,
is on the
one is on the island.
So okay, no problem then. She's on your time.
Yeah, that's not a worry.
Good,
yes,
good,
that's fine.
Good. And so the other thing I want to bring up, and here's how I recover myself with viciousness. Not towards you. It's when I brought up your not going on mute, when I said, oh, don't do that. You are the only person on earth I would say that to. Maybe a few others, but really, that comes to my conscious mind, you're the only one. And so I'll say this out, and this is my vicious assault against so many people who have been on with myself. And it's an unfair assault, but it's, grant me this, indulge me this. Honestly, Judith Eggert is a lady, and she's one of these ladies that, because of her background and her upbringing, she bears herself with a noble mane, which is spelled MEIN for those not familiar with that vocabulary word. And in bearing herself with such a regal self-comportment, she does things just instinctively that everyone should do. And one of the things she does do is when she is in a interview like this on a digital medium, she does mute herself, as everyone should do when they're not being spoken to, because of the many things that can come out of a person's background noise, out of their environment, their ambient noise that would be intrinsic to their environment.
And I was trained by Laura Lee Solomon. I mean,
that's right. That's right.
Yes,
that's right.
Our training is the training we received by Miss Solomon was very clear. You mute, and you mute now, and if you're not talking, so that's part of it too. It's all part of my experience as a online, or a person that comes on radio.
Communicant. And yeah, you have no idea.
And Miss Solomon was great about that too. She was very much on task about all of us, muting when another was speaking, and muting if we had to do something. So, and that's where it's very important that I've just been trained to do so. So isn't that funny?
Yeah, it is. It's ironic, and it's so much appreciated that you bring up something positive about her, because in hindsight and in retrospect, I have a harder and harder time remembering those things. I tend to remember the negative, and that's unjust on my part.
You've accused me of the same, going back and bringing up just the negative, and that's where your mind can, screw with you. Is that it's like a little mouse on a wheel going round and round and round. Laura Lee she was good. She was good with the computer. She adored you, and she was good at training us at one time to, do a certain protocol. And in that time, she worked out really well. She was also very hard on people. And she was very hard on people and tough to, there's no bones about it. You knew when she wasn't happy. So she was hard on people as well. And that didn't do well for your audience. But
right. That's
I mean, everyone has,
It had its repercussions.
It had its moment. The way she handled things wasn't empathic.
But
it was.
It was. No, go on. Yeah, it was not empathic. You're absolutely right. She lacked empathy. She lacked empathy.
She didn't understand. And too, is that she was military.
Yes, she was.
She was ex-military.
Yeah,
Let's not forget that this woman, I believe she was a handler. Handler.
I agree. As time goes on.
Yeah.
So, but go on. Yeah.
So, she was military, so she had that way about her. It was, very clipped and very this and that, but she served a purpose in her time, and everything has a time and a place, and then it changes. Everything is always changing. People are always changing, and so what no longer served her or you, what passed away, and that's just the way of it. That's just how it is. It's interesting that the whole world is in the same bed, so to speak, and all the corporations of the world, which has used humans as commodities all this time, they, I think, are being brought down. And once that dust settles, we can, as a whole, maybe collectively come together and roll out a new world order with more compassion and energy toward the spiritual the spiritual growth of humans, rather than the fact that they're slaves and they work from 8 to 5, and then they get to do what they want on a 2-day weekend, and all this be in debt, and all, I think things will they'll probably start out very crudely.
Well, this is all a part of it. We're seeing right now, we're experiencing a massive change in the way we work, and that will have a large part in towards exactly what you're describing. When people are telecommuting and they're not in the presence of their coworkers and their employer, and they're more comfortable and they're working from home, it's going to radically change everyone's attitude towards work. And so we're going to see what you describe, basically manifesting through this.
Right. I mean, it's going to be a Mad Max world up to us, I believe, I don't know, but to a certain extent, it's going to be a Mad Max world, and people should prepare for that. It's been brought to our attention over and over again with all the Mad Max this and that and so on and so forth. The other thing, too, is that people need to also be spiritually resilient to making a choice, and that's all part of their spiritual development now in this time period, is making a choice as to whether or not I would murder for food or I would give you my food. Would I murder for a piece of bread or not? Would I vaccine? Could I take the responsibility of seeing someone, like the vaccine dynamic? If we can go into that for a second, because everyone is so, has such deep feelings about it, but the reality is that the vaccine debate is simply you as a mother or a parent, can you handle, this is how I felt and when mine were, but at the time that my children got vaccinated, there was only 3, and that was it. It wasn't 8 or 9. It wasn't, for viruses from South Africa. It wasn't from, they weren't vaccinated to the extent that they are now, and I feel that they were more pure, and there wasn't a push, So there was an acceptance of everyone got vaccinated, and that was just the accepted rule of thumb. But I know that some women at that time were asking, myself, what did I do? And I said, well, I vaccinated my children, but because I decided that if I didn't vaccinate, could I stand over the crib of my child with whooping cough?
Right.
Could I stand to see my child get polio and become paralyzed and not be able to walk or breathe without a lung, a big lung machine?
What they called the iron lung in those days, which, by the way, they don't manufacture them anymore. So go on.
I know. I was a dental assistant in the Bay Area for a really great dentist, and one of his clients was a very wealthy woman, and she had a lovely husband, and she lived in the hills, and we went and did dental work on her, and she lived in this lung. It was an amazing experience. This lung was extremely huge. It was all it enclosed her completely,
yes.
And then it had a black plastic, soft plastic around her throat, yes. And it made noise. And her body, you could see she was dressed beautifully. She had to be cared for. She was completely. She wasn't paraplegic sitting in a chair. She was laying down all the time. So her body was withered. Her head was a normal size. And we did dental work on her. And it wasn't too challenging. We were capable of doing it. But it was an extremely horrific thing to see. Yes. It really was.
Did her, as far as you know, or you may not know this, did her husband marry her before or after she was imprisoned in
before.
the
No,
okay.
Before.
Oh my God.
So this was his, So, and that's what marriages are all about, is that they're in sickness and in health, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that's a hard relationship to be dedicated to when the health of someone. When the health of someone is compromised by their own choice is hard enough. When you have been inflicted by a pandemic.
Afflicted. I'm sorry. So
afflicted.
Yeah.
Thank you, Douglas. So when you've been afflicted by a disease like polio, and your only option is to survive in this lung, well, that's what you do. I'm sure that he, did what he had to make it all right for himself and for her. But he loved her dearly and was caring for her and supporting her. So, and in my young mind, that all seemed to be fine. That didn't seem. My parents never divorced, so that was what people did. They just put up with the sadness of diseases in our families. But
I can see how that impressed you, and as well it would have myself, as well as it would have anybody who had the experience of seeing that. And this is part of the problem, is that nobody sees this anymore. Nobody sees this kind of
this kind of ruination, This
horrific.
Go ahead.
Go on. Oh, nothing. I was going to say horrific imposition. Yeah. Ruination would be somewhat different, because it wasn't like she was morally destroyed, or that she was like cast away. She was maintained, but it's a horrific imposition. It's on her and her husband. I can't imagine. I would have chosen suicide had I been the husband or herself, but so
right.
But go on.
No, I mean, we went and did her dental work for her. I mean, it was business as usual. It was life moving forward, and that's what you really need to adopt, is a sense of okay, now I'm locked up with my family. Mm-hmm. Now we get to take our inventory on our relationships in our family. Our families, how we relate to our children, how we relate to our husbands or our wives. Now that we're collectively having to stay inside, I mean, most men and women are not together that much. We see each other at the end of the day and when we come home from work. And now that whole dynamic has changed. So we're having to reconnect with people that we are attached to, spiritually, emotionally, and physically, through the bond of marriage or partnership that looks like a marriage. And then the raising of the kids. How do we handle children now? Are you going to play games with them? Are you going to create play times with them throughout the day, or at certain times of the day? Is the child abuse going to rise because of this close proximity to our children day in, day out for 18 months, they're predicting. So it's a whole new normal, and humans, we have to adapt a way of doing things differently. We are not going to be going out into the world and leaving the kids behind with the babysitter and husbands doing their own thing. The family unit is going to be restructured because of this as well. Don't you think?
Absolutely. Well, one of the things that we're going to see is generations forced to live together in many cases.
I think the corporations made us do that. There's been generations moving in together in 500 cars outside the front door because our children have had to come back. Not mine, but not mine. No. But children are having to come back and live with their parents. The grandparents are being cared for, brought into the home by their children. So, you have 3 generations, maybe 4, great-grandmother or grandmother, parents, children, and then the children's children. So you have whole generations already living together because of the economic situation in I always kind of my mind goes in the mainland.
Yes.
Yeah, but in America, in Europe, wherever. I mean, this is this is a whole new. It's not all that new, and yet now there will be restrictions that you can be held accountable for. This is a deadly dynamic, and a whole new normal has to be adopted because of it.
Yes, and definitely. So, in terms of what you were saying, when it came to not your children, I had the privilege of hearing the voice of Makana for the first time, and this was before we went live, when it was just Judith and myself on the call before we brought Brenden on, and then
that was Nakoa.
That was Nakoa, whose voice I had actually heard before. Okay, so I still haven't heard Makana's voice. Okay, so that was Nakoa calling.
But Makana sounds a lot like, the very deep, very But that was Nakoa, and his daughter by Anahea. Right. His birthday is today, so he wanted to make sure that I give her a call. She's been estranged from us. She hasn't been with us. There was a separation. The mother went here, and she chose to be with the mother, and she's taken sides against the father, although I don't think that was created by the mother. Right. But teenagers or young, youngsters sometimes make choices. Who are they going to quote? Whose side are you on? That kind of thing.
Oh, I hate that. And, yes, that's
and
so
it happens very frequently, and even in the best of circumstances. Right. Yeah, there's that. The skeletons come out of the closets, and then there's hell to pay for that. Yes. Whatever the skeletons are. But that was Nakoa. Nakoa's name means warrior. Nakoa.
Ah, wonderful.
And Makana's name, Makana means gift in Hawaiian.
Wonderful. That's wonderful. They both have wonderful names. You were so good at naming your children, and they've. I'm sorry. Go on.
The boys especially. Yeah.
And they've all grown up essentially Hawaiian, and I want people to understand this dynamic. They're as Hawaiian essentially as is possible as anyone who is the traditional ethnic group or the ethnos. But and this has been part of their challenge of growing up, is because they're not really fully accepted as Hawaiian by many of the colored peoples of Hawaii, the people who are native Hawaiian genetically, because of their skin color, and that's been a challenge that they grew up with. And considering what they had to grow up with, they've grown up very well. And it
is definitely a challenge, but the reality is that they were born here, so that makes it all the better. I'm a Kama'aina. I came here, but they have been born here, and they have a ohana, which means family, that is here and been here for a long time, and they are now have children that are in the school systems and have been born here. So it's a whole. They would not be considered out foreigners. They would not be considered haoles. They would be considered, locals as well. And they, they look like Portuguese. Makana's very blonde. He doesn't look like, but
more Nordic, like a Viking. Yes,
very Nordic. And he's like the picture was somewhat, and
yes.
with
you
your
mean our promotional
eyes.
banner? Yes,
Yeah. He's still somewhat blonde. But his voice, but he in high school was called the White Hawaiian because he loved farming taro, or kalo. It's called, the Hawaiian name is kalo. It's called taro, and taro is a sacred, the sacred food of the Hawaiians, and very much, and there's 157 varieties, but the Hawaiian race, they feel, came from the taro plant. Right. And the taro takes 9 months from the time it's put into the ground to the time it's harvested. Right. And the Hawaiians feel they came from the taro. So there's many kinds of taro. There's wetland taro, there's dry taro, there's mountain taro, there's taro that can grow better by the ocean. So there's many varieties, and it keeps well in this environment for later on to eat, and also, so anyway, Makana was, and he still is to this day, a taro farmer, and harvests taro and grows it and shares it with his kapuna and his aunties and his family. Yeah.
Yes. And that gives us an opportunity to define that before I get back to what I was going to say in my viciousness, part of my readjustment into my normative behavior pattern, away from the back foot and the defensive back on the offensive, where I'm more comfortable. I do want people to know that as for the terms kahuna and kapuna, as I understand them, and the Lady Eggert will clarify this for me. The kahuna in Hawaiian is kind of a generic for big chief, but it also it's used
for the chief.
Yeah. It's also used for a priest of high rank, and or anyone who's also like a great teacher. The Japanese word would be sensei. The Chinese word would be shofu, and they use those titles for masters of the martial arts, as well as medical doctors, as well as attorneys or masters of the occult. So kahuna was oftentimes used historically by Hawaiians to refer to an American Yankee leader, and like the president, they would refer to as that, or the captain of a boat, just as almost like a slang. But kapuna would mean wise elder or an older member of the community whom everyone turns to for advice.
Kapuna. Yes, those are our elders. Yes. And I think the vast amount of the elders dying on us will harm ourselves in ways we have no way of knowing.
Irreparably.
It would be irreparably. Yeah. I mean, I mean, they think of the elders as, but not in Hawaii, but many elders are considered a burden, and many are, because they didn't take care of themselves, or they became addicted, or for various reasons. Maybe they were abusive to their children, and now they're a burden on the children they abuse. So it's a really weird dynamic in that situation. But for the most part, the elders have the stories, and the solutions. And we're going to lose that.
Yeah.
We're definitely going to lose that, and there will be no history to speak of we will lose our history, whatever that is, and whatever that is for you. You know, in Hawaii, it's very, very sacred, the kapunas, and so we'll see what happens. And I think in most indigenous populations, that's the case.
Yes. Well,
yes.
I somehow intuit, or this is what I pray and hope, is that the indigenous peoples will weather this better than most populations. And,
they will.
Yeah, and I feel that one of the results of this apocalypse that we're undergoing right now, this gericide, the genocide of the elderly, in which many others of many age groups will also die, will result in you yourself having survived this. And it will be at least, at the very least, the most intense aspects of this apocalypse will be the next 2 years, no less than that. And I do feel that if our volcano-crowned princess of the Pacific, the Grand Madam Judith Eggert, survives these 2 years, she herself will be recognized as a kapuna. And
I think anyone that survives will be recognized as a kapuna on some level, because
your case
I don't know.
In particular, because you're in a vulnerable population group. So it would be But
I
go on,
am an
continue.
elder. I am an elder. Yes, I just recently retired. I would be considered an elder.
Right, and I myself, of course, am in a vulnerable population group of equal vulnerability because of my.
Yes, you are, because of your lungs. Yes,
but
the damage.
But, there is something else interesting here. Now, I've just entered as a title. You don't need to look at it now. When we're finished with this call, whenever time it ends, and we're going to take our time with this, but when we're finished with this call, look back in the Skype at your text messages, and you'll see a title I put in there, and I'm going to read from that book now. I do not have a copy of this book. It actually just kind of emerged when one of those things that came to me while I was online with Judith, in the same sense that Peter Moon, when he was online with myself the other day, found something that he had been looking for a decade. And it had involved the Third Reich. And then when he was online with myself talking about that subject, it came to him online. And it had been scrubbed from the internet for years, so someone had simply re-entered it online very recently, and he found it at the right time. Synchronicity, the like attracts like, the gathering of what's needed. And in this case, what I found was a book online called Wonders of the Sea, subtitled Merging Ocean Myth and Ocean Science. In other words, combining ocean myth and ocean science. So let me actually get the author's name here, which I neglected to do, and add that.
Where did you find this book?
It was just online. It just kind of came up while you were with myself, and recommended reading because of your name kind of attracted it, honey, and then that's rightly so. But what's yeah, go on.
Go ahead.
The interesting thing here is this single page, and I'm going to read this page to you, and I want you to respond, because this is so in the spirit of what we're speaking about. And you could also add some dimension to this, because it shows just how deep and nuanced these terms like kahuna and kapuna are. Say, for instance, our lady Judith Eggert, her ex-husband Joe, is a surfer, and if you get someone who's a masterful enough surfer, then all the guys on the beach would say, oh, it's the big kahuna, especially if he's an older, especially if he's, like Joe, an older surfer. So on this page, so as we've seen, kahuna has many applications. Now I'm going to read this page, and we'll see kahuna and kapuna both being used, and in their own way. Okay, it starts with, at the top of the page, "We will kill the shark," they cried, and rushed to the shore with spears and clubs, and paddled out into the ocean to search for the shark. There was no one left in Mana to hear Kawelo laugh as he worked in his Walla field. Uala field? U-A-L-A? Are you familiar with this term?
Ula field. U-L-I, ula.
And what is that?
Yeah, that's breadfruit.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah.
Ula.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
"Fools," he jeered, "you will never catch me, for I am far too clever to be caught by simple fools." What they're implying here is that this man is a weir shark. In other words, instead of a werewolf, this man transforms. But to go on, after many days, the people of Mana gave up searching for the shark. Walking to and from the sea, they always passed Kowelo, who clutched his kihe and greeted them from his fields. His kihe, K-I-H-E-I, K-I-H-E-I,
K-I-H-E.
He's clutching his kihe. It must be a tool? Probably a tool.
It must be a tool, yes.
And then he says, poor Kowelo, they said. Such a nice man, but he works too hard. See? He's becoming skinny and underfed because he works so hard. Soon the people decided that the shark had gone and went back to their old ways. And again the shark had his breakfast and was full and happy. Now the people believed that the gods had sent the shark as a plague to torment them. They gathered a great feast of pig, mango, chicken, papaya, and fish, and carried these to the Heiau, H-E-I-A-U.
Heiau.
A temple? Yes.
Yes, a place of gathering. Yeah,
okay.
Heiau.
At Polihale, and laid the feast at the feet of the kahuna.
Polihale is the on my island. It's the furthest west point on the west side, and Polihale means the god of death. And so the spirits that leave their bodies here on the island, they go underneath the Polihale. These big, huge mountains. They're carved by the lava. So they're very different. They're very sharp-edged, very green. Well, sometimes. I mean, the west side is very desert. And Polihale, the mountains are there. Then there's a stretch of white sand, and then there's the ocean. And supposedly the souls don't travel that far they go underneath the ocean, right there at the edge, and travel up into the mountain, and that's where the god of death is. And there's a number of caves there. We can see visually from the shore, the sands and the ocean. We can see these caves, and the story is that there are some of the elite or the royalty are buried there. Some are buried in these caves. But yeah, Polihale, I just want to
wonderful. No, thank you so much.
Polihale is the god of death, and Polihale is where the souls go on the west side of my island. This island.
Right.
To
it is your island in a very real sense.
Well,
so
of course. Okay, so go ahead.
And that was so enriching. Thank you for that. And unsurpassed. See, this is why it's so important to have people who are familiar with these cultural threads with us to pass this on. And yes, and so they carried this huge feast of mango and pork and all this good shit, and they went to the Temple of Death and laid the feast at the feet of the Kahuna Kiloilo, K-I-L-O-I-L-O. I assume this means a head priest and sorcerer, essentially. It's a qualifier to the term kahuna itself, so it's not just kahuna. They add on the Kiloilo. So it's like, more like kahuna of the magics. And help us, they begged. Rid us of the monster who eats us. The kahuna poured water from the lagoon at Mana's beach into a calabash and dropped in a kilo pohaku, a seeing stone. This is like what in the Celtic tradition.
Puhaku, puhaku is a stone that is given to another person, and it carries their mana in it. Oh. And so a puhaku has, there again, the elders passing down things that would be healing or, puhaku is the denoting a stone,
like this.
A stone.
And the
Well,
mana, explain to the people what
mana
the
means. Mana is the energy.
Yes.
So that, when baby clothes are passed from one baby to the new baby that is born, it's important that you don't give clothes from a child that's sick. Even if you wash them, or a child that's crippled, because it has mana in it. Everything has mana. That's the energy that all things and all beings have. And so you're careful when you pass on something that it's intact, and it has good mana. There's good mana and there's bad mana, and it's up for you to decide and discern what is best for you. No matter if the offering sounds good or it's something that you have wanted deeply in your heart, but the reality is that you have to be discerning, because words have nothing to do with feelings, and mana is all about the energy of something. The energy.
And in Chinese, this would be the qi, from which people derive qigong, or such as the tai chi. These are the martial arts that utilize that life force, which is in the Chinese character, the ideogram for the very word breath is used, and the breath means the breath of life. And in Japanese, it's ki, as in aikido, the way of the breath of life, and aikijutsu, etc. In the ancient Egyptian, it would be ka,
ka.
Yes, so all in the modern scientific sense, it would be orgone. As discovered and isolated by Wilhelm Reich. Orgone is the sexual energy that from which we all come from which we're engendered. So the importance of this is that the mana, I can attest, of Judith Eggert is so strong. She graced myself and gifted myself with these wonderful stones that have her mana in it, and I feel it when I place it against myself. And this is the reason that and this is what happens when someone has positive energy and positive mana. In the case of, say, for instance, someone like Peter Moon, who went through, and this is not to promote Scientology, but he accomplished, in a sense, what they were aiming for and became what they would call clear. And as a clear person, what happens is he attracts many people who aren't clear, who want to be such, and then it tends to attract people who might not be stable or necessarily balanced. And this is what happens when someone is balanced. Many people come to you for healing. And in your case,
well, the dark is attracted to the light.
Yes.
And then also it is for people to be discerning that the darkness that is held in a person, they have to see that. And it's not, some of the most beautiful people have very, very dark souls. And it's really important that we discern what is beautiful and what isn't. And it's not always has to do with the physical. And I find this story interesting because sharks are aumakuas. Aumakuas are protective spirits. And a lot of Hawaiians, there's the owl is an aumakua, sharks are aumakuas, and there's many wonderful stories about sharks who have literally, when a boat is floating, a boat has turned over, a boat is sinking, the shark would come up and hold, this fisherman up or bring another boat to the fisherman from the shore. There's been many stories about sharks, and I have a story about Makana. Would you like me to? I'll let you go.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll go back to Makana then. I'll make a note that we don't forget it.
Back.
We'll go back to him.
Go on.
And one of the things I wanted to say was that and don't be afraid. We can go into a little tangent and divergent here too if you wish. But one of the things I can attest to is that Judith Eggert's mana is so strong that in her case, just as I was describing, say for instance, imbalanced or unhealthy people, like basically when I think of that, I think of Preston Nichols and Max Spears in his own way, and so many others that have been through Peter Moon's life and kind of added all this color. But in a very sense, it's also in a very real sense, it's also a carnival of lost souls or damaged souls. And in the case of Judith Eggert, I noticed that with her mana imbues itself on her possessions where they're constantly stolen. And so she, wherever she goes, I had the misfortune of witnessing a very valuable bracelet of her stolen.
It wasn't terribly valuable, but it was.
It was priceless in the sense that it cannot be replicated. And
well, no, it had little shells that are picked only at a certain place.
Yeah, and they don't. The ocean doesn't give us those anymore. So tell us.
Puka and let's see. I don't know how to pronounce it. They're very, very small pink shells. But But anyway, yeah, that does happen too, you know.
And much of your property is stolen by people who are essentially they're attracted to the mana. Is that not the case?
I would say yes, and that's that's a big part of it. I think yeah, I think that people want to touch or feel or have something from someone who is walking through the planet fairly innocuous or fairly well, you know, not doesn't have high highs or low lows. The thing about the community of Max Spear's, my feeling is that we have we've had humans that were put into horrific, spiritually spiritually destroying situations, and their way to handle them has been through alcohol and drugs to medicate their rage and their grief and their pain. And I think that lends itself to being even more victimized, especially in Max Spear's case.
So true.
And dear Rachel had to let go. I mean, that was a very, very powerful thing when she let him go, so that she could stay. There's nothing more she could do. Okay. And everyone has to make a choice, you know, and she let him go because she knew she couldn't control him, and he had a destiny, and she had a destiny, and there's nothing more.
I certainly felt that way, and I had always supported her and defended her, and
yes.
and nevertheless expressed what I knew of the situation. Unfortunately, at this point, it seems like, and we won't overdwell on this, but it seems like she won't let go of the narrative. She seems to desire a monopoly on his legacy for whatever reason.
Well, and that's fine. We could grant her that if she needs that. There's nothing wrong with saying, I knew this person, I was with him for this amount of time, and we were very close, and we were going to do this, and that.
Right, but
that's okay.
No one's denying her that. The problem.
No one's denying that.
I'll use the term the problem.
She denies
others.
Us. Yeah, she denies others having had an experience similar, but not as great, not as close, maybe. But yeah, there's many people that knew. There's many people that know you. There's many people that know me. There's many people that are known, and we can say I knew him when, or I knew him from this experience or that. But she definitely is tied. She's tied still, you know, I guess, to her experience, and has not moved on, or won't allow others to speak of it. So and that, you know, she'll eventually probably will heal from that. It's all about healing what you need to, so that you can move forward. It's all about moving forward. It's letting wonderful. Go and moving forward.
Thank you. That's so wonderful. Thank you. So to return to this narrative, the sub-narrative here,
yes.
In the book, it says the kahuna poured water from the lagoon at Mana's beach into a calabash and dropped in a kilo pohaku that gave reflections of the truth locked in the water. Now, so I interpret that in this context as, in this case, he's using it as a shoe stone, meaning a stone that shows people, like a crystal ball, what's ongoing. So very similar to what John Dee had used when he was, or Nostradamus, when they were scrying and divining from water and reading the future. So it's kind of like a divining stone, and it gives them, only in this case it's more of a shoe stone, meaning showing you what's in the present moment. And the kahuna gazed into the calabash. First he saw a giant shark laughing and opening his mighty jaws. The kahuna nodded. This is not an ordinary shark. It is a kapuna. And so he says the term kapuna here, and in this context, to show you all the nuanced meanings of these terms, it's referencing essentially a demon of supernatural powers, but that doesn't mean
who is quite old.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. That doesn't mean it's any less wise in its ways. It's simply using its wisdom or applying its wisdom in a way that is contraindicative to the well-being of the human community. But notice here the crux of the matter. This, as the Kahuna says, is not an ordinary shark. An ordinary shark is a vital part of the ecosystem. An ordinary shark is not antithetical to human existence. Your average sharks will accept being petted. Your average sharks are not out to kill people. Your average sharks are scavengers, and they feed off of the weak and dying animals and those that are sick, and they are incredibly necessary, and they existed on Earth before there were trees. That's a biological fact. That's how ancient their species is. But this is rather a weird shark. This is a perverted shark in the sense that it's humanized. So the very fact that it's
not perverted. It's an amakua.
Okay.
It's a shark spirit. The spirit of the shark is that of protector or avenger.
Okay.
And this is I believe this is what they're getting to, is that this is not an ordinary shark. This is a shark spirit that is either getting revenge or protecting.
Okay.
I mean, that's what they do. Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, that's what I would think. Because if he says it's not ordinary, it has to be a spirit. It has to be an amakua, a protecting spirit, or a spirit that is punishing.
Thank you. I appreciate that context. So then, just the next few paragraphs. The villagers of Mana gasped and shuddered and moaned. The Kahuna called for silence and continued to watch the seeing stone. Next he saw a tapa kihe flapping in the wind, trying to lift itself. Then he saw, well, I don't know what the tapa kihe is, if that brings any, if you can think of anything. It's flapping its wings, whatever it is. He said next.
Tapa is a cloth that's woven out of, let's see, what is it woven out of? I have one. It's on my wall. Okay. Tapa cloth. Okay. They drew on the tapa. They drew
symbols.
Symbols, thank you.
Patterns,
patterns, symbols, art. But basically, the tapa cloth was it's like paper. It's like papyrus. But it's very sturdy. It's very I just can't remember what it's made of.
Right, but it's very similar to a kind of I'm trying to remember what it was that was sent to me as a kind of a tote bag. It was a kind of a burlap. It's kind of like that in its consistency. It's material.
It's not. It's what would I'd say? The consistency is. It's like the cloth that you dry your car off.
Yeah, it's heavy duty stuff.
Yeah, it's really kind of
coarse,
hard, and
and
then when you wet it, it's soft. That's how tapa cloth is. You never wet it, but it has that consistency of it's very. It's a lovely cloth, and I have one from the King of Samoa. I was taking care of a house down in Hawaiian, and for a lawyer who traveled and did work lawyering with the monarchy of Samoa, American Samoa, and this tapa cloth is made and given to this lawyer on the king's 70th birthday. And he had it stuck in this closet getting mildewed and everything else, and he brought it out one time when I was there leaving after my crew and I had done what we needed to for his moving in, and he asked me if I wanted it, and I said, oh, yes, I would love to have it, because it was very tall, very long, and this cloth is very special to me because it's from a Samoa. It's a cloth made by the sister of the King of Samoa on his 70th birthday, and it's quite a treasure for me. But see, for him, it was wonderful to have, but he didn't have a place to put it, so it was just something he passed on, which I'm eternally grateful for. And that's the other thing, is that what may be profoundly special to me may not be to you, and this is a little bit what this story is about too. So go on.
Right. And so now I understand what they were saying earlier in the storyline when they were speaking of the a man was clutching his kihei, he was clutching his loincloth. So this is what this is. It's a bark cloth. It's made out of what the Hawaiians, I believe, call kapa, if I remember correctly, a KAPA or something, maybe. And so the woman wore it, but it was a larger kind of rectangle, and the men would wear it as a loincloth. So what this sorcerer is now saying, the witch doctor is what the Westerners would call him, is the tapa kihei flapping in the wind trying to lift itself. So he's seeing almost like a loincloth, a man's garment, like almost acting in the like it's a flying carpet. So then he saw an image of a small fish, then of a sweet potato vine, then the calabash filled with an image of the night sky, with one star standing forth, shining brighter than any other. Then again he saw the shark, but the shark's image changed, from shark to worm, to butterfly, to caterpillar, to rat, to man, and back to shark, faster and faster, so that the images became a blur. Then the images faded, and the kahuna nodded in understanding. A demon shark god who could assume any form, and had come down from the stars to live among the people of Mana and eat them. "The shark you seek does not live in the sea," he said. "He lives among you, surrounded by ula vines." Did I say that right? The ula, what the guy was farming? The ula, wala?
By ula, sweet potato? Ula.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay.
"Koelo!" the people gasped. But he was always so pleasant, the guy who was getting malnourished from working so hard. He worked so hard in his ula field. How could he be the demon who was eating them? Then they thought of all the village men, women, and children the shark had eaten, and they cried, "Kill him!" That's the bottom of the page. So I'll leave it at that for now, because what we're going to try and do is get Judith a copy of the book, and she can review that for us and give us a greater in-depth understanding. That was from Wonders of the Sea, Emerging Myth and Ocean Science, is the subtitle. So Mr. Kendall Haven is the author, and he's been studying the anthropology.
Kendall Haven.
It's
an anthropology book. It's a book about tales from Hawaii. What is it?
I believe so. I would have to look up. Let me look up. It says it's got 0 reviews. So, but it's a published book. You can get it in print, but you can also get it as an ebook. So it's one of those things I'll have to look into.
That's interesting.
Yeah. And as a matter of fact,
those are the stories that people tell, and I have a book that talks a lot about breaking spells, and the Hawaiians, they didn't do maybe we would today refer to it as black magic, but they used their ability to summon energies to help them move huge rocks. They could move huge rocks with their minds. Because a lot of their heiaus, which are holy places that only the ili'i and the which the shamans, for a better word, kapunas go to. What was I saying? They were capable of great things with their mind. Mm-hmm. And one story is on Molokai, when the Tahitians were coming to Hawaii and they were taking over the Hawaiian kingdom, and they had captured, and the Tahitians at that time were very, very violent, they practiced black magic, and they were into human sacrifice, and they come to the kingdom of Atui, and not Atui, I'm sorry. They come from Atui. They went to Atui first and almost desecrated the Maori population. But
Atui
so they were
is Hawaii, just so people know, in the Polynesian
Atui is
language.
Hawaii, and Aotearoa is the Maori. I'm sorry,
it's
thank
New Zealand.
you.
Yeah,
so
Aotearoa,
New Zealand,
which means the land of the long white cloud. Yes.
Cloud, yes. So it was Atui, Hawaii, that the Tahitians had arrived and they had taken over a number of islands. And I'm paraphrasing to a certain extent. This is in a book called Over the Rain. I'll find it. I'll go get it in a second.
Sure.
But the story is that the people of Molokai had a very powerful woman, teacher and spiritual guidance, Kapuna. She was very powerful, and what she did was she told the people on this side of the island, see, the whole sky and the whole sea turned this shade of red. And if you've seen the feathered capes that you can see in museums, there's pictures of them all over. Aotearoa just recently graced the kingdom of Atui by returning a number of those robes that the kings and queens used to wear. And the robes are made out of the feathers of birds, and some of these birds still exist in Hawaii, and some are now extinct. But these capes were made of red and yellow. So if you go and look at Hawaiian capes, you'll see this. The whole sea had turned red, and the sky behind had turned red by the reflection of all the capes of the Tahitians coming toward the island of Molokai. And so the people gathered on the beach and they said their chants and they said their prayers. And aloha means the giving of breath. Oh. And what they did is they did a chant of taking the ha away. They took the ha away. And so what happened was the Tahitians are coming toward them. Their numbers are great. They're great in number, such that they changed the color of the sky and the color of the ocean. And as they were approaching the people and the shoreline, all of a sudden they stopped. And they just stopped, and then they came forward and they stopped and went backwards. And what had happened was the chant was to take the breath from them. And as they came closer to the island, their breath was taken from them. They had no ha. And so they were suffocating. They were literally suffocating as they came closer to the people and the island of Molokai. Mm-hmm. And they turned around. They never stepped foot on the island of Molokai. And I believe this is in a book called The Rainbow. Can you talk for a second?
Oh, sure. And
I'll go get the book so I can get the title. Hold on.
Absolutely. And so what I can say during that period of time is that, well, let me take a look at the, I want to say this will be easy. Selena Khan, thank you so much for bringing me back down into myself and grounding me, honey. I love you. Talking to Selena Khan, and thank you for her for grounding me when I was trying to readapt and breathe. Very important to have people do that. So about this book, honey, tell us about it.
This is the story of a woman, a people, and an island, and the name of the book is called Tales from the Night Rainbow.
Wonderful. That's
wonderful. And so animals. So all the indigenous people have the abilities to do this, and the ali'i and the witch doctors, or shamans. The medicine men, the shamans, the people that served them. They were not allowed to look upon the ali'i. The ali'i were not benevolent caretakers necessarily, nor were they in other cultures. The Tahitian culture, I'm not sure about the Maori culture, but they were rough on the people. They weren't these loving, you could get killed if you looked at the ali'i. It wasn't until much later, closer to the 1800s, when the missionaries came and taught them, on some levels, they taught them to treat all people the same. That the people that served them and fed them, the Hawaiians that fished for them for their luau's were as important as they were. And it's for spiritual reasons that every society falls apart. And the indigenous people are no different. Once they become too powerful, that they forget to treat the people that they're responsible for, that they have a responsibility to, once they forget to treat them with dignity and care, they're going to lose their position. And that's what happens over and over again, in all governments, in all cultures. And so it's the same when the Christians came, the missionaries, and they didn't do well by the Hawaiians. They gave them the smallpox. There was a pandemic there, but they did teach the love thy neighbor and love, that all people have a soul, I believe, and that the people that they are the guardians of should be treated with love. And so I think that really changed the hearts of the whole culture.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
there was a temperance, and it changed the heart of everyone. So,
this is, I'm going to segue back to a subject I wanted to take us to, but here's from The Wonders of the Sea, the introduction by Kendall Haven that puts all this in some perspective. He says, he opens the book by saying, I made a guest appearance in a 6th grade classroom recently. Because of my background in oceanography, I was asked to talk about the science of ocean currents. The kids in the class sat resigned, unenthused, slumped back in their chairs. It had the potential to be a very long hour. So I started by saying, I want to tell you a story. The change in the room was physical, palpable. The room was suddenly charged with electric energy. All of the students sat up higher and leaned forward. Stories engage, enthuse, excite. Stories are a delight, a gift, a treat. Why not use the power of myth and story to engage students in serious science discussion and research? He's asking the question, do myth and science belong together? And he answers himself, absolutely. What we now call myth represented at one time the best explanation available for the nature of the world that surrounds us. Much of what we now call science may, in some future aeon, be regarded as myth and fantasy by those whose understanding go as far beyond our own. Gazing from ancient myth to modern science allows us to chart our human progress. It shows us where we have come from and who we were. It gives us a perspective from which to appreciate the benefits and majesty of the sciences that have led us to where we are. So I'm going to segue this now. Right. His last sentence in this opening is, both myth and science attempt to answer the grand mysteries of nature, where things and beings came from, how they got here, why they act as they do, and the purpose of life. Myths explain things through story. Science explains them through empirical observation, controlled experiments, and precise calculation. So with that, I'm going to ask you to kind of put into context the experience that Makana had with the shark and how we can interpret that.
Okay, and also I want to say the Tales from the Night Rainbow. Let me read this to you.
Please. Okay.
This is just an introduction, an oral history. Now get that, an oral history, as told by Ka'ali'i Ohea Kamaikua of Kamaloa, Molokai, 1816 to 1931. And that's why we have to take care of the elders that are now so threatened by this virus, by protecting them, keeping them isolated and caring for them in their isolation. It's imperative that we do that, or we learn nothing from this virus. I mean, one of the things we're supposed to get, I think, is learning to care more for others at our own expense.
Yes.
I mean, this is life and death stuff here. So anyway, Makana came home one day, and he's a fisherman as well as a farmer. these are the people we will need
just to give them a bit of a background, I want people to understand that I of course would never visit the island of Kauai without the permission of the Grand Madame Judith Eggert, because I'm so scared to death of her son Makana butchering me with a machete and burying me in some taro field to fertilize it, where of course my body will never be found. There'll never be evidence I was there.
Oh no.
And
no. And we would not there would be no feeding of any animal of you either. We'd have to you would become part of the earth, Douglas.
Yeah.
So anyway,
but he's essentially a true man of the soil. Give people a bit of background that he essentially is one of these few people who's actually living in nature.
Well, yeah, you know what, I would say that he's a star child. I would say that he is different than he's different. He's just different, and a lot of us had these children. We had these children, and some of them got messed up by vaccinations, and some didn't. But he's a different being. There's only so far he can take himself to the level of living in this world, and then his fit is more the realm of the earth and the sea. And he lives quite simply, and he eats off the land, and he's absolutely gorgeous.
He's essentially self-sustaining. He lives.
He's totally self-sustaining.
Yeah.
He is a man before his time, so to speak. And I believe it's because there's a lot of unique humans in the world right now that are in their 20s, and some of them realize what they're supposed to be doing here, and some not. But he has, since the age of 13, 12, and he has seen, he's aware of the other worlds, and
that's
been
what I
guided.
want to get into, because you described it so beautifully, and I don't think you gave it justice as you did to me personally. Before the vaccine, he had some kind of interaction with the other side, or the other world, the world that we couldn't see.
Well, he was a daydreamer in school, and sometimes and he took a long time to do anything. He was very slow and methodical, and very distracted. Like, he was very ADD. All the
buzzwords.
The words, right? Yeah, all the buzzwords. But anyway, I don't want to talk too much about him, because I haven't gotten his permission to share his.
Oh, good point. That's appreciated.
But what I will say is that there was Redland tried, and there was but before all things converged, before he became, and I think too, after he became a young man, through puberty and past high school, it was that whole time period. Before that time period, he was able to see into other worlds. It would just open up. It would just be like the gates of heaven, or the gates of another, the blinds of another dimension would open up, and he would, look in. And now, he didn't tell me this all the time, but I figured it out over time that this is what was happening, and I wasn't opposed to it, and I didn't poo-poo it away. I just listened, and thought, oh God. So it's always been a challenge, and very much it's a double-edged sword. On one side is as much love, and then there's been much hardship for him to be who he is, and for me to have raised him so that he can be who he is, which is a lot of them get beaten down and mistreated and called names, and that wasn't done here. That was never allowed. So, but anyway,
he came into his own, and he came into his own, and he's actually
very young age.
Yeah.
Now he's very self-sustaining, and very, he'll be the person that will feed the people after there's nothing left.
After there's a societal collapse, he will truly come into his own.
He'll be the farmers. And there's many men his age like this, especially on this island, but there's many people who, you know, who have been standing in the background while corporate America does its thing to us, and that, you know, their time is coming.
This is where
they will be the Do you want me to tell the story real quickly?
Oh, not quickly. Take your time. Take your time. But I'm going to contextualize it further, because this is something that I'm going to reinforce and validate. Our dear boy Brenden, our dear lad, who was here earlier with Judith, because of everything that happened, we didn't do as we intended, and he didn't relate his experience from basically yesterday night. And what happened with Brenden was that he and his friend Michael, who we were going to have on Sunday, but we'll probably change to the Wednesday after that. But he and his friend Michael were hanging out in the car like they usually do. I have no idea what they're doing, probably smoking something. But basically what happened was they were literally frightened, because with the shutdown going on and the shelter-in-place orders, suddenly into town, or their rural excuse of a town, there came in basically a horde of bikers. And basically these were obviously people who had been looking forward to this time of the new dark age, this time of potential chaos and benightedness. And they were obviously, blatantly, and how would I say, arrogantly, they were armed. They basically were going around and very abusive of the environment around them, smashing windows and the like, car windows, the windows of homes, and basically just plowing through with no fear of repercussions for their acts. And so he and his friend went home and obviously tried to basically guard their own families and homes, their own areas, their own domiciles. And when he shared this with me, I says, look, guys like that, they're on fucking motorcycles. I said, think about it. This isn't a film like Mad Max, which is a fantasy. This is, if society collapses, you have no electricity. With no electricity, there's no gas, because you can't pump it anymore. And the old gravity well pumps they used to have at gas stations were outlawed.
It's gone.
So, yeah, they don't build them. And so everything you have stops with electricity. And within a period of 2 weeks at the longest, these guys are going to be walking. And they'll be a hell of a lot less impressive then, considering the fact that many of them have their own underlying health issues of and walking long distances doesn't work well with fairly obese bikers and the like, who would otherwise use their bulk. And so it's one of these things where this is one of those transitional afflictions which will vanish very quickly. The closest thing you'll have to what's going to happen, which brings us back to Makana, would be the film that I recommend that everyone watch, not because it has any ending takeaway lesson from the conclusion is totally anticlimactic. It's like the stupid series Twilight, where everybody's building up to a big fight between werewolves and vampires and shit, but nothing happens. This is like that. It's Kevin Costner's The Postman. And Kevin Costner, of course, is a horrible actor. He's just wretched. and the fool, thought that with Dances with Wolves, because he was an empty, vacuous individual there, that he could carry that into all his films, and it never worked, and all his films bomb. And like Waterworld, The Postman was one of them, and it's just a big ego trip. But aside that, ignoring Kevin Costner, and ignoring the anticlimactic ending, which essentially there is no fucking ending, you have, if you can imagine that. I know that's hard to imagine, but this is one of the first films you'll ever see in your life where there's no climax. But Kevin Costner, ignore him. The rest of the film has its merit only in the sense that it's the only realistic apocalypse film I've ever fucking seen. No bullshit, no cyborgs, no goddamn technological crap that just won't be there after an apocalypse. There's no fuel, so everybody's on horses. My father felt enormous pain and anxiety watching that film because it cut too close to home. He said, I can't stand watching this. I don't want to live to see the world become this. He would never even say that with dystopian films. This film you knew could happen, and that you knew would happen, that the moment society collapses, the only transportation aside from walking on foot is horseback. And your average person doesn't know how to ride a horse, and horses require, as Brenden was expressing, etiquette. When he took tremendous relief at what I said, because your average person who rides a horse has to be a lady or a gentleman, because the horse is not going to take any shit. And some fat biker gets on it and abuses it and shouts and tries to spank it into submission. The horse is just going to turn them into Christopher Reeve, just going to throw them, and they're going to be paralyzed the rest of their life and die very quickly. So this is what brings us back to Makana. It's not these Mad Max road warriors that are going to prosper in the apocalypse. No. It will be Makana and men like that who are producing food and providing. He will be at that point a kahuna kapuna, literally combining the two terms. And so with that, we go back to the story of himself with the shark.
Thank you, Douglas. That was a beautiful, it's true. I remember the Postman vaguely, but I remember it was so grainy and a sense of dustiness and desperation.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was always there.
I mean, yeah. And, there's a part for everyone to play during this time period. You could be a fat biker if that's the role you want to take on, and be a bully, everyone has a role. Everyone has a choice, this is free will world. And now our choices will be definitely affect others. So, but the story I will watch that movie here shortly to see what you speak of.
Yeah, and
preparation. Right?
Yes. Yeah, very much so.
Thank you. I mean, that's very powerful.
Right.
Thank you.
One last thing before we go to the Makana and the shark, which I want to very, very badly. What the thing about the vaccines is, Judith said it so beautifully when she was speaking with myself privately. She said, because it changed him so much in the sense that something was lost. That was the poignancy, the pathos that I was expressing with Crystal River when I was on with her, and brought up Judith Eggert's experience along with Makana's as a case in point, because she herself is very anti-vaccine, whereas I'm generally pro-vaccine because of herd immunity. Judith said so well. She said that had she been given the choice as a mother, she would not have allowed Makana to have been vaccinated. She would have taken him from the room, but she knew full well the repercussions. And this is what she said. She qualified it by saying, if as a mother you can stand to see your child die of smallpox, this wretched, horrible death, or whooping cough, or any of these other diseases, then do make that choice. But if you don't ever want to see that, and you know that would destroy you, then get vaccinated. Could you restate that the way you said it? So.
Yeah. What my point is that now in this day and age, there's about 8 to 10 vaccines that are given at one time. I've heard the number 8, and my point was I would never stand there as a mother and have a nurse, 2 nurses, one holding my child down while one repeatedly filled him with these chemicals, 8 different shots. I wouldn't do it. I would take him out of the room. And my point is that I never had an issue with vaccines because I, as a mother, decided that I could not handle looking over the crib of my son gasping for breath because of whooping cough or smallpox and maybe him dying from it. And I couldn't do that to my. I just couldn't do it. So the choice was, what could you handle? Can you handle the vaccine and in hopes that it will protect them? And then can you take responsibility for not giving them the vaccine? They get this. How would that feel to you? So it's all about feelings when it really comes down to it. It's about another human's life and how it's going to impact them. And I believe the last vaccine he had at 18 months changed him on some level. He had a high fever. And of course, we didn't know these things then. This was years ago. The 80s, 90s, and it was just coming out. So is that what I had said to you, Douglas?
That if a
the
mother,
anguish,
right? If a mother feels that she can live with herself with the anguish
Yes.
of watching her child at any age die of one of these horrific medieval maladies, then then don't vaccinate them. But if you know you cannot handle that and would not survive the loss, then let them be vaccinated for the sake of herd immunity. And I think you said it so wonderfully that brings us back to the moral choice. And because unfortunately it's not just the mother herself who suffers that loss, unless they're living like Makana does, which is basically off the land. Your child's not being vaccinated will afflict others. It will afflict others who cannot be vaccinated. People whose immunosystems are compromised, or they're born with such a condition they cannot be vaccinated. And the only thing that protects them is herd immunity. The rest of us being vaccinated.
Right, herd immunity. Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, that's very important.
And so that's the moral reason that brings us back to my advocating vaccine. But before we go to Makana, and this will lead to him perfectly, the last part of the introduction from Kendall Haven's book, Wonders of the Sea, it says in this closing paragraphs of the introduction, water might fall on you in the next rain shower, or gurgle out of your faucet when you turn on the spigot. Next time you pour a glass of water, pause to wonder where that water has been, how many times it has cycled through the oceans, and what amazing things it has seen. It is the stuff of mysteries and the natural fodder for myths. The ocean touch and affect us all, and that makes the oceans even more mysterious. Water makest up more than 2/3 of your own body weight. Your blood and tears are salty, just like the ocean. We cannot drink salty ocean water. We need to drink fresh, sweet water. But inside, we are made up of salt water, just like the seas. We may feel separated from the oceans. We may feel that the ocean is a dangerous and alien place. But inside, we seem to be tightly linked to our saltwater origins, and that makes the oceans even more alluring and mysterious for us curious humans. I wrote this book to introduce and explain some of the major concepts of modern ocean science by gazing at them through the wonders and intrigue of ocean myths. This book forms a bridge between the exciting world of mythic story and science's logic and precision. To do that, I have picked 11 aspects of the ocean that lend themselves to myth and are also important to a science curriculum study of the oceans. For each, I compare the beliefs inherent in the myths with our current scientific understanding of the oceans. No story presented here comes from a single source. I have tracked multiple sources for all, and I have tried to fashion the common elements of those various sources into a unified version to present here. Enjoy these mythic stories, marvel at the science and reality of the oceans, revel in the glorious mysteries that still lurk in the uncharted ocean depths, then seek your own mysteries and myths to explore, share, and revel in. And now we'll revel in the story of Makana and the shark. There.
There was a fisherman. He had been doing net. He was throwing net out at a beach, a Nini beach, on the North Shore, and I don't know how this happened, but it was one of the sharks was dead, and or he captured it and killed it. It was a small shark, and he was going to cut it up and use it for bait. And Makana happened by and saw the shark and commented on his catches, and then he said, "Oh, it looks like this shark is pregnant." And the guy goes, I don't care, be more bait. Well, so Makana, but I mean, that's true too. Be more bait. So Makana had a knife with him. He always has something with him. And yeah, you go, mm-hmm. So he cut open the shark and C-sectioned it, and there were baby sharks in there. So he picked up each one, blew in their mouth, and took them to the water, took them out to the ocean a ways, and deposited them in the ocean. There's about 4 or 5 of them. But it was really special for him to do that. And sometimes tourists will find sharks on the beach. I don't know why, but they'll be dead, but they'll have babies, and the local fishermen will know and take the babies out to the ocean because the shark is revered as a aumakua.
Right.
For that reason, yeah.
And that was wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. And it's just the idea of performing a C-section on a cesarean section on an animal that is trapped and who's otherwise its prodigy, its children would never have seen the life and breath of the seas without him doing that. I mean, that's divine. That's a divine act.
And that's a beautiful story that you read too. This man pointing out, and the ocean is beautiful to swim in. It's amazing.
It's within us all.
Especially if it's it's within us, and go in it. You're buoyed. You float in it. It's lovely, and especially when it's warm.
Yeah, and its saline content, its salt content is, I've been told, equal to that of human tears. So it's almost a sea of tears that other creatures live in, and yet we shed the sea, we shed the ocean itself when we cry, when we weep, and it's within us, and yet we are no longer able to live within it as these other creatures can, and yet we can't live without it because we take what's from it, like that man was doing so thoughtlessly going to take the shark and
he was going to take the whole shark as bait, and he may have caught the shark, and that was his intent. But in any case, it's just perception too,
right?
And we're all, and everything is connected. Douglas, I have to go shortly. So
we're regret having you gone. I mean, I so much enjoy your being here. I definitely thank you, and I don't know how to thank you enough, and I definitely want to do this again when I'm less stressed. There was some things I wanted to bring up, of course, that I was going to turn towards the viciousness that I could enjoy while you were here. One of the things I was going to say was that in terms of Mad Max and Brenden Ẓoghet, we had, of course, brought up that aspect of Brenden, and basically I noticed that in the messenger, that same Brenden can infuriate me with just a lack of, shall we say, this is where my viciousness comes in. When everything I was going through was going on, instead of calling myself telephonically, which would be, in my opinion, the commonsensical thing to do, since I've been locked offline, the guy writes me a message. Yes, you did. See, this is where the lady Judith comes in brains as well as beauty. And this is where, of course, thanks to her breeding, she's able to go mute, which she, of all people, does not need to do. But from this idiot, I get, "Is everything okay?" in the private messages on the fucking Facebook. No, it's not okay, dumb shit. I'm offline. Give me a fucking call. And, of course, I can't write him that because I'm not online. But we love you, Brenden. At any rate, then there's the viciousness.
Yeah, he does. He does well.
Yeah,
he does
as well
as
he can.
As he can.
And then there's, we gave shout outs to Miguel Andujar and, of course, Justin White. Talk about, these are people, not Miguel.
I asked your permission.
Yeah. Oh, no, that's fine. No. I'm bringing this up for my own sadistic gratification. This is my viciousness.
And it is, yes, darling.
Reasserting myself, normalizing. Miguel Andujar has never been on my program, so I can't say this about him. But, every other man I've ever had, whether it's, I don't care who it is, and I love them all, Derek Talley, Peter Moon. We're talking about men of, just varying degrees of education and varying degrees of experience. And yet they all have one thing in common. They have to go mute because these guys do everything imaginable. I mean, they fucking eat chips or they are keyboarding. These people have to go mute. Judith Eggert actually isolates herself. She isolates herself, unlike Brenden, who's out, with quacking ducks and croaking frogs and shit, and or ravaging motorcycle hordes and shit. But Judith isolates herself, and she doesn't need to go mute because she's the only person I can say this to, because she never does anything stupid, and her environment is conducive to where she can just sit there and communicate with me freely. The other people, I have to insist that they do that because they're busy scratching their ass and farting and all that crap, and it just, you can hear everything they do, and it's just disgusting. So
the mute button is it's a good thing.
Yes. Thank you.
You're going to have to start training your visitors, especially the ones that come frequently, like Laura Lee did. You just got to train them, Douglas.
Yes,
I mean,
you're
the leader of the pack here, and it's required that you train them so that they don't do these things. And I would think, I don't know.
And one last bout of viciousness to close the night before I let you go is,
all right,
as always, throughout this, and one person in the chat room said it best when I was knocked offline. This wonderful individual in the chat room, Sam Alex, said, Satanists are rejoicing. Michael Aquino must be LOL, laughing out loud, and having an orgasm. And that's pretty much it. And the one person who's always here, no matter rain or shine or coronavirus or whatever, whether he's on intubated and in an iron lung, is Richard K. Cole, the little faggot, puts his thumbs down on every episode. And the one thing you will never have, Richard K. Cole, other than your orgasmic satisfaction when I got knocked offline, whenever I get knocked offline by your master Aquino, is you will never have the love that I share with someone like Judith Eggert. You will never have the love that I share with the special people in my life that make life worthwhile. And in this sea, I'm the shark, and Richard K. Cole, you're nothing but a little remora, the guy who rides along on my back forever just to eat the crumbs of whatever I slaughter. Yes. Thank you.
Yes, very good. That's what a visual, and well deserved. Definitely, darling.
Thank you, honey. Well, I love you beyond expression, and promise me you'll be on again at some point in the near future.
We will try that. Yes. We'll see how things progress and what it all looks like.
Do you accept my apology?
I did, and I do. Thank you, darling.
I love you.
I love you too. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you.
Aloha and mahalo.
Yeah. You're a gift.
All right.
You're a gift.
You are
must
too.
Live.
Thank you. Thank you, love.
I love you. Bye-bye.
Aloha to everyone.
Yes.
Take care and stay well. Protect yourselves.
Yes, and everybody has wonderful things to say about you in the chat room. So later on,
baby.
When it's uploaded and published, go back there when it's online and go to my channel and look this video up, and then look through the chat room. Okay.
Okay.
So
all right.
I love
Thank you.
Good night.
Aloha.
Aloha. Mahalo.
Mahalo.
Okay. And with the dropping of the call, that will happen when Judith hangs up at her leisure, at her pace, then we'll take over. I'm going to see if I can find anyone who can, join me later in the night to relieve me for but a moment. And who knows, at this point, maybe Brenden is able to do that. So let's see if I can... let me know when you're available again. I'll tell him that, because I'm sure he won't be doing that test all night. No, when ye be available. When ye be available. Okay. There we are. And other than that, let's see now. Want to thank everybody who's suffered through this so far, in terms of myself, not in terms of our lovely Judith Eggert, of course, who Selena Khan said hello to. I should have relayed that. I'm so sorry, Selena, I didn't relay that. I'll relay that to her later. I'll make certain she knows about it. And Salman Sheikh, of course, was seen along with Sarah Shields by Judith Eggert on the promotional banner and their responses to it. So she was very positive about that. And what I'm going to do now is let everyone know. Oh, good. So Brendan's seen my, let me write this for him. Bathroom break when you can. Bathroom break me when you can. When you can. Ah, there we are. And, we'll see how he responds after what I said about him on air. But honestly, sometimes people beg for that kind of reaction. Everything okay? I mean, writ in a private message. I mean, oh my fucking God. I mean, no, I'm offline. I can't even see what you're saying. And let's see how he responds. This should be interesting. What I'll do is go through the solicitation, of course, until he's available. And right now I can see him keyboarding. They have those annoying little dots that bump up and down, like follow the bouncing ball. Most of you are, of course, too young to remember what that means. But in the old days, when they had theaters, it can be done in just a minute. I'll let you know soon. Okay, cool. Great. Love them dearly. All right. In the meantime, my struggle being thy own, contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com. All due acknowledgement be unto our own personal hero, our dearest English brother in battle, who, of course, be the great John Warrington. And I will acknowledge him from now on as the keeper of the Akashic Records, the man who is my matricio creator. Without him, in a very real sense, within the conceptual framework of most people on Earth who know me only through the internet, without him, I would not exist, because I would not be in that matrix. So he is the man who preserves me in the matrix, and therefore is my matricial creator. And with that, of course, I do want to remind everyone that John Warrington, our brother in battle from England, be Team Thrax, Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com, as well as the YouTube Maggot channel property manager, and subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/C/Magator, such being spelled MAGGGOTAUR. Also, friend and follow he on Facebook at facebook.com/John.War. Were it not for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while there. The column entitled A Footnote on My Bio Sire on the showsdd.com homepage, where you can find out the meaning of my biological father's name. Let people know that the scion of Adolf Hitler be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and, if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions at douglasdietrich.com. People are forever asking, Renegades Humanis Arma ab Massa Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophyllocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make us donation online using either the credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin Zuchen Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath San Juichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack, against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 islands of the Greater Japanese Empire. when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours between 2 to 3 days for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit on facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 or Dalmage or Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated Combatives, Kali Combatives, as a matter of fact, not only after the goddess of destruction in Hindu mythology of the Vedic tradition, but also Kali is the very name of the Filipino martial arts, where their name be derivative from, as a matter of fact, by the ancient migrants from South Asia, the subcontinent, who went to the 7,100 isles of the Philippines to resettle and help engender what became the Filipino race from the Dravidic or Tamil peoples of South Asia. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena herself, be our most beloved greater English brother in battle, the Team Drax, Dietrich's or Dragon's heavyweight lifting, keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist, George Edward Knight. Subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which be spelled BIZAREHD. He can also be friended and followed at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7. He being my own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gulviers, or son of Dietrichs, or son of a dragons, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, or literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment, myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs, benefits, and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to douglasdietrich.com and click Donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel and youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click upon that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, and above all else, visit awakewithinthedreamproductions.com To emphasize that Douglas Dietrich reference thyself to purchase thy ticket to rendezvous face-to-face with the Javel, or Devil Angel himself, as he delivers his live and personal headline presentation as one of 3 keynote speakers for the Living Truth Summit on site the Sacred Mount Shasta, this pending June 18th through the 22nd, Anno Domini 2020, Kamanal Era. To reemphasize, purchase tickets to the Living Truth Summit 2020 at awakewithinthedreamproductions.com/tickets. Emphasize that Douglas Dietrich referred thyself to purchase thy ticket to review his live and personal headline presentation to be delivered as one of 3 keynote speakers for the Living Truth Summit on site the Sacred Mount Shasta this pending June 18th through the 22nd in the 2020th year of our Lord. And subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time on each and every Wednesday and Sunday on the eventide into night. And click that notification bell while there in order to receive notifications that Livestreams has started. Subscribe and donate at douglasdietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Now, I want to, of course, provide both a happy birthday, a solar return acknowledgement to my Black African American brother in battle, James Kimbrough, a security enforcement agent who's gone to places I could only dream of taking contracts in, working in both Germany and Japan. And our man is on standby for when I need the break. Gonna bring him on call, and that way we can take it from there. And Brenden Ẓoghet will be brought online. Okay. And there we are, young man. We're live and you're online, but I'm going to, and you can stay active with me, I'm going to acknowledge Derek Talley before I take my little bathroom break. And I do want to thank you so much. I hope I'm not interrupting your test. I figured you might be finished with it by now. Is that the case?
I did like the essay portion where like I had to write like a paragraph, 2 paragraphs about my surroundings basically, and then I have to go back for like the final part like when we're done with this.
Okay, sounds good. And in the meantime, I want to encourage a mass prayer for Derek Talley. This mass prayer request is continual, it's chronic, it's something that will be ongoing until he's beaten cancer. And he has an update for us in which the Black African American Marine Corps brother in battle of mine, Semper Fidelis unto he, and all former Marines who support myself, he says, for all of us, I am hanging in there, brother. I've come to grips that I can't go anywhere, even there is so much to do. My dad will be here this evening so he can take me to chemotherapy and radiation tomorrow. Unfortunately, due to the coronavirus procedures, my dad can't sit with me like he had been since I started. I'm glad that he has my son to hang out with. 12 more weeks of treatment, and I cannot wait until it is over. Sincerely, Derek Talley. We love you, brother, and he's in the chat room now. Wherever you're at, everyone, do maintain him in thought and
prayer.
Much
love, Derek.
Yeah, and God bless him. We were so glad to speak to his father and arrange for his being here next Sunday night. That's wonderful. Right. And with that...
It was good to hear from Derek, too. I heard him when he was talking to me, so it was good.
Yes, that was. He is able to croak. He can croak. Yes. He can't... It's like talking, but it's like, Darth Vader style. So, so what I'm going to do is leave all of you in the care of Brenden Ẓoghet for a matter of 10 minutes at the longest, and I'll be back. And thank you, Brenden. God bless you.
Okay.
Really.
What were you talking about? Were you just in the middle of your like your thing, or?
Oh no! I finished everything in terms of a solicitation, but I'm going to go into monologue for the evening. But I've got to really clear my throat because for some reason, all of us, Judith had this the other day. We're phlegming up, and it's one of those things that you probably have some kind of herbal remedy for, and you can talk about your herbal.
Oh, I was supposed to tell her the relaxation remedy. I'll just start with that.
Yeah, you can do that, and I can.
So if she's still listening, I'll tell you.
Yeah,
you can tell.
Yeah, I can review it later myself when it's published, and then I can review that. And also, I was telling people about the biker gang, essentially the horde of bad bikers that had gone through the town. You can bring that up, and also, right. And I the other night, we won't go into this tonight, but we'll probably go into this if Brenden is opening the show with me when Peter Mooney is with me on Wednesday, and basically we'll go a bit into that phone call I had with John Warrington and my manager Selena Shea, and what an experience that was. And I was just surprised that out of all the people that Brenden wasn't particularly high or on something, because I wouldn't say that's the norm, but
the Akashic Records situation.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. And with that, much love, son. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Yes. Hello, everybody. And there's a couple things I was gonna talk about, as Douglas was saying, when all this first started, the pandemic that was happening right now, of course. I was saying that the Olympics were going to be postponed, and the Japanese have been adamant about continuing the Olympics, and they even came out and were saying they were still going to do the preliminary runs, and they were going to allow the torch to be taken and doing the trials and stuff. But this just came out 7 minutes ago. It's been happening the last couple of days, but 7 minutes ago, Abe said the decisions will need to be made on 2020 games. And he's saying the postponement of the Olympics may have to be considered if the games are unable to be held in their complete form. So other recommendations from the IOC or the committee that puts on the Olympics, they were stressing that it should be postponed as well because it's going to be in July. So the Japanese are basically trying to wait it out another month or two, I think, until the selection process, which happens, I think, next month or in May for the athletes. So they were trying to postpone any decisions on it until then. But now I think they're finally realizing perhaps it will extend into the summer, whatever the situation is, and they're starting to finally consider it. In the IOC itself, or the International Olympic Committee, they were saying it's possible that it's going to be postponed, and now they're examining that possibility right now. So that would be really unfortunate, given that I was, for one of the people looking forward to the games, let alone all the athletes and everyone who works their entire life to get there. So it was going to be one of the games where they had skateboarding in the Olympics and various other street sports, quote unquote. Trying to remember the other one right now. It's slipping my mind, but skateboarding was going to be the first time it was going to be introduced into the Olympics. So it's really unfortunate that it will get postponed, and I'm just going to say it. Yeah, it will get postponed. And I did make that prediction originally. That was a big concern of mine. And now it's becoming more apparent. So that's pretty much something new, despite it's not really new. And then I think we were talking about it earlier. Angela Merkel, she also got quarantined recently. And according to Deutsche Welle, the German public broadcaster, they're saying the latest is Canada's pulling out of the 2020 Olympics, and it's not going to send its athletes there. So I think it looks like Canada's starting what other countries are probably going to do and say we're not going to the Olympics. So that's really unfortunate situation because, Tokyo was going to put on a good show for the Olympics, and so I guess we're going to have a postponed Olympics in 2020, which is basically it doesn't happen except for a World War scenario. So this is serious disruption, as we all know. And so that's interesting. And there's so much that has to do with this. There's so many layers to this situation we're in. So that's why it's important to focus on, like I've always said, like nature, higher and divine, like golden ratio, heart of gold, like there's other things to focus on or put our time to at this point. And as far as like natural remedies, like we've outlined quite a few of them. Of course, like the medications do work. That's like one thing I would say that it should limit fear, is that there are medications that can mitigate this, and they're starting to find out what they are, like the malaria drug, the quinine derivative. And so there is hope, even if it is an engineered virus or whatever it could be. Like there is hope still in just regular medicine. So, for example, in Japan they have something called kampo, which is just Chinese traditional medicine, but their form of it, and they will use both in tandem with the Western medicine as well as the herbal supplements. So I think there should be a balance that could be struck with any ailment, but also this one. They could use the medicines as well as the traditional medicine. So there is hope. It's not something we should be terrified of, other than the actual immediate ramifications of us spreading it. I think that's like fear. Like fear shouldn't be propagated like to a certain extent, just off what we've been taught, what we've been told. There are medications in the works at this point for it, so hopefully that becomes more apparent now. And but also, there is the real challenge of possibly shortages of medicine, like Judith was talking about. So like I said, there's so many layers to this, but like I was saying, there was news that the German Kanzlerin, the Chancellor of Germany, she got quarantined right after she did this press conference that was talking about the Germans were going to limit. They weren't having them do a lockdown to where they're stuck in their homes, but they're limiting people in public to just 2 people. So if you were in a group of more than 2 people, you would actually get split up, and they would actually tell you, you can't do that. So it's interesting to see how other countries will, work around the lockdown, or if they even do the full lockdown. There was something like India did a curfew for like 17 hours or 20 hours or something, which didn't really make sense to me. Why would they only do it for one day? And as we know, India is like a giant population size mass. And so there's probably not much they can do. I think that's most likely what's happening with the Indian situation, is that's probably the only thing they can do. And so that could be a challenge as well. But as far as like trying to stay positive, and of course, like Judith was saying, like we're all in this together. Like that's important to note, like as humanity itself. And like I said, it's important to go towards like higher and divine and everything that is good, in a sense, like I said, golden ratio stuff, like, start studying like real sacred geometry and what fractals are and stuff like that. And you'll begin to get a better grasp on like dimensionality of like the planet. And that's, I didn't, like in our area, probably around the world at this point, like people are going, because they can't go to discotheques and, what is it, like the bars and stuff, like they can't go do that as much. They're going to start going back to nature, which it was something I was very happy about. And there were so many people on the trails today, like more than I'd ever seen in my entire life. So I'm happy to see that. I would just stress, still take care of nature, because there's so many people out there. Like I noticed that people were almost not, I don't want to say they weren't ready, but they're not adjusted to being outside. Like there was a lot of weird stuff happening where people were walking in streets and just doing weird stuff like that and not being mindful of cars. It's almost as if like they have to relearn how to be outside, you know. And I'm not saying that's like a bad thing. It's just that people don't go outside as much anymore, so they don't know like the mannerisms and stuff, like, you know, actually walking in a street, how you have to mind yourself and mind your dogs, and, you know, if you're on a bike, like what to do. So I think if we kind of give everyone, you know, I normally, if people were doing shenanigans like that, I wouldn't get mad at them, but I would definitely be pretty upset, you know, like, why are you walking in the street? Like, what are you guys doing? But at this point, I'm starting to be more humble and just be like, okay, well, you know, if people don't do this very often and now they're forced to actually come outside and go to the streets, to actually have more patience with them and just, you know, understand that it's like a learning curve, that people perhaps they haven't been on trails and they haven't done this stuff in a long time. So it was, it's interesting to see that, but to me, that's a good thing that people are building, you know, it's real. And even though they're not supposed to interact socially, it's like you still have to deal with other people around you in like a real way. So it was good to see that, because it is challenging. I agree. Like, I have trouble with that as well, but it's good to see that everyone's in it together at this point, as far as that goes, and everyone's going out to nature. And I would just stress, like, I hope they pick up their trash and like take care of the environment. And because all these people are out here, I intend to actually go out on the trails and like collect trash when I have a chance, on my walks, you know, just in case. But if everyone pitched in and, like, you know, while they were out there, like, cleaned up a little bit and like kept everything clean, that's something I would appreciate. So I just wanted to put that out there, you know, into the multiverse, that I think nature should be appreciated in that way and reconnected to, but you can't reconnect to it without taking care of it at the same time. So
yeah, what they call the tragedy of the commons. If you've ever read that, it's a required reading essay. The tragedy of the commons, all the common property is everyone abuses and ignores and neglects.
I see.
Yeah. And
interesting.
And so what were you talking about while I was gone? Is there anything you feel
I went off on my nature tangent, but I was talking about basically this is the latest. Canada pulls out of the 2020 Olympics officially, which is going to put pressure on other countries to do so. And basically, the Olympics are going to be postponed. Even Abe had to acquiesce and actually say, okay, he was saying if they can't be held in their full form, they're going to be postponed. And so right after that, I saw this article about Canada pulling out. Therefore, it's not going to be in their full form. So if you just do the logical thing, they're probably going to postpone it. Or they are going to. I'm not even going to say probably.
Right.
It's going to get postponed at this point.
Right. So sad, but at the same time.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yes.
And, you know, what do they do in cases like that? I really have never been much of a sports person, and the Olympics, however, are special because they're so politicized. So it's it does hold fascination. Yeah, go on.
I was excited because this year it was the first year they were going to have like street sports, like skating, skateboarding,
extreme sports as they call them. But yeah, they're basically street sports. Yes. Go on. Yeah.
Extreme sports.
Yeah. And right. Yeah. Go on. Yeah.
Skateboarding is very dangerous. Like, people die. And which reminds me, just quickly, like, I was with my friend who's a skateboarder, and he was showing me films of people in San Francisco, and I'm sorry, they're stupid, but they were like, I'm just going to say it, they're fucking idiots. They were bombing those giant hills in San Francisco, and like so many people have died like that.
Yeah.
That, you know, I'm okay with them doing like, okay, if you jump a stair set, or, you know, you're doing extreme tricks, and of course that's dangerous, but willingly going into a street and bombing a crazy hill with all that San Francisco traffic.
Yeah.
That's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's like suicide, basically.
Oh yeah, yeah, no, definitely. It's not something you want to encourage anyone to do. But
yeah.
People,
but I guess now it's probably cool. They could probably do it all they want now.
Yeah, that now is safe. Yeah, now it'd be like surfing in an empty sea. Well,
yes.
But that's when they do what they do. They're doing it because of the traffic. They're seeking that danger. It's part of the insanity. It's part of the
right. It is a rush of a sort. Yeah.
Yeah, and but definitely, I'm so glad that you were here to help Judith, and she seemed to take it so well, and it really just kind of took over. And I'm assuming you did as well while I was gone, when I had to just kind of resettle myself after that wretched experience. I really.
Oh yeah, we had a good conversation when you were doing that.
Yeah, I had that impression, and very impressive. And by the way, I did take your name in vain while you were gone.
It's okay.
Yeah, yes.
I understand. It's all right.
And
wait, what did you say though?
Anyhow, so I was saying, when you were gone. By the way, I'm just reading some incoming from Judith, and she, just has to, do her own bit here. And
okay. Well, if she's still listening, the recipe for like insomnia and relaxation I found, which was something I use, is you want to find a good magnesium supplement, which will calm the nerves.
Okay.
And then something that's used in Europe is, of course, valerian. And so the valerian is really helpful with trying to sleep. I gave some to my mom, and she uses.
I'm writing this down for her. Use magnesium supplement with valerian root. What would you say? Valerian, like what? How pure form?
I use a tincture. But you can use any form of it. The valerian, the whole plant is useful. Yeah, okay. Valerian extract.
Valerian root extract, because the original plant in itself, if you get it in the powdered form, it reeks. It reeks.
It smells. It's a very odd kind of smell. Yeah.
And what else? Use magnesium supplement with valerian root extract, or what? Right. And what else? Anything else?
Like trace mineral, magnesium, trace mineral. Those are good for relaxation and. Of course, like the melatonin, but it's best to just try the herbal stuff first and then move on to the more concentrated stuff.
Okay, and so what I wrote was use magnesium trace mineral supplementation with valerian root extract for relaxation, for what would we call it, for sleep aid?
It's an insomnia. Yeah, it's an insomnia remedy.
To remedy insomnia.
And I have an ancient healing book I have to consult, so like at some point I'll have more information.
Good.
But those were like the most recommended ones, the magnesium and the valerian.
Okay, wonderful. And aside from that, I'm going to just give her one of the heart faces or something here. And honestly, so when I went off on you, it was basically I was trying to restabilize myself and reassert myself, and the way I normally do that, as I was telling Judith, is it's basically by vicious lashing out at people around me. And so you weren't there, so you were the safest target. And so I basically was telling her about the message you had sent me in the Facebook Messenger about, you okay? I was saying, no.
Yeah, I'll admit, when I was writing that, I was like, fuck, like, this is dumb. Like, I even had that thought, like, that slight thought.
Thank you.
I don't know why I didn't think to just call you, because last time this happened, that's what I did. But
yes.
Yeah,
yes. Thank you.
It's what you call a momentary lapse of reason, as like Pink Floyd would call it.
Right. And by the way, this is kind of like what I never wanted to happen. I honestly, against all common sense, this is one of those things you don't want to plan for, and so you don't plan for it. I mean, we do the best we can, and we adapt every time it happens, but it's like the term broken arrow, which is a code phrase for every time they're flying a nuke around in some stupid fucking plane or are shipping it on a train or something, and they lose the nuke. And when they lose the nuke, they have a code phrase for it, broken arrow.
Hasn't that happened in like Florida and whatnot? Like in the Everglades?
The fact that it's happened enough times to have a code word for it, to reference it, really ought to tell you how many times this has happened. It's happened, that many times where, oh shit, we got to have a code word so that we can call out when this shit happens again. And so we know it's happened at least half a dozen fucking times at the absolute minimum. It's got to be more than that. I know for a fact. But, we could go on and on. I mean, there are books people can look up where there's a book entitled We Almost Lost Detroit about one of those incidents. There's another book that about the nukes that were lost in Spain, how America nuked Spain, during peacetime by accident and shit, only they didn't go off, but they were live nukes. They just didn't go off. It just goes on. And, the United States has nuked itself several times. And when they lose these nukes and they're somewhere where, people people can retrieve them, then they call it a broken arrow and they send people to try and retrieve it before everyone else does. And half the time they can't. It's like the one incident in the Everglades. They lost a nuke in some kind of swampland. It wasn't the Florida Everglades.
Yeah.
You remember that? Yeah. So
it was like maybe it was like Louisiana or Georgia or something
like that. Yeah. And so it's literally still there, and it's deteriorating to the point where the mechanism may at some point at any time go off. And so that's there you go. I mean, this is the insanity
that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, well, take a look at the other day. Somebody bought a laptop off eBay, and it was loaded with government blueprints. And this happens all the time.
You're talking about the German one?
Oh, no, this is different. This is different. Yeah, this another case happened recently. This happens all the time. People in the government, they just download all this shit and then of course do stupid shit like put it on eBay and shit. And
right, the same thing happened in Germany. I saw on the German news that there was like this military grade looking laptop, and the government had like a special panel like searching for this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And they bought it for 50 euros on eBay.
Yeah.
And it had like thousands of Bundeswehr documents, like classified shit, and they were just like they were like, this is ridiculous. Like
well, it's like, well, the United States, that happens all the time. This is probably the first time I've heard of it with Germany, but it's
they actually said, they acknowledged in that article that it's like a common thing that happens like around the world apparently with like used equipment, like no one scrubs it.
Mm-hmm. It's how would I say it? Just the human race is proven itself not fit for reproduction. And anyhow, Sarah Shields says, I'm so glad to hear Derek can croak. Elena, thanks. And so Elena's saying, praying for you, Derek. Let's go through if you can hang out for a second, let's go through the chat room a little bit before it all disappears. And of course, now Judith is giving me shit about Selena. I had Selena here to save me. Okay, that's thank you. And Information Creation says, greetings everyone, great to hear you. There's a message that's held for review from Caesarios, that I guess it's a negative, so just go to the channel and block. That's what and of course,
sometimes it just does that no matter if like the algorithm will block them.
Shit, I pressed the subscribe by accident. Let me press the unsubscribe there.
Holy shit.
And press block user. There we are. And of course he has no content on his channel. No content on his channel, and so I could just remove his trash comment. And then Selena, of course, says hello. I fucked myself over when I mentioned her name as soon as I sat down, so well, there you go with that, right? I mean, life's hard, and so I deal with other people in life, and it's that's, I'm a public figure. And now this is interesting. I have here kind of like different I guess I've got two of these things open in the live chat. How about you? Can you even see the chat at all? How about you?
Let's see.
Yeah.
The one I have is, it only goes back to Spirit Force, whoever that is.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Aloha and blessings.
Oh, okay. Great. And so you have the old one, probably the one that before we got knocked off.
Oh no, this is from the one we're on right now, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And then
it just won't go back further.
Okay. And Information Creation says, you're live, we hear you. Sarah Shields says, you are on. Marcus Crick says, you are back on, DD. You were off for 10 minutes, which like I said, was amazing to me. I know it was off for much longer than 10 minutes.
It was like 30 minutes.
At least.
20, 30 minutes.
Oh, at least. At least. Oh, God, to me, it felt like 2 days. It was just horrific. I was trying to call Comcast and all that shit, and that's an exercise in futility. And then, was trying to call you, but I couldn't find your number. So send me your phone number in the private messages, or better yet, send it to me in email. That way you can always, write it as Brenden Ẓoghet phone number. And that would be the best thing. And then on an email, that'll be the best. And Then yeah, there we are. So this guy's saying he's Team Rocket, which is like the guys who always get their ass kicked in. This is Cesar Rios. Yeah, says he's one versus one. Me and Rocket League. I guess he's challenging.
Oh, Rocket League. It's a video game.
Oh, okay. There we are. Yeah.
But I mean, Team Rocket's probably a better way to describe him.
Yeah, there we go. Only he couldn't pull nearly what they do. You know, at least the guy in Team Rocket goes in drag half the time. And
right?
Yeah, you remember that? You knew that? Okay.
Yeah, of course. Everyone knows that James was pretty much had sugar in his tank or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, there you go. Yes.
Like something was up.
Yes.
And he would always dress in drag. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There we are. And Marcus Grick says, I only see one person in chat, me, which is bizarre because there's other people in chat. Peter Moon says, Selena told me you were off, but you are now on, and I was... Gary State says, not to sound like a callous fool, but for many of us, losing the baby boomers is not seen as a great loss. Some notable exceptions, of course. Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Gary. I mean, I'm right up there with you. Yeah, the majority of baby boomers are human garbage. I know it is. How would I say it? It's hard. It's hard or vicious when we use the term boomer remover for the COVID. For the coronavirus, but it's like they did bring it on themselves in so many ways. And Information Creation says your live stream isn't showing up on my YouTube, but nevertheless they're able to enter comments in the chat room, which is bizarre. But I guess I see what they're saying. They're going to the YouTube and they're not seeing it. But that was before. I'm sure everyone else is seeing it. And Sam Alex said something that doesn't even make sense. It's like what I call like non sequitur. What is this here say about this is biowarfare? Okay, we can make sense of that. We get the meaning, but oh my God, Sam. Oh my God. But you know what? Brenden ̶oghet wrote like that. When Brenden ̶oghet first started approaching me in private messages on Facebook, I thought he was an idiot. I said, oh God, poor borderline retarded kid, and it was like, the stuff he wrote was like this. It was like that. That's what it was like. And of course he had references to various anime and which just made it worse. And, oh yeah, but it turned out you're infinitely better than you write. So
oh yes, thank
yes,
you.
in private messages at least. I'm assuming you write better, when you're turning this in for grades. But,
oh yeah, well yeah, obviously I put the work in. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope
it's just part of the the texting culture and stuff. Like it becomes like it's almost its own code. Like you have to write like that almost.
It's true. It's awful.
I don't know how to explain it really.
Yeah. At the moment,
like if you write full sentences, like people will like look at your shit like, who the fuck is this? Like
that's right. They'll look at it. Yeah, they'll look at
like
it.
Like it's a narc or something.
Yes.
Or like your parents.
Yes. That's correct. That is true.
Oh, it's a Fed. Like there's the Feds contacting me. There's punctuation.
Yes. That's true. And then Sarah was saying, hi to Peter, so glad you're here, she was saying. And then she said, thank you so much for your kindly spoken information, Judith. So hopefully Judith sees that later. Oh, there's Spirit Force. Blessings to you all. Love and alohas. Great. And in the same in return. Gabrielle Ruth says, hi, Douglas. Hey, honey. Dennis Marshall says, what if we all already have the virus dormant? Well, I don't know if it's dormant. It's active, but the majority of us have it, including Brenden. Yeah, Brenden.
Holy shit!
I can tell people what you were doing for a while because you quit. I can tell them what you were doing.
Oh yeah, I don't mind.
Yeah, Brenden was a greeter. He was a fucking greeter at where was it?
Right, basically like a Walmart door person that scans your receipts and shit.
Oh my God, I can't imagine anything more depressing in the world than
it was cool for the amount I was getting paid, but it was like I knew that this shit was gonna happen basically because like talking to you and everyone else that knows about this stuff and.
Well, anyone who has their finger on the pulse of incoming information.
Yeah, anyone who paid attention, basically, we all knew that like contacting the public right now is a bad idea. So I ended up like, having to stop doing that. Right. But I had like my antiviral spray that I made and shit and my scarf on all the time. And people thought I was crazy that I work with. And now let's see who's crazy, I guess.
Thank you.
Like, see how they feel. I mean,
thank you. And
they're getting their toilet paper stolen, apparently.
Yeah, that's where we're at now. Yes, and they found out like what 40% of all of America's toilet paper is in some individual's garage somewhere. And, yeah.
In our area, someone stole an entire big rig. Like literally jacked the whole big rig of toilet paper.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Like, what are they gonna do with that? Like, what the fuck?
I have. Oh God! Half it's gonna rot. I mean.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what are you doing with all this? But I'm glad people are finally starting to tell people like, why don't you just use a bidet? And so now bidets are flying off the shelves here.
Oh, thank fucking Christ! Yeah.
Right,
By the way,
like,
for those of you who don't know, explain what a bidet is.
Well, So there's something weird about Americans. Like when they hear that, they think it's like some kind of sex toy or something. It's like they look at you like you're fucking insane.
You know why they think that? Because to many of them, that's what it would be.
Jesus Christ! But it's like it's so off the charts. It's like ridiculous. They're like, what? What, you use water? It's like, well, that only makes sense to use water. Like even if you didn't have toilet paper and you fucking didn't have a bidet, like you could still use water. Like what the fuck?
Yeah. I mean,
but it's like when I would go to like the pharmacies and ask like, do you guys have like a portable like travel bidet? It's like a spray bottle. It's like a bottle.
Yeah.
Like a sprayer bottle thing that's specifically like a travel bidet.
Right.
And they would like their head would start spinning and like you could see it in their eyes. They were like, what the fuck?
Oh, you know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of when I was working in security enforcement and a lot of us don't want to have the full fucking turtleneck sweater because it becomes suffocating, and so we would wear what were called dickies because the neck gets extraordinarily cold when you're exposed to the elements, and so this is basically the turtleneck without the sweater is what's called a dickie.
Oh yeah, I saw someone wearing that on a bike earlier today and I was like, what the hell is that?
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
And so when I would call like stores that should be in the know, like what back in the day when they were open, places like Macy's or something, I'd like to, I need to check if you have any dickies in stock, and people would automatically transfer me to the lingerie department, like they would think it was a cock ring.
What the fuck? Yes, that's funny.
Oh, it's just awful. But by the way, Michael, we're going to reschedule him because, of course, you heard we had Derek Talley's father on, who will hopefully be on this next Sunday. So, Michael, let's schedule him.
That's totally fine.
For the Wednesday after that. So this Wednesday, I'm going to have Peter Moon. Sunday, we'll have Derek Talley's father, whose name I don't know or don't remember. And then Wednesday, we'll have Michael and yourself after that. Is that possible? Is that possible?
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Okay.
No problem. We're like flexible as far as that goes. Like,
okay.
No problem, like.
And Judith Eggert says, mahalo. She will try your magnesium trace mineral supplementation with valerian root extraction.
Very good.
Extract to remedy insomnia. And okay. And
the valerian definitely works because I've used it.
Yeah. And Veronica Barrera says, blessings to everyone this evening. Blessings, dear lady. And
not to go back to the gutter, but like the bidet is just like, it's just a toilet seat with a water sprayer on it.
Yes. And
that like the Japanese have perfected.
Yeah, and
the only reason I'm like an American, so when I say like Americans think it's crazy, but I was exposed to it like when I was 18. I had a girlfriend whose parents, they all lived in Japan. So when they came back, they were like, wow, this is some real shit, and they brought back one of those fancy ones. So I got to use it, and it was like, why the fuck don't we have this?
Yes. Thank you.
What?
Thank you.
It's like warmed and heated, and it has like a blow dryer on it. Like,
holy shit! Oh my fucking god! I mean,
it's like computerized. Like,
holy fucking shit!
It doesn't make sense why we have regular toilet paper.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Well, let's put it this way. This is how the Japanese have
tried. It's like primitive and shit.
It is. Well, it's savage. We're in a barbaric. We're in a barbaric third world shithole. There's no culture here. It's an anti-culture. Look, the Japanese have tried to sell this to the Americans, and it's like trying to sell.
It's funny because it was an American invention, and they took it and perfected it.
Of course.
So what happened? What happened, America?
What do you think happened? I mean, the usual thing that happens, it's like you try to pump something new on savages, and they're just gonna say, "Fuck it." They love the way they are. I mean, look at it this way: so when Japanese have tried to sell bidets to Americans, they've pointed out like, well, if you had shit on your hands, would you just simply use paper to wipe the shit off your hands, or would you use water? you would use water, presumably, along with soap to wash your hands to get the shit off.
Right.
You wouldn't just simply use paper and then go eat and, pick up that hamburger afterwards. I just wiped the shit off with my paper towels. But so this is what the Japanese and Europeans have been doing with their asses for quite some time now, maybe generations at this point, truly. And this is the bidet sprays. It spitzers water into the crack of your ass to help, hose it down and clean it of all that, particulate matter, all the Klingons that, the dingleberries that are hanging on, especially with men, they coagulate around the hairs or something. And then, then after that, you can, wipe it down. It actually blows dries it for you when, as he said, you've got one of the real, expensive models and shit. But honestly, the rest of the world that's developed and industrialized has this. In America, no, they use toilet paper because we're men, because we're frontier, because we're pioneers, right? And no, we don't want clean
The
asses.
pioneers didn't use that shit.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. No, they use water. They use
Yeah,
water.
exactly.
Just thank you. I mean, the idea is, I gag. I gag when I think of your average American walking around and just having used dried paper to wipe their ass. I mean, this is like, oh my God, it's beyond savage. This is like, diabolic and shit. These are people who revel in filth. So
there's on one of the, like, if you go to try and buy one on Amazon, they'll have like the videos where you could see how it works. And one of them, like, they take this corn on the cob and they put like chocolate sauce on it.
Oh!
And they do that same thing. They'll take like the rag and they'll show the rag like fucking it all up, and then they'll show the water sprayer like cleaning it. And it's like, what would you rather have? Like,
thank you. And it still doesn't work. Americans still don't get it. No. I mean, they'll take the corn cob and shove it up their ass. And this is the problem. It's because they identify it somehow as stimulating and they think it's like a sex toy. This is how they,
I'm serious. Yeah. Like, people have asked me like, oh, do you have to go to like the sex shop for that? And I was like, are you really fucking asking me this?
Thank you. Yeah,
are you kidding?
Thank you. Thank you. I mean,
they weren't joking.
Yeah. I mean, this is how fucked up, America is, and why I consider myself stranded here. People, why is he stranded here? Because I don't want to be here. You dumb shits. I mean, look what I deal with. And, but for the sake of balancing this out, of course.
Right, yeah, we took it too far into the sewer,
not really,
literally.
but no, we didn't take it too far, but just to balance this out, it does get me retching when I hear people just going overboard with it, like when I heard Abdul Karim Haq, that black guy who used to be Muslim and then became apostate, who I used to have on my shows. You probably remember him, right? You were around listening.
Yeah, the comic book guy.
Yeah, that guy. At one point, he started talking about the bidet, and it was just pathetic. He was like saying, oh yeah, I can't live without that. If I were like to have only one thing in my life that I had to have, it would be the bidet, because it was like, I was like, oh God.
Yeah, that's going too far.
It's like, yeah, really? I mean, that is pathetic. Okay, that is pathetic in its own right. It's like, if I had only one thing in my life, it would have to be the bidet. Okay, at that point.
It doesn't even make sense.
Oh,
just use water,
Yes, thank you. Oh my fucking God. And then Sarah Shields said, "Hi, good people. Great transmission, is it not?" She said that long before you and I started talking, and she's changed her mind since then, I'm sure. Daniel Arola is there. I've been practicing the haka every morning out in the hills this week. I can even hear the voices of my Austronesian ancestors for support during my chanting. He picks the mushrooms while he's out there too. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, Danny's great. His ancestors are in tune with him. Yes, that's right. And Sam Alex, what's this with this Bill Gates conspiracy on the internet about him being part of a depopulation agenda with vaccines? So much confusion. Don't go on the fucking internet. Jesus fucking Christ. Other than myself, you're not going to find anything there but shit. Stop cruising for this shit. I mean, Bill Gates.
And plus with people like Bill Gates, like, even though he's the richest guy, like, that, he learned a lot of what he he had basically people tell him what to do, essentially. It's like, there's no like where he's being, told or where he's calling the shots. You know what I'm saying? It's not like that.
Yeah. No, the guys.
People have that view that like these people are, they're so powerful and they have so much money, but really, like you've said it before, they don't even keep track of their own shit.
Yes. To explain it in a way that people understand, that when Brenden and I were speaking about this, once you go beyond a certain level of money, which literally is in the millions, but even more so in the billions of dollars, you're no longer in control of that money. That money's in control of you. And you have an army of people at that time, various financial rapists who call themselves accountants and shit, and these people run your life, and you have really no control over or even knowledge of where all this shit is, and you have to do what you can to maintain some sense of identity. And the way Bill Gates does it is he tries to become a philanthropist, and then so he takes some
I saw an interview of him like a couple minutes ago. My mom was watching it, and he was saying like he was like, yeah, I work basically full time doing my philanthropy. Like he doesn't even pay attention to anything else. Like that's basically what he was saying. Yeah.
And that's basically what gives them a sense of meaning in life, and that's fine. But try look at this. These people are dependent on the economy. How would it be in their interest to kill you all and crash the economy? What does that do for them? What would that do for them other than nothing except the negative? It would have nothing other than a negative impact on their lives.
Like you could have your underground bunker, but then there's no supply chain to like give you your shit. Like,
yes, thank you. What is that? Yeah, at that point you're living on a time clock. I mean, you're basically on a timer that's gonna, an egg timer. You're on basically an egg timer, it's just insanity. People who believe that there's some kind of depopulation, it's just never ascribe to conspiracy what be so obviously stupidity. These are the people who download everything on laptops and put them on eBay. I mean, nobody's planning to fucking kill you. They're just, they're too stupid to think that far ahead. Oh my God. So let me see now. What else is here? No, I still don't see the live stream of the show popping up on my feed. Well, it is on. You can see it, right, Brenden? I mean,
yeah, I found it. I was able to look at it.
Yeah, there you go. And Sam Alex said, "Oh no!" He said, "Oh no," because he actually sees it and he's hearing this shit. And he's just, yeah. And then Information Creation says, Douglas, you've been watching Elon Musk lately making ventilators for people after previous saying panic of the virus is dumb. Yeah, okay. So the guy, what? The guy's a fucking hypocrite, and he saw that money was to be made.
All his factories shut down. I mean, they had to shut down the Gigafactory in Fremont or whatever.
The Tesla factory.
Yeah.
And
so, of course, they're going to start figuring shit out,
There you go. Of course. What is he going to do? Thank you. And then he says, I think Elon and IBM will work to implement Neuralink to the public once they tolerate the ventilators being worn and lining with a computerized mask to survive a populated environment. He means polluted environment.
I do agree that like in the future we'll probably be in like those suits or something like along those lines. You know how like all those sci-fi films where people are in those like biosuits, like it could get to that point.
There may be areas like that, but I mean, honestly, it's it's we brought it on ourselves. So this is why the coronavirus is in some ways to be welcomed. I hope I survive it. I hope Judith survives it. I hope everyone I care about survives it. But honestly, Judith and I are the most vulnerable people that come immediately to my mind. Brenden, he's been like, people were sneezing in his face and shit every time they walked into the door, and he was there to say, hi there, and shit.
Literally coughing on me and shit.
Oh God, yeah. So, and he's still alive. So,
and moving the carts, like I was pushing the carts too, where everyone like slops their fucking
shit,
their food, where they put food where like the dirty diaper kids were and shit. It's like, oh my God. It was horrifying. Yeah.
Oh my God.
And they wouldn't allow us, like they basically every time we had like Lysol and shit, and every single night it would disappear and they would like take it away, like all the paper towels and shit. It's like there was no point in even trying to clean anything. Like they're changing their tune now, I bet.
Yes. And so at any rate, anything that you want to bring to our attention? You've got. I'm sure that if you want to hang the rest of the night, you're welcome to do so. I mean, I'm going to start monologuing soon, but definitely let's just say this, I'm not anxious to start.
Oh, okay. No problem. Yeah, I still have to finish the rest of that assignment so that way I don't screw that up. But okay. I think I forgot what else I was going to bring up. I think I did. I think I already covered what I was going to. Oh yeah, like as far as like Angela Merkel getting quarantined, but right before that, she was saying the Germans, they don't have to hunker down at home, but they're going to be forced to limit when they go outdoors. They can't be in groups of more than 2 people at a time. So that was her way of trying to limit the lockdown inside their homes, I guess. But right after that press conference, she got put in quarantine. So I don't know, like, if that would work. I mean, do you think? I don't think that could work. I mean, that could work here, like limiting it to just 2 people. But every time I go out, I see groups of like 10, 15 like family members, like all in one family together. So who knows what's
Right. And by the way, Miguel Andahar just left another. By the way, I'll try to address that while I'm monologuing. To extent, it's one of those things that we're going to have to deal with whatever our society imposes on us. I mean, that's just a fact. What I can't understand is why some people find this somehow a negative. I mean, obviously, your society has a vested interest in keeping you alive because they want your fucking taxes. Okay.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. Society does not want you unemployed.
Right.
Yeah. So
what's the point of having martial law on everyone if they can't pay for the fucking army to back them?
Thank you. Okay. I mean, really. I mean, that's what it comes down to. The soldiers will only do what they're doing. They'll wear the monkey suit and kill their fellow countrymen only so long as they're getting paid and getting fed. Yes. And none of that can be done without your taxes, which means their motivation soon disappears. It's so.
And they were talking about basically trying to roll out everyone getting a universal income. I know the BBC was very much a part of this. I don't want to call it an agenda, but they're trying to put that out in the front. Like, if we do
that a plus? I mean, isn't that something you would support?
I think it's a plus, but people are saying, "Oh, it's going to cost so much inflation, we'll all be screwed." But
it's all bullshit.
When the Swiss were talking about it, they were saying it would offset. I told you about this, and even as far back as Alan Watts was saying this, like in the 70s, the point of the universal income is to offset automation.
Yeah, of course.
So that way we can still continue buying stuff that the machines are going to produce.
Yes.
So there wouldn't be inflation if we balance that out. But
well,
people don't see it that way.
Beyond that, let's look at it this way. Here's the solution. We have the solution in America's own SS. We have an SS just like the Third Reich had. It's called the Secret Service.
The Secret Service.
The same fucking initials. And what is their responsibility? The responsibility is they were originally compartmentalized within the Treasury Department. As a matter of fact, they used to have what they called T-men. If you remember, they used to have what they called G-men, which were government agents. They also had what they called T-men, which were government agents, but they worked for the Treasury Department. And so these people used to be armed, and they were like suits, feds, and they went around, and they had to deal with the security of the American currency, the Treasury. The Secret Service was the armed branch of that branched off, and what their responsibility is counterfeiting, etc., monetary crimes.
Yeah, I had to deal with one of those guys one-on-one before.
Tell us about it.
Okay, yeah. So when I was at the casino, there was, I basically got this $100 bill that, like, for all intents and purposes, like, you looked at it, you did all the marking and all the stuff, and everything about it looked real. And then I took it to the machine. There's like a special machine called a MIMO, M-I-M-O. Money in, money out, and it's a depositing machine that they use, like basically like a giant ATM, and it detected that bill was counterfeit. It like shot it back out, and I took it to the cash cage, and the people at the cash cage were like, "Okay, what the fuck is this?" And they were looking at it, and to them it looked real. To the security guards, it looked real. To everyone that was looking at it, so they called in the big guns, the Secret Service guy, and he arrived within like 10, 15 minutes. So I don't know if he was on the premises already or what.
Wow.
Because it was a casino, but he basically showed up super quick.
Yeah.
And then he was looking at it, and he was like, he interviewed me for like, it was like so long after my shift. I'd already been on like an 8-hour shift. It was like 6 a.m.
Holy
and
shit.
they were like, you have to wait here and talk to him and do all this shit. So I was talking to him, and even he was like, holy fuck, this is really good. Like, he's like, holy shit. He's like, yeah, I understand why you, you know, took it. Like, you know, you're not going to get in trouble for it and stuff. Because I was like, damn, like, am I going to get fired for this? And he basically acknowledged.
Why would they fire you?
Because the person that gave it to me, he basically bought just cigarettes with it, which is like a red flag immediately. You know, if you just buy like cigarettes with it, then it was obviously counterfeit, basically, is what they told me. But to me, I was just doing my shit, and I checked it, you know, like as best as I could. Like, it looked like a real one, like he was saying. So, and then when I heard you talking about like the North Korean super bill, like it's almost certainly what that was.
Right. Okay.
Like a counterfeit that was like so well done.
Yes. Yeah. It had to be done by a state, by a nation.
Yeah. The Secret Service agent, he was the only person that knew how to decode it, and he looked on the back of it, and it's like one little detail in the clock tower.
Wow. Holy shit.
And he was like, okay, this is where he's like, do you see that? And I was like, yeah, it's like, and they had the real 100, and they were like, do you see that? And I was like, yeah, but it's like so. Like, no one would be able to see that unless you're trained.
Right.
And the casino did train us. They trained us. Yeah. They trained us by the Secret Service method on how to identify currency, which like, you know, you scratch it and you look at it. And so I'm really good at identifying fakes, like, in my opinion. Like, so yeah, I had to deal with one of those guys, and he was armed, and he was a cool dude, but it was still like sketch. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
And
And so what Brenden is referring to is the fact that North Korea, its entire economy, is floated on the counterfeiting of American bills. And
and he told me that's why they introduced that new the blue chip, as they call it, was to actually stop that, because it has like that plastic strip, and it's basically, in so many words, he said it's basically got an RFID or something like that in it, to where they can ID it instantly.
Yeah. Yeah. And of course,
or something more sophisticated, you know.
Right. And since North Korea's entire economy is based on this, then their job is to steal as many of those and replicate what they can of the technology and, you know, and keep counterfeiting. This is their economy, and how it works. It parasitizes off of America's. This is why the idea of their nuking America doesn't make any sense. I mean, we're tearing down our economy. It's basically, no, definitely appreciate you sharing that. And so my point is, here you've got the Secret Service, the American SS. Of course, if you add the word American in front of it, that spells ass. So it's properly United States SS, or triple S, USSS. And you just basically would turn them loose to basically break skulls, just crack open heads of anyone who gouges, when everybody has a universal basic income. So the point is, everyone's given universal basic income, and then you just expand the USSS to Hitlerian proportions, as was done during the Third Reich. And then this SS, you send them out, an armed force, a second army, which is what the Waffen-SS, or just the SS, was for Adolf Hitler, was his second army and beyond. It was far more than that. But in this case, for America, for the United States, it would be an SS that would be an army in and of itself, but it would be unleashed on the streets to anybody who starts gouging, because that would be what leads to inflation. If everybody has a UBI, or universal basic income,
there we go.
Then what you have is a bunch of assholes who would say, okay, well then I can, you know, raise the price up as sky high. Then you have these guys go around and say, okay, anyone who does this, you know, you get kneecapped, and
and it would also make like it would also, instead of having to raise the minimum wage every fucking year, it would stabilize the labor market. You know, you don't have to keep raising wages like
the forever stamp for the post office, like the forever stamp for the post office. And so
therefore the inflation would be null and void, like you're saying.
Yes,
it makes sense.
Thank you. Or rather, in some areas you might have some.
So people who are totally ignorant of economics or any kind of governmental knowledge, they're saying, oh, but it's going to cause inflation, we can't do that, like it's impossible. where's the money going to come from and all that.
Stupidity, just incredible stupidity. I mean, these people just have no thought. They have no thought pattern, and that's part of what surprises me. Everyone's afraid of the government, and what are they afraid of? They're afraid they're going to go out and crack.
And as far as
skulls.
like the studies, like they've done field studies, like especially anthropologists, where they've given people basic incomes.
Yeah.
And basically 99.99% of them all benefited sent their kids to school and shit, and like like rural, poor countries.
Thank you.
So, like, as far as the statistics go, it works.
Yes. Thank you.
The ground, yeah.
Thank you. And so there you have.
They're basically saying anyone who gets that money is gonna put it into their children, as opposed to most people are like, oh, they'll just buy cigarettes and shit with it. Like that's not. They only have to buy the cigarettes and the alcohol because they're working so much that they fucking have to. Like,
I do know one case. I can understand why people would say that, because I knew this one young lady.
Well, there'll always be those people.
Yeah, there's always people like that, and it's horrible. But that's not. It's really like that wouldn't cause. That wouldn't cause inflation.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not going to cause inflation at all. But in terms of what are people afraid of, they're afraid of the government imposing itself. They're always afraid of the government imposing itself. And yet, here's one case where, like I said, to prevent inflation, if you turned this new greatly expanded USSS loose to bust skulls of people who are gouging, that would be a opportunity for the government to impose itself. And is that what people are afraid of, to prevent inflation? It's like you can't win. You can't win with these people because they say, we don't want this result.
It doesn't make sense. Like, why would I don't get why people hate the government. It's like, for one, it's like supposed to be up to the people, and for two, it's like if we didn't have the government, we wouldn't have fucking cars and roads and shit.
Yes,
and, like,
thank you.
Hospitals.
Thank you.
Like, I don't understand where they try and break down it it's the governing of the mental.
It's Russian propaganda that is is indoctrinating people to fear their own government, and that way everybody revolts and destroys.
Which reminds me, the Russians I think they have only 150 cases of coronavirus apparently.
Or at least that's what they're telling us. Yeah, at least.
That's what they're saying, but I saw photos of them closing the borders in January.
Uh-huh.
Knowing that this was going to happen.
Well, that means that they're responsible for it, doesn't it? that essentially means that they're the ones who weaponized it, which is.
And I saw someone sent me a photo of Russian people quarantining someone, and they were wearing literal gas masks, full face masks.
Right.
So they knew ahead of time that okay, this shit isn't something to fuck with, and there's no lockdown in Russia currently, as far as I'm aware.
Right. And it's hard to interpret that, because there's two immediate ways to interpret it. One way is they're lying through their teeth. It's all propaganda, and they're saturated with it, and they just don't want anyone to know they're saturated with it, because they're so maniacal and so egotistical and so narcissistic that they have to always appear as if they're the super state and everything, and it's all bullshit anyway. Or the other option, there's only two ways to interpret this. Is either that, or it's one or the other. It's literally, this is one of those choices. There's no in between. It's like you're either pregnant or you're not. And if they're not in that condition, then that means they're the ones who bioweaponized the original.
I mean, could it also be that they have their population bases are more spread out, or something like that?
No, because they're not. The population bases are all concentrated basically in Moscow. The rest of Russia is fucking empty for all intents and purposes. I mean, you've got, of course, certain cities, and there's certain you couldn't even dignify them with the term urbation. It's like what you.
And what about that piece of Russia that's on the Baltic? What's up with that shit?
Don't even go there. Yeah, Jesus fucking Christ, just stupid shit so they could have an outlet on the into the Baltic, and
they basically scammed Lithuania out of it or something.
No, it was just at World War II. They just took it and said this is ours. But even the people who are there. People who are there want to change the name. They don't want it to be called Kaliningrad. They want to go back to Königsberg, which is the original Germanic name, because Kaliningrad's just named after some stupid, obscure Russian revolutionary. And, nobody there wants that. Nobody there has any interest in it. The Russians simply maintain it as a port so that they can, use it to invade everybody if they want in the immediate area. And, all it takes is just a small rebellion on the part of the native population, and they're gone. So eventually it will change its name back to Königsberg, and it will reestablish itself as part of the West. It's basically, it's an old Soviet like appendage. It's like a vestige. It would be their version of like a Hong Kong or a Macau, except with all the wealth. Except with all the wealth gone. All the wealth is gone, and there's nothing there. It's like what the Vietnamese called after the Americans pulled out and all the Russians came in. Then the Vietnamese would refer to them as Americans without money. And that's basically all they are. I mean, the Americans, as wretched as they are, at least they're fucking Hessians with credit cards. But the Russians have nothing to offer. I mean, nothing. I mean, really nothing. I mean, nothing. There's nothing they have to offer. When they pulled out of East Germany, they were so fucking stupid. They were so indoctrinated with their bullshit that they had bought tons of flowers to pass out that they thought all the German people would be saying goodbye to them. And nobody showed up when the Russians were leaving, so they just, had to abandon the flowers all over the ground in utter disappointment. All the flowers. It's just, they honestly thought that people would be sad to see them go or something. It's just how ludicrous.
It's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, their indoctrination was.
But do you think they knew about this virus? I think they knew how dangerous it was, and that's why they were able to close the border in January.
Well, the only in-between story where they were not the ones who weaponized it, and they're not saturated in it, but not telling anyone, the only in-between scenario that would make any sense would be the fact that they're the ones who engineered, which is definitive. There's no speculation here. They bioweaponized the African swine fever, the ASF,
right.
and so when they bioweaponized the African swine fever, they meant for it to be unleashed in Ukraine and in the mountain regions of the Caucasus, where Chechnya and all these resistance groups are. At this point, it's the Circassians, as they call them, which is various other ethnics besides the Chechens, who they got under heel now under their puppet dictator. But in terms of the this unleashing of the bioweapon, there's no control over it. When you unleash these bioweapons, you pay the price, and there's blowback, and it's like launching a nuclear war. I mean, you're going to suffer the consequences. And what happened was there was the outbreak in the lab. If you take a look at the map, you'll see a map of the African swine fever. Look at map of African swine fever outbreak in Russia. Right. Take a look at that. And when you see a map of the African swine fever outbreak in Russia, you look that up, you're going to see a map of the Ukraine is saturated with it. You're going to see the Caucasus regions where the Chechens and everyone else, Circassians, are saturated with it. All the Muslim groups that are seeking independence. And so you see that these were deployed as bioweapons to destroy their food source, which was the pigs, and a major source of protein for any nation on earth that's, outside of Islam. And then you see this one singular outbreak way out in Siberia near the North Pole. That one singular outbreak where, of course, there's nobody raising pigs up there. And there's nobody up there. It's a bioweapons lab, and they had an outbreak. And that's how it wound up in China. And then once that happened and it killed off the majority of the pigs on planet Earth. The majority of the pigs on planet Earth are in fucking China. 2/3 of them died, which means the majority of pigs on planet Earth.
It's funny because all these maps on Google, like, they cut out the Siberia part. Or like,
do they really? Yeah, there you go.
They give you, like, the zoom in of just, like, the European part of Russia.
European part of Russia, and they cut out Siberia. Okay, there.
I wonder why. Yeah.
Oh, can't imagine why. There you go. and in terms of the... but you notice that there's no discernible or outbreak of note near Moscow or any of the European Russian regions. It's all Ukraine and
it's east of Moscow. Yeah, west. Yeah,
west of Moscow. Thank you, or south, west and south of Moscow. Yes, so it was obviously deployed to attack these other nations around Europe, around Russia. Then you had the outbreak in Siberia, and then that winds up killing the major source of protein in the world for a good part of the world's population. And there you have that. At that point, the Russians knew, once the Chinese got desperate and were eating everything else they could find.
Yeah, there's like a ton in like Belarus and Hungary, or not Hungary, but like the Baltic countries.
Thank you.
And Ukraine, tons in Ukraine.
Yeah. And nothing in Russia.
And not very much. They like I said, they cut off the map a bit.
Yeah. And or what's overflowing into Russia, which is unavoidable. What's overflowing?
There's like there's like a light spotting near Moscow
and
St. Petersburg.
Yeah, spillover. But aside.
Oh, and then there's there's one spot right above Kazakhstan, just like a bunch of them.
Yeah.
In the middle of Russia, like in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. But there's also one that I saw. If they have the whole map of all Eurasian Russia, there was one.
This is like an English map.
Yeah.
Department of Environment and Rural Affairs.
Okay. Yeah, there's the map that I saw showed also one outbreak near the North Pole, which was obviously there's nothing going to be up there other than a bioweapons lab.
Exactly.
And so once that happened, there was no hope. But the Russians had already prepared all of their pigs. The reason they don't have these outbreaks, the reason they can prevent it, is no special magic, no vaccination. Though there may be that theoretically there was no vaccine for the African swine fever, but as soon as all the pigs died off in China, the Americans claimed they had one. Well, that could have been handed to them by Vladimir Putin. It may be one of the things that our man Trump is beholden to him for. He might have said, look, I'll prevent you from getting all this ASF by giving you the vaccination for it. And Trump said thank you. And it's one of the reasons our food economy hasn't been impacted. And in that sense,
on one of those maps it showed there were some in the United States, but it was like there was very few.
Thank you. But in Russia, what they had done was they had taken all the pigs and they switched them to industrial production, meaning they took them off of all farms. Nobody has pigs on any sustenance level farm that does business on anything that they're producing on a business level. And so all of those pigs are raised on concrete in skyscrapers that are like 20 stories high at least. And these pigs are raised on different floors where they're just on concrete and hosed down all the time. And they are pigzillas where they've given them all of the steroids and everything. And so they grow them to maximum extent. And they're literally, I'm not kidding, I'm not exaggerating, the size of bears. So these pigs are the size of bears, and they that way they get more meat out of a single pig. And so these pigs are raised by the thousands in a single building, and then you have these toxic lakes of pig shit that are outside, like industrial effluvia. So they raise them truly as if they're bioorganic, battery pigs. Like they're just raised as if they're a biological component, the way you would a mechanism that you're producing. And so China's going to have to switch to that now. And of course, the only people who can teach them how to do that are the Russians. So the Russians forced the Chinese into dependence on them for, switching over to this kind of pig manufacturing processing. And that was their intent in unleashing that. Once the Chinese began to, during that period of time before they can switch over to this industry, which is going to take half a decade at least, 5 years at least, to get everybody off the subsistence farms and industrialized to this level where the state controls it, then during that period of time, they're totally dependent on the rest of the world. And but once they started trying to eat everything in sight to make up for their lack of protein from the pigs, then that's what led to the wet markets exploding with all the wildlife, and then the zoonotic exposure of people to more diseases and these animals to more diseases than they ever had before, the cross-pollination, and ultimately coronavirus. And once that happened, the Russians...
That makes perfect sense, because why else would... no one would eat like bats and shit unless they had to. I mean, obviously.
Thank you. And then what happened?
And what's messed up is how they have that video of the chick eating bat soup?
Yeah.
That was like a travel. Channel reporter.
Thank you.
Going to some South Pacific island.
Palau.
Like, how fucked up is that?
Yeah, it is. It's the most fucked up
That's
thing.
That's fucked up.
And she's not even Chinese. She's not even Chinese.
Right,
she's like Thai or something.
Exactly. She's not even Chinese. And what about that Andrew Zimmern guy? That Jewish guy that they had going around doing the bizarre foods.
Foodies, just eating everything.
He was eating snakes and whatever the fuck they would hand him. And
yeah.
That's the same thing that she was doing.
Like, yeah, that's right.
What the fuck is that?
Oh yeah, well, when a white guy does it, or in this case, a Jewish guy who just passes.
I don't know if he was Jewish, but he seemed very Jewish.
No, he is Jewish. He said so.
Okay.
He said so.
Okay. Well, his name is Zimmerman. Zimmern.
Yeah. There you go.
So,
yeah.
Which that I'm not saying anything's wrong with that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I get it. I totally fucking get it. Yeah.
It's a fat white dude is doing it compared to the Asian chick.
Yeah, but with him it's okay, right? Because after all, it's
right. Everyone thinks that's great, and they're like, "Wow, he's
adventurous,
so cool, adventurous." And then when she does it, it's like, "Oh, the Asians must eat this every fucking day." Like, come on.
Thank you. Yeah.
You fuckers.
Meanwhile, that Zimmerman guy was eating everything but shit. Yeah, and probably ate that a number of times and just didn't realize it. You know, there's roach shit.
He's eaten like literally deep fried intestines and like I'm not, like just so much shit like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, basically.
Yeah, thank you, and so. Oh my God! So aside from that, the Russians became aware that this was going to happen. It had to happen because of the conditions they created, and then
they knew ahead of time.
Yeah.
No matter how you slice it, like.
That's right. And then that opens the door to the potential that they actually bioweaponize this shit. Aside from the African swine fever, they may have created coronavirus.
Oh yeah, I listened to your stuff about it, but I don't know if you addressed it directly. What about the Chinese and the Iranians saying it was the United States dropping it off?
Oh yeah, well that's
Was that just their reaction to just
everybody
as like an antithesis?
Yeah, everybody says it's the United States that produced it. The Russians are saying that.
Exactly.
The Russians were saying that about the African swine fever, but you knew.
But I found out that coronavirus in general is used by every biotech company as an RNA transferring virus. Like it's something that's engineered around the world. Like it's like a building block for engineering viruses. Like everyone uses a coronavirus for that.
Yeah.
Like every biotech firm in the world uses it.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things that, that's what makes it easy to weaponize. But I can tell you this much. When the African swine fever was loose throughout Ukraine and the Caucasus Mountains, the Soviet generals in region were saying the United States has deployed this bioweapon. So they were acknowledging it was a bioweapon, only they were saying the U.S. deployed it, which was totally bullshit. So they got a twofer. See, they got the ability to destroy the food source of everybody in region, then claimed the Americans did it. So they get a propaganda punch, along with the bioweapon they deployed. But they deployed it because the Americans are on the side of the fucking Ukraine, right? So why would the Americans fucking, food nuke their ally? So the Russians did it, and
exactly,
yeah, because they were at war with Ukraine. They're in active conflict. That's why the Ukrainians almost certainly launched the counterattack of all those simultaneous bomb threats. So you can tell the listeners about that.
I see. Yeah. Apparently, Russia, was it Moscow or something? Basically, they were targeted by like hundreds of bomb threats, to the point where they had to shut down like a lot of Moscow.
Yeah.
And various cities because like there was like bomb threats at every basically train station and everything. Yeah, like they had to shut it down for a while.
Train station,
airports,
building.
Anything. Yeah, like office buildings.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yes.
So you think that was the Ukrainians getting back at them, or just like?
Oh, absolutely, right. With every right to do so. Hell yeah.
Right.
And that's obviously was a coordinated operation on a state level. I mean, it's not like you and I could coax that,
exactly.
Right?
Like not some. Yeah, exactly. You couldn't just call in 100 bomb threats and not ever be detected. Like.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And so. It's war. I mean, this is war, and Russia is at war with the world, and they're
not even counting the oil markets and stuff like.
Yes. And
but how come they're saying that bin Salman has the upper hand in this? Is that do you think that's propaganda too, or?
I was like outlining the best I could, but
why would they say that? Fuck that guy.
Well, it depends on who's saying it. It's like basically it sounds to me like somebody who was obviously had vested stock in his shares or something.
Honestly, it was like some Forbes magazine or some shit, something like that.
Yeah,
so
there you go. I mean,
it probably had to do with investments.
Yeah, it's probably something. That's the only thing that makes sense. Look, I don't like bin Salman, and I hate the House of Saud, and I want them to be totally removed from Saudi Arabia. I mean, and when it comes to Russia and Putin, this is one war in which everybody is rooting for both sides to lose. It's just, that's and the problem is we're the losers. We're the ones that are losing out in the sense that it's going to destroy shale. But at the same time, all of this just winds up at the moment we win because it just means cheaper gas prices everywhere.
Right. And some people are saying that when the oil market bottoms out, like that's basically like one of the signals for war. Is this true? Like what is it called? Like a telegraphing that there could be a war
we
soon?
We can only hope. I mean, I'm tired of this chicken shit, right? Where everybody, calling in bomb threats and unleashing bioweapons. I mean, yeah, let's get to the point where we're actually shooting each other. It's a welcome relief. I mean,
that's true.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, how long can we go on with this shit? It's this is but at the same time, it's one of those things.
So we're already in a third world war, like as far as like that goes. Yeah,
Absolutely. Vladimir Putin is at war with the fucking world. Donald Trump is his puppet, but at the same time, they fuck themselves over. There is such a thing as outsmarting yourself, and so he really outsmarted himself with this coronavirus because it kills the base, which is all the old white bigots that comprise Trump's electorate, and they die off, and there's nobody.
And it's funny because those people don't believe that it's like exists.
Yeah, of course not, and that will ensure their death. That guarantees their death.
And I saw something. I don't know if it was a German station, but they were saying that these white supremacists were saying this white supremacist group, that's all they called them, was telling their members to spread the coronavirus to the FBI, to police officers,
and minorities.
Yeah, exactly. Basically.
Yeah. And
to deliberately spread it to people they didn't like.
Yeah, I'll go into that, tonight in the arc of narrative. I'll have to go into that. I'll try and last as long as I can, but that's Trump's answer. That's his answer to the inability of people to, first off, that's his answer to his electorate dying off, is to create a civil war situation in which there can be no vote to be held in November. I mean, how are we going to vote in the middle of coronavirus anyway? That's one of the things I'm going to analyze.
People are saying it's going to get postponed almost certainly. But I saw this thing that Biden was holding, they called it shadow, quote unquote. Mm-hmm. It says Biden begins shadow, quote unquote, coronavirus briefings. This move follows accusations of false and misleading statements by Donald Trump. So are they saying that Biden is going to go behind Trump's back to organize some kind of response, or what are they implying there? Like,
I can't tell from what you told me. It's just too vague. You'll have to send me a link and I'll see if I can make any sense of it. I know it's not miscommunication on your part. It's something that's obviously...
Let's see. He's saying... It says, despite self-isolating in his home in Delaware, Joe Biden will on Monday begin giving shadow briefings on this coronavirus pandemic. Politico reports that he's installed live streaming technology in his house to give regular updates on the health emergency.
Oh, okay. So it's almost like just the remedial briefings to him because everyone is counting on him to become president to save our asses. Because
I think so.
Yeah, just to bring us back to any sense of normalcy. Because anyone who is working in government knows that Donald Trump is a traitor that's trying to kill all Americans. If you haven't figured that out by the time of what I've said,
I mean, the last couple of press conferences, it was pretty obvious, like how stupid. I mean, and like just crazy he was. Like, if it's not obvious now, I mean, it was before, but
remember, his cultists are equally insane. I mean, that's the problem. Crazy to you. Like, say for instance,
who says that shit?
Yeah, it's like you and I could look at David Koresh and we'd say, okay, I'm not interested, But then there's people who've dedicated their lives to that. That's what it's like with Donald Trump, so I'll start monologuing on that. And
right. Oh yeah. Oh shit. I have to go do my German work. I totally got sidetracked.
Oh, I don't blame you. Neither one of us really wants to get started on what we have to do, right? I mean,
oh my god. I mean, doing the online work it's no fun. I'd rather be in class, face to face, talking to the teacher. But
there you go, right? And yeah, of course. I mean, that's gone.
Not watching videos on something,
Yeah, not to mention she was at least pleasant to look at. So you had eye candy, while you were working on it, and so yeah, don't have that now. And that's one of the reasons why the phone call, Elena had to go off camera because she could just tell that John Warrington was going to start shouting "strip, strip, strip" and shit. And okay. All right,
Douglas. Good night, everybody. Stay safe. Many blessings. Much love.
Yes, thank you.
Higher and divine will save us.
I hope. Yes.
I hope.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. All right. Good night. Blessed
Good
night. All right. Now, America is racing to contain the coronavirus spread, and the United States government is prepping for the long haul. The United States government is now preparing for 18 months of the coronavirus pandemic, including multiple waves of illnesses. This ominous announcement comes after cases in the United States spiked 40% in just 24 hours. About 9,000 Americans have now tested positive for the virus, and at least 149 have died. Health bureaucrats botched the response to coronavirus. Trump made it far worse than it ever had to be. Broken bureaucracy and treasonous political leadership in service of a hostile foreign state combined to destroy any potential for a rollout of COVID-19 testing. The single most important failure of these United States in their response to COVID-19, the disease caused by the novel coronavirus, has been the, for all intents and purposes, non-extant rollout of testing. This was an abject failure of baseline bureaucracy, but it was also a sabotage by treasonous puppet presidential misleadership. The countries that had the most success in containing this outbreak, such as South Korea after its initial clusterfuck of cultists that made South Korea the most saturated nation in viral epidemic outside of China itself initially. And their rebound, along with the rebound to extent of Singapore, have done so through early, rapid, and widespread testing and contact tracing, followed by targeted quarantines. South Korea and these United States discovered initial cases of the coronavirus on the same fucking day in January. Since then, some 290,000 people in South Korea have been tested, and new daily cases have fallen from 909 a day to just 93. Despite a much larger population, the United States tested just 60,000 people in that same period of time. South Korea saw the problem, and as exacerbated as that problem was by a cult connected ultimately through subterfuge to the kings of Edom, they took steps to stop their problem, and that includes persecution of the cult. The United States was, and still is, flying blind, the blind leading the blind, under a man who's determined to lead us off a cliff, and already has. Much of the failure to make mass testing available can be said to lie with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention itself, along the Food and Drug Administration, the CDC, and the FDA. As a Wall Street Journal report has made clear, the CDC, which managed the development of the initial test kits, botched the job in just about every possible way. The CDC did not only produced a faulty test that had to be retracted, but adopted narrow testing criteria that meant many people with symptoms simply could not be tested. Perhaps most disastrously, as the Washington Post has reported, federal health agencies initially declined to certify tests produced by private companies that were better suited for rapid mass testing anyway. This is despite the fact that experts, including the former head of the FDA, were publicly recommending that they do so as early as February 2nd. Now, Chris Hayes on Twitter said, "Oh, hey, look, it's a former Trump official calling for expanded testing procedures onto the Roche platform 6 weeks ago." 6 weeks ago! Now, that tweet, sourced from March 13th this year. And then you've had Scott Gottlieb at Scott Gottlieb MD, saying our capacity to identify potential outbreaks of #coronavirus early and intervene to prevent spread is well served by expanding access to the PCR-based test for the virus. The test is based on the common Roche platform and is a fairly routine technology. Well, the CDC was following its usual protocols, developing initial diagnostic tests on its own in order to maintain quality control, as it usually does, but that's exactly the problem. This was a catastrophic malpractice of top-down, slow-moving, centrally managed government bureaucracy at its worst, bound by outdated rules and practices, unable to swiftly adapt to an emergency. It will almost always, in and of itself, certainly cost American lives and livelihoods, as was manifest throughout the AIDS plague. The virus has already spread far and wide undetected. One reason restrictive social distancing measures have been adopted across this union of states is that public officials have little visibility into its scale and spread. But far more so, this was a failure, or rather a misdirection of political leadership, most notably from the person of President Donald Trump himself, most singularly so. For weeks, Trump and the senior White House officials actively downplayed the threat of this virus. As late as February 25th, the National Economic Council advisor Larry Kudlow was offering assurances that the coronavirus was contained and that it was pretty close to airtight. And Trump treated the virus with similar breeziness, suggesting that the virus was going to disappear and that while it might get worse, nobody really knows. So from Donald Trump himself on February 21st, his tweet at Real Donald Trump read, "The coronavirus is very much under control in the USA. We are in contact with everyone and all relevant countries. CDC and World Health have been working hard and very smart. Stock market starting to look very good to me." Well, the stock market, needless to say, does not look very good today. As concern grew about the spread of the coronavirus, Trump continued to insist that all was well, telling Americans to remain calm. He falsely claimed, early in March, "Anyone who wants a test can get a test." Now, but a single fortnight later, a fortnight, 14 nights or 12 weeks, it remains impossible to get tested in many parts of this country. Trump emphasized that confirmed case counts in the United States were low, which was true, but only because testing was so limited. White House officials later had to clarify Trump's statement. The problem here be obvious. Trump, who as the head of the executive branch oversees federal agencies such as the FDA, did not view the virus as a serious problem and did not want others to view it that way either. That, in turn, translated into a downstream lack of urgency, which meant that critical aspects of the response were never prioritized. Now, according to the Wall Street Journal, health officials who have examined the testing calamity have concluded that it was the result of both bureaucratic bumbling and a broader failure of imagination, as they say, in which Trump himself and other administration officials appeared unable or unwilling to envision a crisis on the scale that has now emerged. Now, the job of a president, as the executive, is to make decisions. That's what the term executive means, as in execute, like fucking execute. Not just people, but them too if need be. And as the executive, as when running a corporation, the very purpose of the presidential office, the office of executive, is to set priorities, convey clear information to both the public and the staff of the executive branch. Such be especially important in a moment of crisis, when the executive is in charge of acting both quickly and with sound judgment. In this outbreak, Trump has failed on every count. Not only did he fail to see the threat even when it was apparent to all the experts worldwide, but he actively undermined preparedness by downplaying its significance far long after the problem was undeniable, and by providing false and misleading information as the mitigation effort proceeded. Trump has also repeatedly mischaracterized his own administration's responses to the crisis, saying, for example, that his 30-day ban on European travel would include cargo, a mistake he later blamed on the teleprompter. As New York's Jonathan Chait so writ, there is now reason to worry that Trump is similarly failing to prepare for the expected wave of hospitalizations come April-May, as more people become infected, ever more infected, by declining on his part to expand the stock of critical supplies. So he's denying us supplies to deal with the problem. The federal health bureaucracy deserves much blame for America's faltering response to the coronavirus outbreak, but the president intentionally made the fiasco infinitely worse, with every malign intention to do so, so that he could make certain the most Americans would die. The bureaucracy reports up to an executive, after all, who himself be tasked with setting priorities and ensuring performance, and for taking responsibility when there be failures. Instead, Trump has inaccurately blamed the Obama administration for failures that occurred on Trump's own watch. Indeed, under Barack Obama, diagnostic tests for swine flu were designed and approved within less than a fortnight, within a 2-week period. Asked whether any of this be his own fault, the president rejects the idea, saying, "I don't take responsibility at all." Trump's refusal to admit failures makes it more likely that he will repeat them, and that more Americans will pay the price until we all are dead. That's why you've got to kill Trump first. He's out to kill you. And this pandemic changed the country under his treasonous watch on behalf of Vladimir Putin forever, within the span of a single week. America is coming to a halt while authorities race to slow the spread of the novel coronavirus. The normally bustling streets of both epicenters of the old AIDS epidemic, because these were both the only meccas for alternative lifestyles. Those streets of New York City and San Francisco are now eerily quiet, with only a few people walking or taking the subway, and that sight is quickly replicating across all the states and union. Millions of people stayed home to avoid contracting or spreading the virus, as reported cases grew from a few thousand to more than 18,000 within a single work week. Dining room tables and ironing boards have turned into home offices. Empty grocery store shelves became common, and unemployment became a reality for all too many, indeed the majority. But yesterday, Septimania, last week, President Donald Trump declared a national health emergency, which was followed by school closures, sports event cancellations, and panic buying. This pandemic transformed the American empire within the span of a single week. On Sunday, the Ides of March, the very day that I said was one of the most negative memorial dates in all human history, where disaster upon disaster takes place. That commemorative date, the memorial of Caesar's assassination, was when the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention urged that all gatherings of 50 or more people be canceled or postponed for the next 8 weeks. We had the 2020 primaries, wherein Democratic presidential candidates Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders stood 6 feet apart, per CDC guidelines, during the CNN Univision Democratic presidential debate in Washington, and bumped elbow bumps instead of shaking each other's hands. I mean, that shit's got to stop. That and touching each other's toes in terms of, foot shakes and shit. I mean, good God. Go back to the goddamn adlocutio, the Roman salute, the fascist salute, the Heil Hitler, if that's how you recognize it. And make that a greeting. At least you maintain an air of dignity that has its roots in Western civilization. This Let's kick each other's toes and rub each other's cocks and bump each other's nipples and then the elbows. God, this is... I can't take it anymore. It's like you might as well be acting like dogs and sniffing each other's butts. Then Monday, March 16th, to open our work week, Americans were asked to avoid their favorite places and started to have no other option. The White House advised the public to avoid groups of more than 10 people. Within the states, when COVID-19 cases reached 178 in New Jersey, Governor Phil Murphy ordered a voluntary statewide curfew from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. to keep people at home. On the same day, New Jersey joined with New York and Connecticut to keep casinos, gyms, and movie theaters closed until further notice. Restaurants in numerous states started closing restaurant dining rooms, with only takeout or delivery offered. Schools, just as millions of K-12 and college students started transitioning to online instruction, like our man Brenden, officials in some states announced that students would have to stay home for the rest of the school year. As I explained, per our golden state of California, on Tuesday, the 17th of March, the United States reached bleak milestones in the coronavirus outbreak when West Virginia became the 50th state in union to report a case, and the death toll hit 100 nationwide we know of. The state's almost 7 million Northern California residents began sheltering in place under health officials' orders, and I made the announcement that my transmission then was a postcard from the future, a transmission from tomorrow to where you'll be today. And of course, per the 2020 primaries, Democratic primary voters in Florida, Illinois, and Arizona experienced last-minute changes amid efforts to keep polling sites open, but other states postponed their primaries. Polls in Ohio were closed to avoid the imminent threat of COVID-19 exposure. As confirmed by health officials, major retailers began shutting down, pledging to pay their workers in the coming weeks. Millions of restaurant workers in states such as California, Kentucky, Connecticut, and New York were left without a job. On Wednesday, midweek, March 18th, the United States-Canada border closed to non-essential travel at 1:39. The United States-Canada suspended non-essential travel between the 12 countries due to the coronavirus pandemic, as announced by the president himself. A report obtained by CNN showed the Trump administration was contingency planning for a pandemic that will stretch up to 18 months or longer. Medical supplies were already scarce. Many communities began grappling with shortages of medical equipment, forcing workers to sew masks together or create face shields from marine-grade vinyl, industrial tape, foam, and elastic. I mean, we're no longer in a functional planet. This is Mad Max shit. That's where it's going down. Not on the goddamn highway, but in the hospital. And on Thursday, March 19th, our California governor ordered residents to stay home at 55 minutes to the hour. In military time, that means 12:55 a.m., 5 minutes to 1 a.m. in the morning. There were more tests, more cases. The number of coronavirus topped 13,000 as more people were tested due to an increased flow of testing kits. And we all had stay-at-home orders, with Governor Gavin Newsom issuing a statewide order telling California residents to stay home. Most of our state's 40 million residents should not leave home except for essentials like food, prescriptions, healthcare, and commuting to jobs considered crucial. And a record number filed unemployment claims that day. Goldman Sachs economists said they expect that 2.25 million Americans filed for their first week of unemployment benefits this week, 8 times the number of people who filed the prior week, and the highest level ever on human record. On Friday into this weekend, the 20th of March, the Trump administration was limiting non-essential travel between the United States-Mexico border by midnight. Nearly 1 in 5 Americans now had to sequester into this weekend. New York, Connecticut, and Illinois all joined California in ordering all non-essential employees to remain at home in order to slow the spread of the coronavirus. Students could suspend their federal student loan payments sans penalty and without accruing interest for at least 60 days, as confirmed by the Department of Education. So, sorry, America. The full lockdown is coming. Politicians won't admit it yet, but it's time to prepare, physically and psychologically, for a sudden stop to all life outside your home tomorrow morning. Now, for some countries, Italy, South Korea, Singapore, for example, the moment of decision and personal preparation has long since passed, and millions of people are stuck in place, watching their epidemic unfold. On the eve of St. Patrick's Day, the mayoress of San Francisco, London Breed, ordered our entire population of 7 million peoples to shelter in place for a few weeks. The window of opportunity to relocate has closed for us residents of the greater Bay Area Metroplex region. Whether you are listening to myself in your living room in Vancouver, your office in London, or on a subway in New York City, you need to think hard and fast about 12 crucial questions. Where and with whom do you want to spend the next 6 to 12 weeks of your life, hunkered down for the epidemic duration? And what can you do to make that place as safe as possible for yourself and those around you? Your time to answer those questions is very short. A few hours at most. Airports will close. Trains will shut down. Gasoline supplies will dwindle. And roadblocks will be set up. Nations are closing their borders. And as the numbers of sick rise, towns, suburbs, even entire counties will try to shut the virus out by blocking travel. Wherever you settle down, wherever you decide to settle down this weekend, what be left of it, rather, is likely to be the place in which you will be stuck for the duration of your epidemic. To appreciate what lies ahead for these United States, Canada, Mexico, and the United Kingdom, pay heed to Italia, France, and Die neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany. The United States, for example, is currently tracking exactly where Italy was about 10 days ago. France and the United German Republic, which tracked 2 to 5 days ahead of these United States, are now revving up measures akin to those taken by Italy, including lockdowns on movement and social activity. In a matter of days, the United States will follow suit throughout the American empire. As a matter of fact, a matter of hours. If you live alone, have no family members or close friends who require your special attention, and have no alternative living space, you have no decision to make. You are where you will be for coming weeks, if not months. Many households are now swelling as colleges and universities close, sending students to their parents' homes, and young adults find themselves facing financial ruin amid the shutdown of theaters, restaurants, gig economy work, construction sites, and other forms of employment lacking job protection and home leave assistance. These young adults may also choose to return to their parents' homes or to secondary residences owned by friends or relatives. As employers shift to work from home status, White-collar workers with salaried jobs need to consider where best to hunker down, allowing them strong internet access and a home work setting. For workers whose jobs require physical presence at a worksite, such as custodians, factory workers, security guards, construction personnel, taxi drivers, and the like, the relocation option is decided. Stay put. But many may lose their jobs, either temporarily or more likely permanently, due to this epidemic, and the prospect of 6 to 8 weeks sans any income stream be excruciating. Indeed, literally life or death. Anybody facing that prospect should immediately negotiate with their landlords, mortgage lenders, and utilities, seeking long-term payment options, and scour for information regarding their legal rights if threatened with eviction, power shutoff, or lost credit due to epidemic-spawned non-payment. Because elderly people, particularly those with underlying medical conditions, are at special risk for severe reactions to COVID-19, including death, many families are making choices to move closer to their aged loved ones or bring them to live with their adult children and grandchildren. These can be painful decisions, particularly if the elder's health requires daily attention or features dementia. As the epidemic worsens, it will become increasingly dangerous for such elders to travel. Tough choices must be made immediately, and I mean right fucking now. Once tough location decisions have been made, the household must be readied for a long siege. While panic buying has led to stockpiles of toilet paper and hand sanitizer in particular, getting through 8 months of confinement with others will require a great deal more, both physically and psychologically. This is especially true for households that span generations. Long-term confinement that includes children undergoing remote schooling and adults trying to work requires designated spaces for each individual, a powerful internet signal and Wi-Fi router, and a great deal of shared patience. Everybody in the household must understand how the coronavirus is spread and what steps each should follow to eliminate their personal risk of passing infection to others in the home. The virus is transmitted by droplets and fomites. It isn't like measles, capable of drifting about in the air for hours. It dehydrates quickly if not inside water, mucus, or fomite droplets. The size of these droplets may be far below what the human eye can see, but they are gravity sensitive and will fall from an individual's mouth down, eventually, to the nearest lower surface. Table, desk, floor. You do not need to clean upward. However, a newly published study, backed by the National Institutes of Health, found that the virus survives in aerosols for up to 3 hours, up to 4 hours on copper, up to 24 hours on cardboard, and up to 2 to 3 days on plastic and stainless steel. This means an unclean surface can pose a risk to members of the household for a very long time. A doorknob, tabletop, kitchen counter, or stainless steel utensil. Both the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and Occupational Safety and Health Administration have posted cleaning guidelines indicating which simple, inexpensive products can eliminate the coronavirus from surfaces in your household or work areas. Give special attention to the most commonly shared surfaces in your home or work area: doorknobs, light switches, phones, faucets, toilet handles, kitchen utensils, computer keyboards, and remote controls. The virus is killed by ultraviolet sunlight, and airflow will hasten dehydration. Do not create airflow by turning on building central air systems. You will only spread contamination. If there be windows, open them wide and leave them open whenever weather conditions allow us. If there be curtains or shades, open them up
and let the sun shine in. You want to bathe in sunlight. And if available, wear latex or heavy-duty dishwashing gloves while cleaning anything that an individual suspected to be infected with COVID-19 has had contact with. Place all used gloves and other disposable contaminated items in a bag that can be tied closed before disposing of them with other waste. Wash hands with soap and water for at least 20 seconds immediately after removing gloves. If you live in an apartment, condominium, or co-housing facility, ask management to post signs limiting the number of people allowed to share an elevator to however many can fit in the cars while maintaining a distance of 3 feet from one another. Elevator buttons should be cleaned regularly. Deliveries should be left in a common area, such as the building lobby, rather than having outsiders use the elevators and knock on household doors to spread their contagion. And all residents should be asked to please be mindful of contagion courtesy, covering mouths when coughing or sneezing, and teaching children to do the same. After coughing or sneezing into hands, do not touch public surfaces in the building such as elevator buttons, banisters, and door handles. It's also important to prepare psychologically. Every family or couple has its issues, and tensions can amplify during long confinement. Common sense can ease the shared suffering. If children are undergoing remote schooling, and parents are simultaneously working remotely, everybody needs headphones, plenty of computer bandwidth, and a designated workspace. Before stores close, make sure every user has proper cables, headphones, batteries, adapters, and other tools of the computer trade. Printers, if they will be used, require paper and ink. Have plenty on hand. Everybody needs routines, including exercise and recreation. Shared burdens of cooking and cleaning should be offset by shared play and fun, because boredom and stress can suck the lifeblood out of any person. Before your home goest on lockdown, make certain your download accounts for movies and television be paid in full. Get caught up there. You'll need the entertainment. Make us more certain than ever that there be plenty of good books around the house, and games and decks of cards be handy. Plan now for your state of siege. Don't delay. For even the taking of a breath, choose where you want to survive the pandemic, with whom, and how. Your window of opportunity to act is shrinking very fast. From this moment through Monday morning, when the cock crows on the morrow and dawn breaks in today. In responding to COVID-19, American life has been transformed in a few short weeks. But the next will be even tougher. The titular conceit of the film, entitled 28 Days Later, as with many Contagion-style horror films, is of a man waking up after a month-long coma only to find society upended by a rampaging virus. Many Americans are experiencing something similar in real life. On March 3rd, there were just 122 confirmed cases of COVID-19, the disease currently flooding the world, and there were only 7 deaths. By March 17th, there were 7,786 confirmed cases. Even these were most certainly an underestimate given the dearth of any testing by which to confirm who be infected. And by then, there were 118 deaths. 28 days later, on March 31st, what might America even look like? David Blumenthal, president of the Commonwealth Fund, a health policy think tank, went on record to say, "We don't know whether we're going to look like Italy or the provinces outside Hubei in China, where the spread of COVID-19 was fairly effectively contained after they allowed it to rampage like a wildfire and take its thousands of lives in sacrifice. But the likelihood is, given the slowness with which we responded to this epidemic, that we look more like Italy, except far worse." Jeremy Adams, the Surgeon General, has warned of the same. Can America's health system even hope to cope? The structural problems that make pandemic response more difficult, lack of paid sick pay, a large uninsured population, and a significant number of insured people nonetheless worried about out-of-pocket medical bills, cannot be mended overnight. Instead, public health experts and doctors are increasingly worried about sheer capacity constraints. In communist China, 5% of those diagnosed needed intensive care. There be roughly 97,000 beds in ICUs, or intensive care units, of which 1/3 be empty. Though America has relatively few total hospital beds per person, compared with other countries, it ranks among the highest for ICU beds per person, with nearly 3 times as many as Italy. Greg Martin, a professor of medicine at Emory University and president-elect of the Society of Critical Care Medicine, went on record to say that the real limiting factors are likely to be ventilators or the staff. There be roughly 50,000 physicians trained in critical care and 34,000 similarly specialized nurses and assistants. This will be insufficient in the face of hundreds of thousands of cases at peak rates of infection. Then there be the problem of kit, as they would say in England, equipment, we would say in the United States. In Red China, half of those in critical care required the use of ventilators, machines that help people breathe. There be thought to be 62,000 full-featured mechanical ventilators in this country, many of which are already in use. Older stocks of perhaps 100,000 devices, including CPAP machines used for those with sleep apnea, could be called upon if needed, but would provide only basic functions. Ramp-ups in ventilator production are being pondered, including through emergency powers given the president under the Defense Production Act of 1950, but there has been little action as of yet. In fact, Trump has taken none. On a phone call with state governors, President Donald Trump urged respirators, ventilators, all of the equipment, just go and get it yourselves. Try getting it yourselves. In other words, governors and governoresses, you on your own. Good night. Which has already sparked an unhelpful competition between states for scarce resources, a civil war, exactly as Putin instructed Trump to incite. Ashish Jha, directress of the Global Health Institute at Harvard, be quoted as saying that under almost any basic scenario, things look tough. Hospital beds will be completely full many times over if we don't substantially spread the load. To head that off, Mr. Jha has called for an Italy-style national quarantine lasting for at least 12 weeks, in which all non-essential businesses are closed and gatherings of more than 5 people be barred to give time for testing to become widespread. After a fatally slow start to testing, the numbers are finally heading up, although the best estimates come not from public health agencies, but volunteer trackers using a Google Sheet, to an estimated 12,535 tests conducted on March 17th. Given the expected scope of the disease and the reported obstacles to people with symptoms actually getting tested, much, much more will be needed. And it's not coming. Most hospitals are making contingency plans. There be plans to add physical beds by canceling elective surgeries that can be postponed, converting recovery rooms into added beds, and building tents to house some patients. The Cleveland Clinic, a prominent hospital, says it has plans in place to add 1,000 beds of capacity within 72 hours if needed. Teams of doctors and nurses with other specialties could be conscripted into critical care work, supervised by critical care doctors who handle the trickiest cases, like respiratory distress coupled with organ failure in the kidneys or the heart. If this be insufficient, recently retired doctors could be drafted into service. Some teaching hospitals are using simulation centers to prepare medical staff for the inevitable surge in cases that will crash the system. But it's all about testing. 1, 2, 3. Whether it will come to all this is all too clear. Testing capacities, as we understand them, remain completely constrained, limiting the information epidemiologists have to feed both their models and their willingness to speculate. Their policy recommendations, social distancing, closure of schools, and large gatherings are nevertheless quite clear. One team of researchers has concluded that an epidemic resembling that of Wuhan, where the novel coronavirus first broke, will overwhelm our hospitals many times over, while an outbreak scenario resembling Guangzhou, a city that locked down in the early days of the virus, could be dealt with. On March 16th, however, the day after the Ides of March, a team of scientists based at Imperial College London, who had been advising the British government, also published forecasts of the epidemic's trajectory in America. As with Britain, the figures prove grim. Sans any mitigation, America will experience, at the minimum, 2.2 million deaths, as predicted, via the Imperial College London study. Even in the case of some mitigation, isolation of the sick, social distancing for the elderly, but an otherwise normal society, American hospital and ICU, or intensive care unit capacity, will be exceeded 8 times over. And the American empire will be on track for at least 1.1 million deaths. That's halving the figure, cutting it in half, which is extraordinary as an accomplishment in and of itself, but completely impossible. Averting this inevitability through suppression, isolation of the sick, closing of schools and universities, social distancing for everyone, will require months until therapeutics or vaccines can be developed. America is therefore turning towards suppression of the virus. Far too little, far too late. And when it goes down, tomorrow, you're stuck in place for the next 2 years. With whomever you're stuck with for that period of time. Millions of pupils and university students have been sent home and left to take classes online. Donald Trump has advised that people not congregate in gatherings of more than 10 people. Mine own Golden Gate, San Francisco and surrounding counties, have issued a shelter-in-place order that requires 7 million of my fellow Bay Area residents to remain in our homes, unable to leave, unless absolutely necessary, life or death situations. New York City has chosen to do the same for its 8 million residents. In 22 states, bars and restaurants have been ordered to close their seating and only serve takeaway. The state of New York is setting up drive-through testing centers, starting in New Rochelle, a commuter town in Westchester County. That was one of the early sites of a COVID-19 cluster, and is urging federal troops to build emergency temporary hospital facilities. New Rochelle's mayor says he be surviving the lockdown there on adrenaline, coffee, and M&Ms. You know, the ideal office executive diet. Executive office diet in the proper English. And by adrenaline, I believe he's shooting it straight. I mean, literally injecting himself. Whereas the coffee and the M&Ms give him his caffeine and sugar. The goal being to increase general hospital capacity by a factor of 2 under his command, and ICU capacity by a factor of 10 within 12 months. Elections have been postponed in a few states for the Democratic primary, which now seems a dull, distant affair. America's devolved system means that the shuttering will happen at different rates in different places, but the trajectory be clear. You want a single national response, but when the federal government completely fails, as it has, then you can get states and cities to step up. The question is how long this can go on. Unmitigated, the epidemic will not peak for at least another 3 months. Suppression can reduce the spread of the disease, as Red China's experiment with locking down most of its population showed, but relaxing these measures will inevitably bring another surge in cases. Don Trump, who but a few weeks ago was suggesting the virus was the latest hoax invented to damage him, is now warning that this could be the start of a months-long reorientation of all American life. And while these extraordinary actions should smother the disease, they will also destroy the economy. The dismal economic forecasts will require further action from Congress. It spent the last week haggling over a bill that would make testing for the disease free, increase the flow of safety net benefits, and grant paid sick leave to more workers, though this provision appears to be hollowing out with every iteration. Even before that bill was finalized, Washington's attention had already turned to the even bigger economic stimulus package that must come as next. Senators, both Democrats and Republicans, are tripping over themselves, issuing plans to send cash directly to American families. The total package, which could be worth $1 trillion United States dollars or more, dwarfs the $100 billion United States dollars or so bill recently signed into law and every other stimulus package in human history. The Trump administration has proposed sending $500 billion United States dollars in direct cash to taxpayers, $300 billion United States dollars to keep firms afloat, and $200 billion United States dollars to bail out critical industries like airlines. The typical partisan bickering from Congress and even from Mr. Trump has been muted. Every politician seems to now realize that the American empire faces an unprecedented crisis, first of public health and then of the economy, that will last for years. Whether this action will look sufficient 28 days later is, as with seemingly every aspect of the COVID-19 pandemic, completely uncertain. That's what brings us to the world economy, the overall context in which officials are making decisions right now, to confront this dire threat is a dreadful choice for global leaders worldwide. A choice of wreck your economy or lose millions of lives. Countries are pump spending trillions in terms of United States dollars into their economies to save the world economy and avoid a worldwide depression under the shadow of the coronavirus pandemic. In these United States, Senate Republicans, of all people, have unveiled a $1 trillion United States dollar package that includes direct payments for citizens under a certain income threshold and hundreds of billions of United States dollars in loans to airlines and small businesses. Already, as predicted, or a predicted, 2.25 million Americans filed initial unemployment claims this very week, the highest in all recorded history. In the United Kingdom, a 400 billion United States dollar deal is on the table, and the ECB, the European Central Bank, says it will spend more than 800 billion United States dollars buying government debt and private securities to keep financial systems functioning. France has also announced a plan to waive some rent and utility bills and guarantee 324 billion United States dollars worth of loans. Despite the efforts to keep the global economy above water, experts know the stimulus deals will actually widen economic inequality in the long run. And that brings us back to the grim choice. The pandemic will be with us until an effective vaccine comes online. Probably 18 months. Or a drug is developed to treat the illness. That likely means at least a year, most probably more, of lockdowns, economic disruption, and overwhelmed healthcare systems. Anyone who thinks they can reliably forecast what that means for the nation's politics hasn't been paying attention. The coronavirus pandemic has confronted governments around the globe with the ultimate bad choice. Wreck your economy or lose millions of lives. While some initially hesitated, leaders and legislators in these United States and worldwide have increasingly decided they have to accept the severe economic pain. Tuesday, President Trump said, "Everything else will come back." Even as the economic downturn and global turmoil deepened, he added, "Lives won't come back." And that was probably the most intelligent and sensitive thing he ever said in his entire misspent life. The costs in either direction are enormous. American officials know us the worst-case scenarios will be extremely bad. The White House has based some of its new plans on a research model developed by doctors and scientists at Imperial College in London that proves the coronavirus epidemic in these United States will kill at least 2.2 million Americans over the next 2 months, if left uncontrolled. Dramatic moves to stop social interactions, closing theaters, casinos, and restaurants, canceling sports events and other big gatherings, shutting schools and colleges, might significantly reduce that death toll, cut it in half at the absolute most, to 1.1 million dying. As, of course, the study says is the only possible outcome that would be favorable compared to the inevitable outcome that be likely inescapable. But those efforts to slow the spread of the virus, mitigation as public health officials call it, bring their own costs, throwing millions more people out of work for what will most certainly be a very long time. The UCLA Anderson School of Business predicted Monday, opening this last work week, that the economic recession caused by the tightening government restrictions will cost 2 million jobs and raise the national unemployment rate to 5% over the next few months, up from 3.5% in February. Administration officials have warned Congress the unemployment rate will quickly soar into double digits. The forecast projected that the United States economy would begin recovering late this year, possibly before the November election, if disruption caused by the virus ends by late summer, which is not a likely forecast. That be so overly optimistic as to be a Trump cult fantasy. The Imperial College study proves that extreme measures of social distancing will be needed for more than a year to prevent, or rather preempt, the pandemic from roaring back to life. For policymakers, as observed by Jason Furman, who headed the Council of Economic Advisors in the Obama administration and currently teaches at Harvard's Kennedy School of Government, the decisions may be difficult, but ultimately, it's an easy choice. There's no time to do careful cost-benefit analysis of whether a particular restriction might cause more damage than it prevents. Instead, government officials have to follow a simple rule: anything the health people want to do to save lives, they should do. Then the economic people can do what they can to mitigate the damage. That's the response of the Trump administration, after considerable hesitation. In fact, an initial hesitation so long that it's doomed us to far more deaths than wherever necessary, has finally landed upon itself as their baseline. Trump, who as recently as today said his administration had tremendous control over the pandemic and urged Americans to just relax, shifted course sharply. He embraced sweeping recommendations from health officials, urging Americans to avoid gatherings of more than 10 people, eating in restaurants, or any non-essential travel for at least the next 15 days, repeating his guidance. On Tuesday of last week, from the Monday that opened the work week, in which he changed his course and tried to appear, or at least act, the role of a wartime president, though appearing as such was simply impossible. Something similar to Leonardo DiCaprio, portraying himself as either Howard Hughes or J. Edgar Hoover. It's not a match. And now the White House is calling for a massive economic stimulus package to try and fix the resulting economic harm. Now, in contrast to 2009, when President Barack Obama pushed through an economic stimulus plan during the financial crisis, the Trump administration met little resistance, this time round from Republicans in Congress, for potential plans that could cost more than $1 trillion United States dollars. Senator Kevin Cramer, a Republican from North Dakota, has gone on records to say that this is an extraordinary movement that requires extraordinary responses. And in a crisis like this, concern about deficits tends to take a back seat. Treasury Secretary Stephen T. Mnuchin emphasized that point when he met Tuesday this last work week with Republican senators on Capitol Hill, himself saying, "In different times, we'll fix the deficit. This is not the time to worry about it." Those different times will never arrive. The constitutional republic will collapse before then, because although tests have started, public health experts confirm it will take 12 to 18 months to develop an effective vaccine for coronavirus. Till then, all they can do is try to lower the transmission rate by keeping people alert and apart from each other. Viruses, by nature, spread until they run out of hosts who weren't already infected or who developed immunity. Since the current strain of coronavirus be so new, hence novel, humans have no natural immunity to it, or the disease it causes, known as COVID-19. It's like the difference between HIV positive and full-blown AIDS. Public health officials expect the virus will spread until about 80% of all Americans have caught it, or until a vaccine comes online, whichever comes first. At that point, enough people will be immune, what doctors refer to as herd immunity, that the spread will stop. The vast majority of those who catch the virus won't suffer much illness. Many won't even realize they're ill. But with an American population of 327 million, the small share who become seriously ill, roughly 5%, are estimated to require hospitalization, adds up to millions of people. If all of them require extreme care in a short period of time, which will happen, sans controls, hospitals will quickly be overwhelmed. In fact, immediately so, as has happened in some parts of Italy. If that happens here, in addition to the death toll from the virus, numerous other patients will be unable to get proper care and will therefore die. Avoiding that scenario by slowing down the speed at which the virus spreads is the goal of current policies, a goal captured by the "flatten the curve" slogan and means that have quickly sprung up online. Crucially, however, flattening the curve doesn't necessarily reduce the number of people who get sick. The goal is to spread the illness over time, reducing the impact on the healthcare system in any particular week or month, but at the cost of making the epidemic last much longer. 2 to 3 times what it would have otherwise, spreading it out literally over years. Instead of peaking in late spring or midsummer, the current social distancing policies could result in a lower but steady flow of patients into hospitals for many more months, into years. Even that is still likely to crash the system. Even the best-case mitigation scenario will result in an 8-fold higher peak demand on critical care beds, beyond what either the United States or Britain can handle, as confirmed by the Imperial College study. Okay, just checking in an incoming message. Yes. And I will, of course, have to respond to this at some point. And let me respond to that. The best case scenario depends on keeping social distancing policies and the resulting economic damage from that in place for many months, perhaps right up until an effective vaccine becomes available, has been warned of by the study itself. Otherwise, the virus will once again begin its uncontrolled spread. So whether they can keep these new restrictions in place long enough and supply enough economic aid to cushion the blow be the challenge that government officials are now grappling with. And so far, well, the public has generally accepted the restrictions on social interaction and the closures of public and private facilities that governors, mayors, and school boards and other authorities have begun ordering. And some college students have objected to the abrupt closure of student residences and dining halls, a disruption that has fallen especially hard on low-income students who may not readily have any other places to go or easy access to online studies. The new restrictions on bars, restaurants, and other forms of entertainment have generated some grumbling on social media, but by and large, however, the desire to protect themselves and their loved ones from harm has caused people to accept measures they ordinarily would never have tolerated. But policymakers are keenly aware that public forbearance will not last forever. Communist China succeeded in tamping down the spread of the virus, at least for now, by imposing extraordinary controls on its society, steps that a democracy will probably never accept. The authors of the Imperial College study so wrote that it's not at all certain that suppression will even succeed in the long term. No public health intervention with such disruptive effects on society has been previously attempted for such a long duration of time. How populations and societies will respond remains unclear. And just responding to this. And going on. COVID-19 is becoming the disease that divides us. By race, by class, by age. Slurs against Asian Americans, jokes about baby boomers dying, and blue-collar workers' plight is nothing like the work-from-home lifestyle. COVID-19 will be remembered as the disease that divided us to death. The pandemic is affecting some groups far more than others, stirring up a toxic mix of fear, resentment, and schadenfreude. Coronavirus has become a lightning rod for bullying of Chinese people in these United States, as racial slurs like Kung Flu maketh the rounds on Twitter. The deadly outbreak has escalated the tension between generations, as some young people not so jokingly referred to the deadly virus as #boomer remover because it be most deadly in older people, with the not so surprising baby boomer backlash against college students who continued to #corona party on spring break as other people died. And as more white-collar workers are able to keep their jobs and work from home, the growing ranks of unemployed, uninsured hourly workers are finding fresh outrages in the potentially fatal gap between haves and have-nots. And so, Jason Beckfield, the chair of the sociology department at Harvard University, observes that the virus is not doing the dividing. The dividing is a function of what people are choosing to do with the virus. People are able to shift blame away from themselves or shift blame onto people they dislike. COVID-19 first emerged in December, of course, in the city of Wuhan in Hubei province, Communist China. And from there it spread quickly through the Middle East and Europe and then to these United States. So far, the pandemic has been confirmed in more than 250,000 people and killed more than 10,000, many of them elderly or with underlying health conditions. In these United States, confirmed cases have exceeded 24,000, with well over 250 deaths. President Donald Trump, in particular, has been singled out as creating friction for referring to COVID-19 as Chinese virus. On March 18th, which was, but a few hours ago, Donald Trump tweeted, "I always treated the Chinese virus very seriously and have done a very good job from the beginning, including my very early decision to close the borders from China against the wishes of almost all. Many lives were saved. The fake news new narrative is disgraceful and false." This while reports of hate crimes against Asians and Asian Americans have been rising in these United States, right along with the increase in the virus in country. John Yang, President and Executive Director of Asian Americans Advancing Justice, an advocacy organization that tracks discrimination, confirmed to myself that since 2016, his group has maintained a website where people can submit examples of hate crimes. Prior to the outbreak coming to these United States, the site received an estimated complaint a week. Now there's up to 3 or 4 a day. One man described being beaten and accused of bringing the virus to these United States. It's not just verbal abuse. People are being physically harmed. The lack of the use of the proper name for the virus is giving license to others to use it. The United States is not alone in looking to blame outsiders. The United Kingdom has seen a spike in hate crimes against Asians. Ethiopia's government has called on citizens to refrain from reported attacks against white and Asian foreign nationals, whom some are calling Corona. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister of Hungary has blamed foreigners for the spread of the virus, leading, of course, to the murders that will become the trademark of his regime. Wei Xiaojiang at Wei Jia on Twitter on March 17th in Washington, D.C., tweeted that this morning, is referring to the morning of March 17th, which, if I remember correctly, was Tuesday of this last week. He said, this morning a White House official referred to hashtag coronavirus as the kung flu to my face. Makes me wonder what they're calling it behind my back. Generational tensions are also rising. On social media, young adults have lamented that boomers wouldn't take the coronavirus warning seriously. Other Americans expressed frustration at the Gen Z crowds who kept partying on spring break despite officials' pleas for isolation. Calling the virus the hashtag boomer remover is a morbid joke, building on the cultural phenomenon of OK Boomer that also expressed young adults' frustration with economic obstacles. But the joke could exacerbate the tensions already evident as the millennial generation supplants the boomers as the largest segment of the workforce. Now, Kurt Rudolph, who himself be 35 years of age and an assistant professor at the Department of Industrial and Organizational Psychology at St. Louis University, has referenced tweets like those entered online on 5:13 a.m. in the morning of the 13th of March, Friday the 13th it was, when Jeff Jeffries at Jeffries Radio said, boomers, millennials are lazy, entitled, and disrespectful. And millennials say, let's call it the hashtag boomer remover. It's not, well, as Kurt Rudolph said to myself, it's only going to further divide us. He even submitted a paper this week on how the virus could shape today's young people as they come of age. He's so stating that I think what you need to refocus the attention on is that this is not an older versus a younger thing, but this is an issue for everyone. We all have a certain responsibility to each other, and not just to our generational group. Now, names are already floating around for what to call this generation, whose worldview is forming during a pandemic. Rudolph himself has told me that ideas include quarantines, Quaran and then teen as in T-E-E-N, and the crown generation, referring to the shape of the virus, from whence be derivative its very name, corona, as in crown. He said he's partial to coronials. Ha 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 ha! Whatever the label, there's going to be a need for millennials, the oldest of whom turned 40 years of age this year, and the following generation to get along with the remaining boomers in the workplace, where the younger members, the youngest, are still almost a decade from retirement age. And so, Rudolph noted that it's hard to say what the actual long-term effect will be, but it will do nothing to make intergenerational conflicts go away. However, Harvard's Beckfield, workforce inequality has been noted by he as probably the most significant rift brought to the fore by COVID-19. You see, only about a third of United States workers said they could work at home last year, and most of those are in white-collar, higher-paying jobs with good health care and paid leave policies. Many of the so-called essential jobs, such as blue-collar workers that are keeping factories running, making toilet paper and sanitation products, are those responsible for staffing pharmacies and delivering groceries, have no option to work from home and are far less likely to have paid leave and health coverage. They are also more likely to be women or people of color. And so, 'twas noted at Harvard by Beckfield that people die because of their position in society all the time, but it's usually not on the national news. And it's revealing a lot of these deeper structural problems with the way we organize social life. Now, there was a lady who went by the moniker That Girl, who on Friday the 13th at Who Lookin' At, or Who You Lookin' At, WHOULOOKNAT, clever. She tweeted, "So young kids are hoping their parents and grandparents die? Hashtag boomer remover, is that so they can finally move out of the basement and upstairs?" Well, unfortunately for the lower paid, lower skill workers, bringing attention to social disparities does guarantee no change. And so, Harvard, the professor I'm sourcing named Beckfield, has concluded that I've seen situations like this before where people thought that some outrage would prompt a mobilizing response, and it never happened. In large part, that's because of the way we choose to organize our society, and we make it very hard for people to unionize. We make it very hard for people to vote. Then we're surprised when mobilization never happens. So when will the coronavirus pandemic end? What scientists can say about life returning to normal gives you nothing to hope for. Scientists are watching for signs of progress in the pandemic, and a new report shows how a strategy to save millions, well, potentially save millions of lives in Great Britain and these United States could result in social distancing measures being imposed for 2/3 of the time through late 2021. People are losing their jobs, their way of life, and their grip on their very sanity over the drastic social distancing measures ordered to curb the spread of the coronavirus pandemic. Yet the number of cases and deaths be on the rise, and infectious disease specialists warn that the worst is yet to come, creating a public health crisis that will overwhelm the entire medical system. At the moment, signs of progress are nowhere to be seen. Likely because there not be any just yet. But in the weeks and months to come, as measures to curb the pandemic take its hold, exacting untold economic and social harm, what will progress look like? What milestones will experts use to measure gains, however incremental, and to ever so warily hypothesize when we might return to some semblance of normalcy? Samuel Scarpino, an epidemiologist at Northeastern University, has gone on record to say that's one of the hardest questions to answer in epidemiology, and it's one of the things that everybody be most interested in. We're going to have to be very cautious because we don't want to waste all the sacrifices that we've already made. The first sign that the tide has started to turn, or so the scientists speculate, will be a decline in new cases over several consecutive weeks, even as testing expands. In Boston, that peak is likely at least a few weeks away. New coronavirus-related hospitalizations should fall a week or two after the number of new cases decline, in light of the time it takes for the disease to progress. That, of course, that city of Boston is where Scarpino was conducting his study, and that would indicate that the economically devastating social distancing measures are working. Even then, it will be too soon to fully return to normal. Just because there was a peak doesn't mean it was the peak. In fact, once new infections fall to a level that hospitals can manage, experts predict different regions will experience a series of peaks and valleys in virus caseloads until a vaccine can be developed, something that will most likely take at least 18 months. 12, if we happen to be lottery-winning lucky. If social distancing restrictions be relaxed, governments will have to weigh economic against public health consequences in determining when or whether to reimpose them. Alex Perkins, an epidemiologist at the University of Notre Dame studying the trajectory of this pandemic, has so stated that what we're doing right now is definitely worth it. Hopefully, we'll start to see some benefits, but we also have to recognize that we're going to have to continue to adapt to this situation for the foreseeable future. To reduce deaths by at least hundreds of thousands, top infectious disease specialists at Imperial College London recently projected that the United States should expect to have rolling periods of social distancing and school closures through late 2021. In each period, the measures would last about 2 months, relax for 1 month, then resume for 3 more. The specialists suggested using the number of coronavirus patients in intensive care unit beds based on the country's peak intensive care unit capacity as a trigger for restarting restrictions. Exempli gratia. The Imperial College model projected that 510,000 people will die in 12 years in Great Britannia sans action. But the death toll would fall to 39,000 if the social distancing measures restarted every time the patient count in ICUs hit 400, or could shrink to 8,700 deaths if the trigger were 60 ICU patients. The United States would see proportionately similar results, so the specialist said, projecting that if the United States did nothing, at least 2.2 million Americans will die. Complicating projections is how much there is still to learn about this virus. Exempli gratiae, scientists aren't sure how long immunity from the virus lasts in people who recover. During the Spanish flu epidemic, the American Army flu, as it properly be referenced, loose upon the world, circa 1918 through 1919, the very year my late and sainted sire, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, entered this vale of tears. That was the last time the world confronted a pandemic of this scale. The impact of social distancing was clear. Philadelphia held a World War I victory parade and saw 10,000 deaths in the following month, while in St. Louis, which had canceled its parade, the death toll did not exceed 700. This is according to the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention itself, which I cited. Another important milestone would be for America's testing capacity to advance to the point of being able to quickly identify and isolate coronavirus patients and their contacts, including household members. That may require bolstering local health departments. Now, Perkins has been quoted as saying, "We'd like to get to where it's a more manageable thing. We're not anywhere near that right now." Now, through extremely restrictive social distancing measures and for more testing, other countries have shown it's possible to control this virus. On Thursday, Communist China announced its first day with no new locally transmitted cases. That was a bright spot for many epidemiologists who have watched Italy's hospitals become overwhelmed, and deaths in that country surpassed China's roughly 3,200. But getting the virus under control in Communist China took draconian measures that tanked both the economy and all civil liberties, as many non-infected citizens weren't allowed to leave their homes and coronavirus patients were required to be hospitalized despite not needing hospital care. Now, Red China is reopening factories and businesses, but has implemented thermometer scans at the entrances to many buildings. Many schools are still closed. It's unclear whether democratic societies will even tolerate such measures. Nadia Abulajam, a Boston College epidemiologist went on record to say that Red China's response was extreme by American standards, but it seems to have worked, at least in the short term, because they're expecting a second wave once it becomes realized that they've jacked all their numbers and cooked all their books, and all the Chinese return home from abroad, bringing the disease back with them that they caught overseas, the ones who fled China in the first when everything went down. The rats are returning to the sinking ship, and they'll make certain that it sinks. In Singapore, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and South Korea, governments managed to keep case numbers relatively low through large-scale testing that allowed for people with infections to be identified and quarantined. Epidemiologists would welcome any news about increased testing capabilities to ensure that anyone with symptoms could receive a test. Currently, many sick people have complained that they were denied tests due to a shortage and strict rules that have limited tests except for those with links to a confirmed case or foreign travel. Until testing capacity is up, epidemiologists agree the numbers do not offer any true measure of the outbreak because they're just showing that more people are being tested. Researchers believe the state's confirmed test count, 525 but yesterday, represents but a fraction of the actual number of infections, with VOLCANO-CROWNED saying, "We don't have enough data now to know where we are on this epidemic curve because we simply aren't testing enough." Elizabeth Halloran, a senior researcher at the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center in Seattle, said it's crucial that the United States boost its testing capacity even for people with mild or no symptoms. Studies prove that undetected cases drive the growth in epidemics, as people who don't feel seriously ill often continue to ghost about life, infecting those they interact with. Experts would also celebrate any innovations that can increase the availability of ventilators or hospital capacity. But true long-term progress won't come until either drugs or a vaccine be developed and mass-produced. Vaccines be ideal because they prevent infections and establish immunity among a large population of people, but they are also extremely difficult to create. Many infectious diseases still lack a vaccine. Clinical trials are underway for coronavirus vaccines, but Perkins has been quoted as saying there's so much of this across the world right now, it's a disease that's likely going to be with us for the foreseeable future. He notes that smallpox is the only infectious disease that has ever been successfully eradicated, and getting all the way to zero is incredibly difficult. Drugs could likely come along sooner and would be hugely important in saving lives. Massachusetts General Hospital and Brigham and Women's Hospitals are enrolling patients in studies of the experimental drug reservoir. The drug itself is named remdesivir. Scientists hope that a drug could be used to prevent new infections as well as treat them. VOLCANO-CROWNED said she did see two potential bright spots. She herself hopes this terrifying episode will lead nations to prioritize epidemic preparedness in the future. Many deaths from the pandemic could have been prevented with better monitoring and action, as she herself confirmed, and Communist China finally confessed. She also hopes the tragedy will unify people in common cause by showing how our fates be intertwined. She concludes that a sign of progress that comes out of this could be that our society is able to better support those who be vulnerable. Coronavirus will, regardless, radically alter these United States. When Jason Christie, chief of pulmonary medicine at Penn Medicine, got projections on how many coronavirus patients might soon be flocking to his Philadelphia hospital, he confessed he felt physically ill. Wednesday, midweek this last week, he went on record to say, "My frontline providers, we were speaking about it in the situation report that night, and their voices cracked. They saw how quickly the surge would overwhelm the system, forcing doctors to make impossible choices. Which patients would get ventilators and beds, and which would have to be turned out to die. And they were terrified because that was the best case scenario. Experts around this country have been churning out model after model, marshaling every tool from math, medicine, science, and history to try to predict the coming chaos unleashed by the new coronavirus and to make us preparations. At the heart of their algorithms is a scary but empowering truth. What happens next depends largely on us, our government, our politicians, and, Jesus. Let me try and think about this. While I'm still, concentrating on the Lady Eggert and her incoming messages, which are always appreciated. But when I think about how we're going to deal with this in the very near future, this kind of triage system where we're going to have to essentially have the number of deaths without really dealing with the conditions that led to them. It makes one realize that you've got to plan for a new world that you are not familiar with. There's no way our old world will survive this. And I'm trying to figure out now whether I should take a break, go on and answer her call, or just kind of move on for now and turn back to it later. But I'm definitely going to try and move forward. Now, when we were dealing with a disease like the weaponized American Army flu, as I was discussing with the lady Judith Eggert, then of course we were dealing with a situation in which the government itself was very much in denial. I'm going to try and factor that in tonight. I don't know if I can. There's my energy level in terms of everything that I dealt with earlier. And there's the fact that I've got a lady who's trying to get me to call her so that I can discuss some things. And I'm still deciding whether to do that or to move forward. And, okay, I'll try and move forward. I'll check the our messages, and I'll check our chat. And it looks like Our Lady Selena Khan has left the building. And I'll check into chat. And JMO72. Good man. Oh, God. Yes, he's having a ball with this. I don't blame him. And there we are. Yes. Gabriel Ruth is wanting to know the truth about this. I don't blame her. I'm glad Sam Alex feels better when Brenden and I put things in perspective. Gabriel was saying, I was wondering how we were going to vote with this virus. Thank you for the explanation. I'll go beyond that later if I stick to transmitting. Since JMO's with us, it might be worthwhile just to see him and his responses. He says, whoa, what do you mean by confinement? Like not leaving the house ever? Like hell to the no. The hell they're going to enforce it. To hell with that. Not being locked in anyway. Yes. And Gabriel said, we're only under lockdown till April 6th in Ohio. And so what you're saying is they're telling us till April 6th, but they're lying, and then they're going to extend it longer and longer? Yes. Yes, honey. That's right, Gabriel. That's right. And JMO said, I won't be stuck unless they enforce it by gunpoint. Not many will listen anyways. Let's see how it unfolds. Should be painfully amusing. Don't even think people have a week of supplies. April, my ass. Yes, he's quite right in so many ways. I mean, there's no manpower. The prisons are full. So it's going to be a hell of a time trying to make people even stick with this. So let's try and, shall we say, get back on track of narrative. In terms of what hospital planning tells us, there's another thing that has not been spelled out in our national conversation about flattening the curve. And that's the fact that there's going to be more than one curve. So that's what we're trying to deal with when you've got people like Neil Ferguson and others at the Imperial College COVID-19 response team and their epidemiologists working on the study that's resulted in the suppression scenarios. So when it comes to the change in our entire society, the collapse of our society, as a matter of fact, all of it is based on a number of factors that are painfully obvious. And those factors are just something that we have not been trained, prepared, indoctrinated to cope with as individuals or a society. So when it comes to the fact that we've got what's going down in Italy, surpassing what happened in China, and how China has reopened all these buildings, much of that is a facade. It's like the old days when pot was illegal and you had to have a hot tub. Every pot grower had a hot tub throughout all of Northern California, and the hot tub was never turned on. It was just there as a cover, a facade for all the energy that was required to grow pot. It's the same with the communist Chinese bureaucrats that are running their local industrial sites. No one's showing up to work. In many places, there's nobody left to show up to work. The people have either dead, fled, fired, vacated the premises. There's no one there to come back. They have all the power turned on so they can run the plants as if they were producing something, but they're producing nothing. And then they can use their expenditure of energy to rationalize to their inspectors that the plants are up and running. Since nobody's producing an entire completed product in any of these plants, they're only producing parts of products that are then assembled together to create new products. The end result is that no one can tell whether they're lying or not, because no one knows what the parts assemble into as a finished product. And so because of this intense compartmentalization and specialization, communist China is producing, as it always does, completely false numbers that have no bearing on reality. The reality is the pandemic is still burning its way through the communist Chinese population, and the overwhelming majority of their schools are still closed. And that's why, if we try to transfer that level of draconian systemic suppression to Western cultures, just as JMO has expressed, democratic societies will not even tolerate such measures. So the problem is that when you've got people like Nadia Abdul-Lejam over at Boston College, she being an epidemiologist, concluding quite incorrectly because she has no familiarity with the intrinsic, pervasive corruption of communist Chinese culture, that China's response was extreme by U.S. standards but seems to have worked. And even then, she's saying only in the short term. Then you get to the situation where you've got Singapore, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and South Korea, governments that manage to keep case numbers relatively low through large-scale testing that allows for people with infections to be identified and quarantined. Well, hell, epidemiologists in the rest of the world would welcome any news about increased testing capabilities to ensure that anyone with symptoms can receive a test. Currently, so many sick people have complained that they've been denied tests due to a shortage and strict rules that have limited tests except for those with links to a confirmed case or foreign travel. Until the testing capacity is ramped up, epidemiologists all agree. They concur that the numbers do not offer any true measure of this outbreak because they're just showing that more people are being tested. Now, researchers believe that the state in which the city of Boston is in, their confirmed case count, which was 525 yesterday, represents but a fraction of the actual number of infection. Abdul-Lejam confirmed that they don't even have enough data to know where they are on the epidemic curve because they simply aren't testing enough. And Elizabeth Halloran, senior researcher at Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center in Seattle, concluded it's crucial for the United States to boost its testing capacity even for people with mild or no symptoms. Studies show that undetected cases drive the growth in epidemics as people who don't feel severely ill oftentimes continue to ghost about life, infecting all those they interact with. Now, experts, of course, would also celebrate any innovations that can increase the availability of ventilators or hospital capacity. But true long-term progress will not come until either drugs or a vaccine be developed and mass-produced. And we're simply nowhere near that. So, vaccines, they're ideal because they prevent infections and establish immunity among a large population of people. But they're also extremely difficult to create. And many infectious diseases, as I've said, don't even have a vaccine today. They still lack one for many diseases that are out there. But clinical trials are underway for coronavirus vaccines that have been on for years that were never pursued to a conclusion simply because nobody felt it was priority. There's so much of this across the world right now. This coronavirus, it's a disease that will be with us throughout the foreseeable future. Smallpox is the only infectious disease that has ever been successfully eradicated. And getting all the way to zero is incredibly difficult. Drugs could come along. Well, it's likely drugs are coming along now that will be hugely important in saving lives. The Massachusetts General Hospital and Brigham and Women's Hospital are enrolling patients in studies of the experimental drug Remdesivir, that's what the name is that I was informed of. Remdesivir by Judith Eggert. She was sending me messages to that effect. And scientists hope that a drug could be used to prevent new infections as well as treat them. And the lady that I've been sourcing from Boston, where the studies was being performed, she was herself observing that she sees two potential bright spots. She hopes this terrifying episode will lead nations to prioritize epidemic preparedness in the future, because so many deaths from this pandemic could have been preempted, completely prevented, with better monitoring and action. And she herself hopes that this tragedy will unify people in common cause by showing how our fates be intertwined. Herself concluding that a sign of progress that comes out of this could be that our society is able to better support those who be vulnerable. Nevertheless, coronavirus, regardless of how many lives we manage to save, will radically alter these United States. When Jason Christie, the chief of pulmonary medicine at Pennsylvania Medicine, PenMed, got projections on how many coronavirus patients will soon be flocking to his Philadelphia hospital, he went on record to testify that he felt physically ill. And on Wednesday, midweek this last work week, he stated, "My frontline providers, we were speaking about it in the situation report that night, and their voices cracked as they began to cry. They saw how quickly the surge will overwhelm our system, forcing doctors to make these impossible choices, which patients will get ventilators and beds, and which will have to die, and they be terrified, because this is the best case scenario. Because experts round the country have been churning out model after model, marshaling every tool from math, medicine, science, and history to predict the coming chaos unleashed by the new coronavirus, that they may make us what preparations they can. And at the heart of their algorithms is the overwhelming but empowering truth, all truth be empowering, even if you know the truth that you're simply going to die. That's empowering in the sense that it allows you to attempt to come to peace with that. And we're going to have to come to peace with that as a population. What happens next depends completely on us. Our government, politicians, health institutions, and in particular, the 328 million inhabitants of this country, all making tiny decisions on a daily basis with outsized consequences for our collective future. And in the inevitable scenario, the one that we know is the best case scenario, America is on trajectory towards at least 1.1 million deaths. That model envisioning the sick pouring into hospitals, overwhelming even makeshift beds and parking lot tents, with doctors then having to make agonizing decisions on the spot of who gets the scarce resources available. And the shortages of frontline clinicians will worsen as they themselves become infected. Many of them will die alongside their patients. And trust in government, already tenuous, will completely erode, exactly as Trump intends it, until America is destroyed. That's what he's here to do. Now, that grim scenario does not have to be a foregone conclusion if you kill Donald Trump. And yet, faced with something similar, but without a traitorous or treasonous leader serving a hostile foreign enemy, countries have demonstrated the ability to evade that scenario. Countries like South Korea, which has reduced its new cases a day from hundreds to but dozens with aggressive steps to bolster its health system, even with a president everyone hates, who they feel is a communist traitor. If Americans embrace drastic restrictions and school closures, just by example, we could see a death toll closer to but thousands, and breathe a national sigh of relief as we prepare for a grueling but still surmountable road ahead. All of this goes back to this alarming new model, that doing this will require Americans to flatten the curve, thereby slowing the spread of the contagion so it doesn't overwhelm a healthcare system with extraordinarily finite resources. That flatten the curve phrase has become ubiquitous in our national conversation, but what experts have not always made clear is that by applying all that downward pressure on the curve, by canceling public gatherings, closing schools, quarantining the sick, and enforcing social distancing, you elongate the curve, stretching it over an incredibly long period of time. So success means a longer, albeit less catastrophic, fight against coronavirus. One that will feel never-ending. And it be unclear whether Americans, who built this country on ideals of independence and individual rights, will even be willing to endure such harsh restrictions on their lives for months, let alone 2 years or more. We already see JMO protesting in the chat room that he's not going to listen at all for a day. This month began with United States officials recommending actions such as hand washing and social distancing. Today, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention was warning against gatherings of 100+ people. Monday, opening the work week, President Trump made his abrupt turn from encouraging Americans to go on with their lives, like JMO, and urging them to work from home and not meet in groups of more than 10, as well as calling on local officials to close schools, bars, and restaurants. Getting the public to comply has been alarmingly difficult. Young revelers from Bourbon Street to Miami have ignored these pleas completely, as have some elderly, mind you, who be at the highest risk. So let's try and get into the suppression scenarios. Trump's sudden shift was driven by an alarming new scientific model developed by British epidemiologists and shared with the White House, in which the scientists bluntly stated the coronavirus is the most serious respiratory viral threat since the 1918 flu pandemic bioengineered by the United States itself. If no action to limit this viral spread be taken, 2.2 million people in these United States at least will die over the course of this pandemic, according to epidemiologist Neil Ferguson and others at the Imperial College COVID-19 response team. Now, adopting some mitigation strategies to slow this pandemic, such as isolating those suspected of being affected, just those suspected of being infected, and social distancing of all the elderly, only cuts the death toll in half to 1.1 million, although it would thereby reduce demand for health services by 2/3. Only by enacting an entire series of drastic, severe restrictions can America shrink its death toll further, as confirmed by this study. That strategy will require, at minimum, the nationwide practice of social distancing, total and complete home isolation, and school and university closures. And such restrictions will have to be maintained, at least intermittently, until a working vaccine be developed, which will take 18 months, realistically, if lucky. 12 months if we're on a streak where we're winning lotteries. And so the report's conclusion be that this suppression state of suppression, be the only viable strategy. So then we can try and observe what hospital planning tells us. Because that's another thing that hasn't been spelled out in our national conversation about flattening the curve. This fact that it's not going to be Mount Everest, but when flattened down, will become a mountain range. And if we're lucky, the coming months will probably look less like a mountain and more like a string of bumpy hills, as charted by epidemiologists. But these are hills of horror, like the film The Hills Have Eyes. Getting through them, many of us will not survive. And those that do will be forever psychologically, financially, and some physically scarred. If authorities ease some measures in coming months, or if we start letting them slip ourselves, that hill could easily turn right back into the exponential curve that has cratered Italy's health system and that United States officials are desperately trying to avoid replicating. Even though we're already on track, thanks to Donald Trump. Now, climbing this first hill will be in many ways the most challenging because it involves persuading people to change their individual behaviors for an abstract, larger good. And because no one knows how far we actually are from the peak, even though we all know, anyone who has studied this, that we're halfway up the hill or mountain. We just don't know how far from the peak. Because the mountain, like Everest, you've got to determine what that peak is. Now, on Tuesday morning this last work week, New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, a Democrat, confirmed that infections in his state are expected to peak in 45 days at the start of May. His state has roughly 53,000 hospital beds, including 3,000 intensive care beds, way short of the projected need for as many as twice that number of beds and as many as 11 times the number of ICU beds, the life support systems. And a day earlier, Northwell Health, whose 23 hospitals and 800 outpatient centers make up New York's largest healthcare system, canceled all elective surgeries in its hospitals to free up staff and space. And it has but 5,500 beds, 5,500. 'Twas there that Maria Carney, Northwell's chief of geriatrics, she herself having been the health commissioneress for New York's Nassau County during the 2009 H1N1 or avian swine flu outbreak from a holdover from World War I's bioweaponized American Army flu. This very lady, being the madame who worked furiously on Northwell's plans to prepare for the coming tsunami, went on record to say that we're looking at Italy, which is currently 10 days ahead of us, and what they've had to do. And one reason she and others be so alarmed is that in Red China, the fatality rate in Wuhan, the raging epicenter, was 5.8%. But in all other areas of the communist Chinese empire, it was 0.7%. A signal that most deaths were driven by an overwhelmed healthcare system. And all of America's hospitals are thereby Wuhan epicenters. Every system we've got in the States is going to have a 5.8% fatality ratio. And United States hospitals are pinched as it is, with some already running at 95% capacity pre-coronavirus. And as cases surge, Northwell plans to place multiple beds in single rooms. Its ambulances will also shuttle patients to less crowded satellite sites. Those suffering from ordinary emergencies, strokes, heart attacks, car accidents, may find themselves routed to other facilities away from ERs to avoid transmission. But we all know, well, anyone professional in the medical industrial complex does, that it will be nowhere near enough. Staffing shortages are already developing. As of the second day of this last work week, Tuesday, 18 Northwell employees had already tested positive for coronavirus. More than 200 were self-quarantined as a result of potential exposures, foreshadowing what is likely to come. There's nobody who can show up for work. If the numbers skyrocket next month, cities will convert stadiums into isolation wards, as in Wuhan. Cuomo has talked of turning the 6-block-long Javits Convention Center in New York City's West Side into a medical surge facility. Others might take Italy's approach and split hospitals into those treating the coronavirus and those treating all other medical problems to reduce transmission. In San Francisco, we're seeing coronavirus patients put into RVs. In Tacoma Park, Maryland, the old Washington Adventist hospital site, which shuttered circa 2019, that will suddenly find its doors reopened. But pandemics aren't just physical. As America enters this utterly unfamiliar territory, some experts have turned to history itself for glimpses of what to expect in the months ahead. Initially leery of alarming the public, they have increasingly compared this pandemic to the 1918 American-engineered bioflu pandemic, the deadliest in all human history, that infected at least a third of the world's population and killed no less than 200 million people, including 20 million in these United States. And like the bumpy hills, that mountain range of horrors, we foresee in the coming months, the 1918 pandemic hit America in no less than 3 waves. A mild one, quote unquote, that spring, the deadliest wave in fall, and a final one in winter. Of that same 1918th year of our Lord, with each wave came a cycle of denial, devastation, community response finally kicking into overdrive, followed by finger-pointing and blame among leaders and the public. Medical anthropologist Monica Schock-Spania, who spent months digging through archives to study how 1918 flu played out in Baltimore, concluded that every outbreak is different. Like the coronavirus be likely to do, the 1918 flu overwhelmed hospitals. Unable to get help, desperate families waited outside to beg and try to bribe doctors for treatment. In a 3-week period, 2,000 died in Baltimore alone. Mortuaries ran out of caskets. When the bodies finally reached the cemeteries, the grave diggers themselves were so ill, there was no one to bury the dead. The dead piled up, and they infected the living, and even more began to die. Economic pressure on business owners and workers caused the public to resist adopting restrictions. The crisis brought out the best in Baltimoreans, whose records Schock be dealing with sewing circles churning out gauze masks and hospital bedding, and neighbors donating food and services. But it also brought out the worst. Xenophobic conspiracy theories that nurses of German extraction, this being a war with Germany, were deliberately infecting people. African Americans, patients, blacks were kept out of most hospitals under Jim Crow-era segregation. As the Madam Schock-Spania has learned, pandemics aren't just physical, they bring with them an almost shadow pandemic of psychological and societal injuries as well, along with bigotry, xenophobia, and waves of hatred. It all comes down to the power of the individual. Stanford virologist Carla Kierkegaard said she has tried to stave off dread from the projected United States death tolls with a case study she herself teaches in her classes. So she tries to stave off not only her own dread, but that of her students, by pointing to the historical fact that amid a cholera outbreak in mid-19th century London, as panicked residents fled one hard-hit neighborhood, a doctor named John Snow calmly entered the breach. He deduced that the source of hundreds of deaths was a single contaminated water pump and persuaded authorities to remove the pump's handle, a strategy that ended the outbreak overnight. Controlling the COVID-19 pandemic will take us much more than a single water pump, which Dr. Kierkegaard herself acknowledges, as she herself shelters in place in her Bay Area home, wherein I consulted her. But the story she reminded me, reminds us all how powerful the simple act of one individual can be. And so this story gives us the information that we need so that we know how to confront the coronavirus pandemic. It would be with what I call expert mercy. Oftentimes, I've been interviewed as a special expert guest. What makes myself outstanding from any average individual be the extent, the range, the spectrum of my expertise. By being as hard as I've always been on the general public, I've shown you mercy. And expert mercy stems from an alchemy that mixes compassionate fellow feeling with interventions that save the sick and slow down spread. The sickness I've been combating all this time is the Russian incepted, engineered, and disseminated viruses of the mind. Viruses that sicken the mind and make white trash pieces of shit assume that they're the apex of evolution, leading them to destroy their world around them, that they may attain a personal power, that they feel they will be rewarded, a personal apotheosis, by destroying God's creation, the very world around them, and thereby being gifted a godhood by the anti-gods who seeketh such destruction. My expert mercy has been in exposing this to you as the source of all your ills. The novel coronavirus epidemic, first recognized in Wuhan, China, has stirred reactions ranging from unstinting generosity to playing the blame game and on to overt discrimination, physical persecution, and what would ultimately, if we don't stop it now in its inception, become genocide. One of the most palpable responses has been anxiety and fear. Such negative social responses have mounted in recent weeks, in part because this particular epidemic has been sparked by a previously unknown pathogen, SARS-CoV-2, which causes COVID-19. So when you say coronavirus, the real scientific name is Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome Coronavirus Strain 2, second strain, the mutation, SARS-CoV-2. That is like HIV, and it causes the viral equivalent of full-blown AIDS, COVID-19. Well, if we've just met this virus, the human responses to it are mostly old acquaintances. The most important response? What you see from me. Expert mercy. For 3 decades, I've been working on various situations, whether it was in security enforcement and mercenary contracts, in war-torn Africa, through to care provision for my late and sainted parents, may they forever rest in peace, through to my third career as a public informant. My first career essentially being that of the Department of Defense. Technically, that renders this my fourth career. In all this time, in one way or another, I've confronted epidemics. Well, hell, it's really my fifth career that I'm engaged in now, because my first career was as a child, surviving to reach to the point where I even worked for the Department of Defense. That's when I first, as a schoolboy, encountered on a daily basis the phenomenon saturating San Francisco at the time of AIDS, acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. And at the time that I was in Africa, I encountered evidence of Ebola. Other times I've encountered cholera. And then, eventually, in contract and working with former members of the Khmer Rouge, right here in these United States, on site, the highest paid uniformed security contract in these United States, armed security in the Acorn Projects, 10 square city block, 762 units in West Oakland. I contracted drug-resistant tuberculosis. And all that time, I encountered thousands of individuals through those decades, caregivers, care recipients, spread across Africa, Latin America, even at times the Caribbean. Most recently, the time I was absent from hosting my own program, leaving Brenden, ̶oghet, and Justin White to sing happy birthday to the Madame Eggert. The world must wake up to the threat the coronavirus poses, as I well know from all of my experiences combined, and the possibilities for effective and humane action that this pandemic presents for us all. In order to most effectively address the threat, we need to trace and to treat, and to do that, we need to test. In spite of the head start offered by Communist China's dramatic coronavirus response, it's been frustratingly difficult to get tested for the virus in these United States and across vast swaths of a long interconnected world outside these United States. That has not been the case in South Korea, where drive-through testing is widely available and where contact tracing permits more targeted testing that must guide a speedy and effective response. Tracing and testing can lead not only to prompt isolation, but also to faster initiation of the supportive and critical care that many vulnerable patients will require. Mortality rates in South Korea, which has a rapidly aging population, have been a small fraction of that registered round Wuhan and cross northern Italy. Without more testing, we cannot compare these varied outcomes to the ones coming into view in, say, the state of Washington. Increasing access to free and convenient testing is key to contact tracing. And contact tracing is how transmission chains are identified and broken. Widespread awareness of local transmission oftentimes sparks social distancing, which increases the chances of slowing down the epidemic. This, in turn, decreases the likelihood of swamping health systems with a sudden surge in cases. From quarantine to social distancing, containment measures are not possible, sans robust social support for families obliged to work and study from home. To be effective, outbreak responses must be merciful and humane, as well as thorough and enforced. People must have food, supplies, safe shelter, of course, but also help with homebound children, as well as paid sick leave. Social support includes safe and rapid transportation to hospitals for the critically ill, since COVID-19 can be a disease with a stormy and unpredictable course. Strong social support, including the assurance that one's loved ones will have access to quality care if they do fall ill, is the secret sauce of effective outbreak control. We learned during the West African Ebola outbreak that social distancing is almost impossible in settings of food insecurity or crowded slums, and very little in the way of help with caregiving and safe burials. We need to protect healthcare workers. During that epidemic, we also learned, or rather relearned, just how important this is. Sierra Leone, Guinea, and Liberia lost close to 1,000 nurses and doctors and other healthcare professionals, oftentimes because of a lack of widespread testing and of personal protective gear not being available, quickly overwhelming and then shuttering the healthcare systems of all three nations that I've named. In the absence of professional caregivers, family members fill in, but usually don't have the necessary protective equipment themselves. We need to prevent transmission inside hospitals and clinics while also avoiding the seduction of home-based care for the critically ill. Some of us will soon be gasping for breath ourselves and unlikely to have oxygen canisters at home. The quality of care, the expert mercy we need and expect in the face of serious illness or injury, be paramount. People are not oftentimes lining up for testing in order to be isolated. They're looking for expert mercy. What does that look like for those who fall ill with COVID-19? Well, sometimes it's Meals on Wheels, as I already receive, or a home health aid with the right protective gear. When you're dehydrated from a fever and you can't keep down fluids, it looks like IV fluids, intravenously, pumped into your body for you. When you're quarantined with a mild case of COVID-19, such mercy may be dispensed at home. But when you're critically ill, expert mercy looks like expert nursing care. When you're coughing and short of breath, expert mercy is an oxygen mask or a mechanical ventilator. Much of this care requires hospital beds, and their availability varies substantially even within affluent countries. South Korea has 12.4 hospital beds for every 1,000 people. The United States, only 2.8. If we're short on ICU beds in these United States, what will that mean for such places as Haiti, or Rwanda, or Lesotho, or Sierra Leone? We need to learn more about COVID-19 and about our varied social responses to it. Folks are tired of hearing medical experts saying there's a lot we don't know. Is the virus seasonal? Why are many children spared? Why has mortality varied so widely from place to place? Do some genetic mutations account for variation in virulence and transmissibility? Or is that better explained by variation in the nature and quality of human responses? Does a positive test weeks after a negative one suggest reinfection or a stuttering recovery? All this will be sorted out at the cost of millions of lives, as will questions about effective antiviral treatments and vaccines. Yet still, right now, there be some things we do know. The social responses we're seeing now have all been registered in previous epidemics. We know strong healthcare systems can help manage the surge by slowing the pace at which we need beds and, more importantly, nursing care. We know that expert mercy and the sentiment of fellow feeling that underpins it will be sorely needed in the weeks to come. Effective containment efforts always turn, sooner or later, to an appreciation of these facts. When disease control and good care are two sides of the same coin, public support for necessary containment efforts rises. Social cohesion can be one result of catastrophe. Whether or not it's displaced by blame, accusation, and stigma depend in part on striking the right balance between concern and resolve, and on avoiding panic, politicization, and polarization. That, of course, be the criminal state which we suffer right now. The United States, the disunited states of polarization, of polarized population that promotes the plague. It's criminal. And one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small, private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us thee to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer, Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Tucson spelled Tucson, Tucson, put the word "the" in front of it. Our contact, the Baron Ben himself, telephonically at 1-520-4/323-3406. Once again, that's 1520-323-3406. All right, let me try and reclaim my train of thought. And my train of thought pretty much gets on track at this point towards economics and the unprecedented wave of layoffs. The coronavirus effects are already calculated to throw millions out of work. The United States equity market dropped at rates not seen since the Great Financial Crisis. Trump himself urged Mnuchin to pressure the Fed's Powell on economic stimulus in explosive tirades about coronavirus. He knows it's the end, and he's going down with the ship that he's sinking. And so altogether, with these various factors taken into account, top economists see echoes of depression in America's sudden stop. Right now, the United States is entering recession. The ultimate fear is that it could turn into a protracted malaise that will ultimately, historically, be referenced as depression. That's far from the base case, with many analysts and investors taking heart from signs of revival in the original epicenter of the coronavirus, Communist China, and predicting a second-half upturn in these United States after the contagion hopefully subsides. All of this, of course, is what psychologists and psychiatrists would call denial. Because as business activity halts and layoffs surge, prominent economy watchers, including former White House chief economists Glenn Hubbard and Kevin Hassett, and former Federal Reserve Vice Chairman Alan Blinder, have drawn comparisons to the Great Depression, though they've stopped well short of forecasting another, which instead be left to people like myself, who will not pull my punches because, of course, I'm providing expert mercy. The mercy of the empowerment of the truth. However hard that truth may hit. Former International Monetary Fund chief economist Maury Obstfeld said the world hasn't seen a synchronized interruption in economic output in decades. The best example that University of California, Berkeley professor can think of is, well, maybe the Great Depression. The United States undoubtedly will suffer a huge economic contraction as businesses close and Americans stay home. By some estimates, the economy is headed towards its worst quarter in record since 1947. J.P. Morgan Chase & Company expects GDP, or gross domestic product, to shrink at an annualized rate of 14% in the April through June period, while Bank of America Corp. And Oxford Economics both see a 12% drop. Goldman Sachs Group Incorporated sees a 24% plunge. While that's an enormous wallop, it's only one quarter. In the Great Depression of 1929 through 1933, the entire economy shriveled by roughly a quarter as unemployment neared 25%. Recessions, which refer to periods of significant broad-based declines in economic activity, vary in length. Depressions, of which there has only been one since 1900, require the downturn to last for a long time, meaning years. Whether the coming contraction proves to be prolonged depends a lot on how long it takes to check this contagion. Harvard University professor James Stock, who is a member of the National Bureau of Economic Research panel that dates the timing of recessions, has gone on record to say that unless this virus miraculously disappears from the population over the course of the next few months, it'd be a reasonable scenario that we will be in this lockdown setting for quite a while, as measured in quarters. If everybody stays home for but 6 months, it's going to be the Great Depression. Redux. And so, Hassett, who's returning to the White House to advise on economic matters, so told CNN on Thursday, the day before the Friday entering this weekend. Hubbard, now at Columbia Business School, went on to say that I am fearful of that if we don't do the right policy. A big concern? The sudden stop leads to widespread firings and bankruptcies that scar the economy for years, as in the Great Depression. Goldman Sachs sees jobless claims surging to a record 2.25 million in the week ended March the 21st, while Bank of America projects 3 million and Citigroup 4 million. That compares with 281,000 in the prior week and would be more than triple the record 695,000 during one single week circa 1982. Greg Brown, the finance professor at the University of North Carolina's Kennan Flagler Business School, said unemployment will rise as high as 9% in 12 months from February's half-a-hundred-year low of 3.5%. Andrew Hollenhorst, chief United States economist at Citigroup Incorporated, has confirmed that with such job loss, spending is not going to be as easy to restart because you just can't see the same level of spending if you have people that have lost that income. Tara Sinclair, an economist at a job website Indeed and professor at George Washington University, emphasizes that in addition, if companies cannot make planning and investment commitments now, that can have impacts on spending today, but also on potential innovation in the future. Now, unlike nearly a century ago, the Fed has acted fast, cutting interest rates effectively to zero, restarting quantitative easing and resurrecting emergency financing facilities it used during the financial crisis. Now, President Donald Trump himself, who has been exposed for his sluggish response, has also now recognized the enormity of the coming economic hit, and has so stated but yesterday that negotiators in Congress and his administration are very close to agreement on a plan that an advisor said will aim to boost the American economy by about $2 trillion United States dollars. Majority Leader Mitch McConnell was aiming for a final vote on the measure Monday, opening this work week. Harvard University professor Jeffrey Frankel so saying that the economic hit could be sharp and deep. But assuming that infections peak this year, there be no reason why economic activity should stay depressed for a period of years, which he himself takes to be the very definition of depression. Some analysts trying to project the economy's path cite the 1918 influenza pandemic that claimed 200 million lives worldwide. And in a recent presentation to a virtual Brookings Institution conference, economist Robert Barrow asserted that countries back then typically suffered a 6% reduction in gross domestic product, about in line with that of the last recession, but far smaller than the Great Depression. He described his findings as an upper bound estimate of the economic impact from the coronavirus. Global health systems are better equipped to handle contagion now, but the world is more interconnected. And Binder himself, now a Princeton University professor, has testified that we think of a depression as a recession that is a very, very deep and very, very long contraction, or dislocation, more properly. That's the kind of thing that could happen should infections peak only temporarily, then return in the fall. And that's exactly what be predicted. And so, in terms of the economy, with unprecedented force and speed, precepts depression, a global recession is likely taking hold. The United States is suffering the most abrupt and widespread cessation of economic activity in its history, hurtling toward recession that will mean lost jobs, income, and wealth for millions of Americans. Across this country, consumer spending, which supports 70% of the economy, is grinding to a halt as fears of the escalating coronavirus pandemic keep people from stores, restaurants, movie theaters, and workplaces, all of which have been ordered closed by the government at any rate. The rapid national shutdown has already caused layoffs and reverberated across Wall Street, driving stocks into their first bear market in 11 years. Amid panic selling, unusual strains have appeared in less visible market niches that are critical to the ability of business to operate normally. For millions of workers, consumers, and investors, the economy's sudden stop, comest as memories of the 2008 global financial crisis, remain still fresh. Less than a dozen years agone, the economy sank into a painful recession after risky Wall Street investments tied to real estate all went sour. The number of jobless workers more than doubled in the aftermath, while the stock market lost more than half its value. Some veterans of that tailspin, the worst since the Great Depression, they see today's epidemic as hammering the economy in complex ways that could prove even more difficult to combat. Now, Jason Furman, who led the Council of Economic Advisors during the Obama administration, has so noted that the problem is everyone in America is cutting back their consumption. A lot of sectors are being hit, especially the services sector. A lot of income and spending is being reduced. That's just an enormous shock to the economy. The economy has weathered numerous painful recessions and previous shocks, including natural disasters and terrorist attacks. But what's different this time is the speed of decline and the comprehensive economic hit caused by an unpredictable health scare that interferes with Americans' ability to produce and consume. By the end of this month, the global economy probably will have shrunk by 1.2%. And according to Capital Economics in London, that's not far short of the 1.6% drop in the world output seen at the depth of the global financial crisis in the fourth quarter of 2008. As the United States reels, Europe and Japan are also probably in recession. Furman himself saying this is like a hurricane happening everywhere, simultaneously, for months and months and months on end. The companies that feed America brace for labor shortages and worry about restocking stores as the coronavirus pandemic intensifies, and the economic costs in these United States are mounting quickly. Apple chief executive Tim Cook said but yesterday that the company is closing all stores outside China until March 27th. In Las Vegas, MGM Resorts, where several employees have tested positive for the virus, declared late Friday into the weekend that it would begin layoffs and furloughs in the coming week. You're actually punished for being sick, as if you committed a crime. You get fired as if you had stolen something. Because in a sense you are. You're stealing your own labor from the people exploiting you in wage slavery. CEO Bill Hornbuckle wrote in a letter to his employees, which was first reported by the Las Vegas Review-Journal, business demand has decreased significantly. And as Americans hunker down at home because of the health scare, restaurants are among the hardest hit. Within 3 weeks of the first reported coronavirus death in a Seattle suburb, restaurant reservations in city fell nearly 60%, according to OpenTable, the online service I consulted. In Boston, Ira Muir, who runs Clover Food Lab, a 12-restaurant chain, said he expects a very serious drop-off in sales. Several of his restaurants are on or near college campuses that be closing. Others are in business districts that have become ghost towns as workers telecommute. And like the Chinese, they find they're more productive. And like the communist Chinese, may never return. Not to the worksite, at least. Muir said he knows of restaurants that have closed rather than risk incurring additional debt riding out an extended business interruption. And observed on a personal note that I think it's less about people choosing not to go out and more that they're not there. I think this is going to end up being a pretty dramatic period, certainly for smaller businesses, but some larger ones too. Now, on the corporate front, the big three automakers and their suppliers pleaded with Donald Trump's administration for a delay in the planned June 1st scheduled implementation of a new North American trade deal. An industry statement that was issued stated, "We are in the midst of a global pandemic that is significantly disrupting our supply chains, and the industry is throwing all available resources into managing production through this crisis. The eventual economic damage will be massive. More than 18 million Americans work in industries that are being hurt by the initial efforts to contain this virus. Travel and tourism, spectator sports, museums, hotels, railways, and the performing arts. I've collated documents provided by the economist Michael Ferrole of J.P. Morgan Chase and found that activity in this roughly $2 trillion United States dollar slice of the economy will be significantly depressed for 3 months, as Michael Ferrole so wrote in a note to clients Thursday this last work week. He said it will be longer if the virus does not dissipate in the summer. A sign of what's ahead came Friday, when Delta Airlines said it was slashing flights by 40%, the largest reduction in all its history, surpassing even that executed after the September 11th terrorist attacks. Ed Bastian, Delta's chief executive, so wrote in a note to employees that the speed of the demand fall-off is unlike anything we've ever seen, and we've seen a lot in our business. The American economy that President Trump himself hailed in January as the best it has ever been will be smaller at the end of June than it was on New Year's Day, as calculated by the expert Mr. Ferroli himself. And it will shrink in the second quarter at an annual rate that exceeds the decline at the time the failure of the investment bank Lehman Brothers turned the 2008 downturn into cataclysm. Now, according to Simon Johnson, an individual who, if I remember correctly, was the International Monetary Fund's chief economist circa 2008, he says, if we don't change the trajectory, we are certainly headed for a worse outcome than officials are even indicating. We've never experienced a shock like this. Still, many economists, including Ferroli, anticipate an economic rebound in the second half. That assumes that the coronavirus outbreak ebbs, perhaps because of warmer weather, but amid tremendous uncertainty about the disease. All such forecasts be tentative. On Friday, Treasury Secretary Stephen Mnuchin said the president was moving quickly to counter the epidemic and ensure that the economy rebounds before year's end. The House early Saturday passed legislation, backed by Trump himself, that would spend billions of dollars on medical tests, paid sick leave for affected workers, and unemployment insurance. Mnuchin told CNBC, "This isn't like the financial crisis. We have a medical situation that has shut down and will shut down parts of the economy like we've never seen before. But then they're going to open back up, and I think there's going to be a lot of demand." Yeah, by the dead. Circa 2008, the economy felt the effects of problems that originated in financial markets. This time, the virus-induced paralysis of real activity is putting key financial channels at risk of seizing up. A key worry is the ability of businesses to access sufficient cash to fund their routine operations. As companies from Main Street to the oil patch fret about paying their bills, many are drawing down their bank account, their bank credit lines. Leaders of the largest American banks told Trump midweek last week on Wednesday that thanks to deeper reserves and years of Federal Reserve stress tests, they be financially sound. But banks will face enormous pressure to keep funds flowing to the businesses that are struggling to keep their doors open. Minutes after the president's primetime coronavirus speech on Wednesday, Linda Schreiber, owner of travel agency Starship Travel outside Chicago, started hunting for a financial lifeline. Virus fears have resulted in numerous cancellations and spring break trips, graduations, and distant weddings, destination weddings that account for most spring bookings. She finally confessing that it's horrible timing for this to happen. People are canceling left and right. The next day, she secured a small business loan to cover 2 months of overhead and salaries for 29 employees. If the downturn continues past the 2-month window, her loan covers. She plans to close one location and reduce all her staff to part-time. And she was quoted as saying, "I've been through 9/11, Zika, MERS, SARS. I've been through it all over 34 years. With this, the timing could not have been worse." The resulting pressure has been most evident in bond markets. Typically, as stocks plummet, investors buy U.S. government bonds, which are widely viewed as a haven. But last week, both stocks and bonds sold off. The stock prices plunged. Some hedge funds sold treasury bonds to raise cash to repay borrowings they had used to make risky investments. Cash-strapped energy companies likewise sought to return their government securities into cash. And banks that needed cash to fund their business customers did the same. Guy Labaz, the chief fixed income strategist at Johnny Capital Management, went on record to say that bank treasurers are faced with a choice: support their corporate customers who want a line of credit, or deploy capital to markets. It's clear which one they're choosing: their customers. In the trading frenzy, bond sellers demanded much higher prices than the handful of ready buyers would accept. An extraordinary sign of dysfunction in a market that is usually the epitome of order. Robert Perley, a former Fed official circa 2008 and now a partner at Cornerstone Macro, be quoted as saying, "What happened is the treasury market became one-sided. Everyone is selling and not many people are buying. And the Fed stepped in twice in recent days to inject cash and to grease, like taking pig fat and greasing the wheels of an artillery piece. They greased the bond market operations. That came on top of the Fed's March 3rd interest rate cut of 0.5 percentage point, which did nothing to calm the market. More aid might be needed and would come on or before the central bank's next rate-settling meeting scheduled for Wednesday." Now, further complicating the economic outlook is an intensifying oil price war involving Saudi Arabia and motherless fucking Russia. Oil prices face a 1-2 punch. The coronavirus is idling people, trucks and ships, all causing total collapse in demand. And after price-setting talks between the Organization of the Petroleum Exportation Countries and Russia broke down this month, the Saudis opted to increase production. That flooded the market with oil and sent prices spiraling towards levels not seen since the late 1980s. Francisco Blanch, head of commodities and derivatives research at Bank of America, then has gone on to say, after that experience, that we'll see a huge surge in oil supply over the next few weeks and no demand for it. We think the price will dip into the 20 United States dollar range and could even touch the teens. And at those prices, the United States is their shale oil and their gas boom be in trouble. Most United States and European countries cannot survive for long with oil below $40 a barrel, as confirmed by many analysts. On Friday into this weekend, the president announced that the government will buy oil on the open market to fill the nation's strategic reserves. The news nudged oil up a few dollars per barrel, but prices remain well below the break-even point for most producers. And Goldman Sachs predicts that nearly 1/3 of the oil and oil services companies in the country will vanish completely, which will, of course, alter our economy as they become acquired by rivals or driven out of business. Traders are watching for signs that energy companies may default on their debts, a development that would batter regional banks in Texas and Oklahoma and could cascade through the $10 trillion United States dollar corporate bond market. For now, analysts agree the financial plan is unlikely to be as widespread as in 2008, or rather the financial pain that I'm thinking of, because fewer financial products are linked to these securities and in the way that mortgages were used to create complex derivatives during the housing bubble. Even so, investors are nervous. Overall financial conditions, a measure of access to credit that takes into account interest rates, currency values, and bond yields, are tighter than they have been in nearly a decade, since a 2011 scare over a potential slowdown in communist China, which I myself, with that having occurred during the year of the murder of my mother, must find out more about. And when Wall Street opens tomorrow, analysts will be watching potential trouble spots, such as risky corporate borrowings called leveraged loans and exchange-traded funds, to a popular consumer investment, both those be, the exchange-traded funds in particular. Analysts tomorrow will be watching for any hint of bottlenecks in any of these high-risk corporate borrowings. And so we have to ask at this point, with all that I've articulated, to provide context, what economic analyses of past pandemics can tell us about the COVID-19 aftermath. Now, a big contraction was followed by a bustling aftermath, but with notable negative long-term effects as well when it came to the last depression. In addition to the direct damage it does to public health, COVID-19 is sure to have an enormous economic impact, and as we try to prepare for that, I look back upon what economists have learned from the damage done by past pandemics, particularly the so-called Spanish flu outbreak of 1918 through 1919. Now, if you're researching this yourself, I would say begin with Elizabeth Brainerd. Yeah, that's her name. Brainerd. Brainerd. And Mark V. Siegler's June 2002 paper for the Center of Economic Policy Research, entitled The Economic Effects of the 1918 Influenza Epidemic. Now, this cometh the closest of all the papers I've ever read to looking on the bright side. They found a large and robust positive effect of the influenza epidemic on per capita income growth across states during the 1920s. The decade mine own late and sainted Cyrus, Diana Tsuchin Lin Takabayashi, Hideko Dietrich entered this world. And no, that doesn't mean the flu was actually good for the economy. That growth, or at least some of it, likely represents a return to trend rather than a change in trend, since flu deaths in 1918 and 1919 among prime-age adults was a significant predictor of business failures throughout 1919 and 1920. The economy was bound to see a return to trend after this large temporary shock. And so the author and the authoress acknowledged limits on their data. Exempli gratiae, they had per capita income only for the 1919 through 1921 range, and then again in 1930, preventing them from being fine-grained about changes along the way through the 1920s. They also made no attempt to disentangle the direct efforts of the pandemic from the effects of public health interventions that shuttered businesses. They do note, sadly, that even the strictest quarantines proved ineffective in preventing the epidemic in most regions. Nor are they able to compare and contrast the effects of different cities' policy responses. Philadelphia went ahead and held that huge parade for returning soldiers. Bad fucking idea. St. Louis opted for closing the schools, shuttering movie theaters and pool halls, and banning all public gatherings. San Francisco ordered people to wear masks in public. In some ways, that was the beginning of San Francisco looking like a permanent, forever Mardi Gras or Star Wars Street Party. Brainerd and Siegler can't offer much granular detail on how such different approaches played out economically. Another issue they didn't directly discuss, one perhaps less relevant during the American Army so-called Spanish influenza times than today, has been addressed by other researchers, the effect on parents in the workforce when schools are shut for public health reasons. We do get some geographic variation in a 2013 Journal of Health Economics study focusing on Sweden. The impact of the 1918 Spanish flu epidemic on economic performance in Sweden. That's the fucking title. Subtitled, An Investigation into the Consequences of an Extraordinary Mortality Shock by Martin Carlson, Therese Nielsen, and Stephen Pitchler. And if I remember correctly from my brief reading thereinto, since the epidemic had widely different effects in different areas of Sweden, the 1918 flu, the authors were able to compare and contrast its impact within a mostly homogeneous population of very Caucasoid Europeans. And since Sweden did not participate in World War I, it's easier not to confound war effects with pandemic effects. The pandemic did coincide with upheavals in nearby Germany and Russia, and the authors acknowledged that these might have disrupted the Swedish economy as well. Their results, they find, were difficult to reconcile with standard theoretical models. Ordinarily, one would expect an immediate increase in GDP per capita due to the more productive capital brought to bear per worker. That didn't happen. They also note an apparent redistribution between capital and labor in capital's favor, which suggests that the impact of the pandemic goes beyond what standard growth theory would predict. In any case, the author found that the flu led to a significant increase in privacy violations. Because, of course, everybody needed to know what everyone else was doing so they wouldn't all infect each other. And let me try and remember now. When I think of the long, dark effects of the 1918 influenza through to the year my dad was born, the darker long-term effects of the pandemic, which appeared to have had a strong and lasting positive effect on poverty, was that the difference in flu mortality would give rise to an increase in poverty by 9.7%. And the generation of children born during the pandemic were most likely to have health problems and lower wages. Now, a 2007 paper by Thomas A. Garrett, and he worked for the St. Louis Federal Reserve Bank. And this paper was published the year my late and sainted sire, my father, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, passed on, died, transition, was entitled Economic Effects of the 1918 Influenza Pandemic. And as I said, this guy used to work with the St. Louis Federal Reserve Bank. And within this work, he speculates about the possibilities of a future pandemic. And researchers at the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention calculated that deaths in these United States could reach 207,000, and the initial cost to the economy could approach 166 billion United States dollars, or roughly 1.5% of the GDP, or gross domestic product. The long-run costs would be even higher, up to 1.9 million, or for all intents and purposes 2 million dead in the United States, and initial economic costs nearly 200 billion US dollars. Now, Garrett, Thomas A. Garrett of the St. Louis Federal Reserve Bank, brings up something the Brainerd Siegler paper simply slawed over, in which Garrett himself observed other bad things were also happening to the economy at the end of the 1910s, most especially World War I, which may complicate any direct comparison of the then to now. Now, given the almost complete absence of economic data from the era, such as data on income, employment, sales, and wages, especially at local levels, Garrett looked for evidence in newspaper articles printed during the pandemic, with most of the articles appearing in newspapers from Little Rock, Arkansas, and Memphis, Tennessee. Between that and the evidence in the earlier economic studies, Garrett found a level of geographic variation in the disease's effects that is unlikely in our far more interconnected nation a century later. Cities, unsurprisingly, had higher mortality rates than rural areas of the states. Little Rock saw general merchant business decline 40%, and even the grocery business reduced by a third. A specific department store reported up to more than 100% cut in daily income, but at least it was still operating. Though there was a flu-related increase in demand for beds, mattresses, and springs, the city's businesses were losing 10,000 United States dollars a day on average. That would be $133,500 a day in 2006 dollars. This is actual loss, not a decrease in business that may be covered by an increase in sales when the quarantine order is over. The Memphis Street Railway reported that 124 of its 400 employees were too sick to work on one day. A depopulated telephone company begged the public to make as fewer unnecessary calls. Coal mine operators reported a 50% cut in production, with some mining camps forced to shut down from raging infections. Garrett explains the possibility of a post-pandemic increase in wage and income growth on a greater increase in capital per worker and thus output per worker, which might not work out exactly the same way from a starting point of 2020 rather than 1920. He also notes that the fact that males aged 18 to 40 were the hardest hit by the influenza had serious economic consequences for the families that had lost their primary breadwinner. Needless to say, loss of prime working age employees also had economic consequences for entire businesses, not just families. And cohorts in utero during the 1918 pandemic had reduced educational attainment, higher rates of physical ability, and lower income. Now, when one still reads through the book, you're given the historical lesson that despite all I've just articulated, still most of 1918's pandemic's effects were short-term. To read directly from the book, many businesses, especially those in the service and entertainment industries, suffered double-digit losses in revenue. Other businesses that specialized in healthcare products experienced an increase in revenues. Some academic research suggests that the 1918 influenza pandemic caused a shortage of labor that resulted in higher wages, at least temporarily, for workers, though no reasonable argument can be made that this benefit outweighed the costs from the tremendous loss of life and overall economic activity. And so, the grim conclusion of the book, its final paragraph, be as follows to drive the message home. Past being prelude. Given our highly mobile and connected society, any future influenza pandemic is likely to be more severe in its reach and perhaps in its virulence than the 1918 influenza, despite improvements in healthcare over the past 90 years. Unfortunately, a 2005 report suggests that the United States is not prepared for an influenza pandemic. Although federal, state, and local governments in these United States have started to focus on preparedness in recent years, it is fair to say that progress has been slow, especially at local levels of government. And because the airports have emptied out as coronavirus fears slam the airline industry, across the globe, flights have been canceled and travelers are staying home as the novel coronavirus outbreak becomes a pandemic. We're going to see the Trump-sponsored coronaviral bailouts. The United States has opened its financial crisis playbook in response to the coronaviral pandemic. And we've got to do the checklist now. Like before you take flight on the plane, right? Forbes. Fuel, oxygen, radios, batteries. I forgot what the S stood for. Forb, the magic word the pilot goes through the checklist in his mind before he flies. So, Federal Reserve rate cuts? That's a check. Easy access to credit facilities? Oh, that's a check. Bailing out hard-hit industries? Well, let's run that one back. The airlines are in trouble as global transportation grinds to a halt. Hotel and restaurant chains face nearly existential crises due to social distancing measures. How and when should the government rescue them? The response to the 2008 financial crisis featured two major bailouts. One helped banks, the other automakers. The failure of such companies, the lawmakers so reasoned, would spread through entire systems. By contrast, there be no systemic risk from bankruptcies in airlines or hotel chains. And Mr. Adam Posen, his surname spelled Posen, be president of the Peterson Institute for International Economics. And he be quoted as saying, with the airline industry, we should only be concerned with respect to their employees and their contractors, not their shareholders, or their planes, or their management. There is overcapacity in this industry. Well, if airlines go bankrupt, they can fly limited routes in receivership, but rescuing them with public money won't put passengers back in seats. A trickier question is Boeing's plea for $60 billion United States dollars for the aerospace manufacturing industry. The airline maker was in crisis before the pandemic, working to return the 737 MAX to service. But as airlines shut down, Boeing is losing its most important clientele. You know, the customers. And like the automakers, Boeing is at the heart of a web of smaller companies that supply it with components. Lawmakers will want to protect it, but they don't have to save the shareholders or a management team that's troubled by far more than COVID-19. Indeed, Senator Elizabeth Warren, who led oversight of the financial crisis bailouts, says any new bailouts must include restrictions on dividends and stock buybacks, as well as a $15 an hour wage, personal liability for CEOs whose companies break laws, and board seats for worker representatives. This crisis is arguably going to hit the lower income people even more disproportionately than 2008 through 2009. It's all the more important that any bailouts be properly targeted. Bailouts are different from cash checks from the government. You can make them as conditional as you like. And if we're bailing out corporations, they in turn should bail out the goddamn planet. Congress has an opportunity to make any coronavirus-related industry bailout depend on promises to meet the targets set in the Paris Climate Accord. One of the best chances to make some positive use of the coronavirus pandemic may be passing swiftly. As the economy craters, big corporations are in need of government assistance. And on Capitol Hill, the sound of $500 billion in relief money is bringing out the lobbyists. On Thursday afternoon, towards this weekend, Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, Democratress of Rhode Island, described the scene as a pig's trough and mentioned a quote from a lobbyist in the Hill. Everybody's asking for something, and those that aren't asking for something only aren't because they don't know how. And she herself added, I fear that enviros don't know how to ask, because so far in this scrum we haven't heard anything from them. The corporations will get assistance, but the Democrats have enough legislative power. Well, let me think about this, to ensure that it comes with at least a few strings attached. If they attach those strings with even a modicum of care, they will have used this emergency to help solve the looming climate crisis in a ways that were unimaginable just a few days agone. For busy legislators looking for a principle to enforce and handing out relief to corporations, here's a shorthand. Any bailout depends on your industry promising to meet the targets set in the Paris Climate Accords and demonstrating in the next few months what that plan looks like. Consider, say, the airline industry. It'd obviously be in need of relief, even if the biggest airlines spent 96% of their proceeds over the past decade buying back stock, instead of, say, preparing for the future. On behalf of the flight attendants and pilots and mechanics the airlines employ, they should get it. But everyone who has to live on a rapidly heating planet should get something back in return. And since at current rates of growth, by 2050, mid-century, air travel threatens to eat up a full fucking quarter of the entire carbon the world can still emit and meet the climate targets set in Paris, that something should be a wholesale change in direction. On Friday into this weekend, some environmental groups proposed that Congress must cap total life cycle greenhouse gas emissions from the United States airline fleets at 2020 levels, and overall emissions must fall at least 20% per decade thereafter. The Trump administration has so far sidestepped Clean Air Act calls to regulate aircraft emissions. And the airlines should act not by pledging to plant trees, but by burning less jet fuel, by making flight routes more logical, and designing more fucking efficient planes. Or take the banks. If they want to bail out, they should pledge an end to funding for expansionary fossil fuel projects. They don't seem willing to rein themselves in. On Wednesday, the Rainforest Action Network released an updated version of its Banking on Climate Change report, which shows that the four biggest United States banks continue to lead the way in funding global burning, with J.P. Morgan Chase reportedly having handed over more than $250 billion United States dollars to the fossil fuel industry since the end of the Paris talks. Or take the fossil fuel industry itself. It's been dropping in value for a goddamn decade, as renewable energy takes most of the growth in demand, but the coronavirus crisis has hammered the price of oil. Trump promised to fill the Strategic Petroleum Reserve right up to the top, but the drillers will doubtless want more. Yet, as Michael Brune, the head of the Sierra Club, so stated, the fossil fuel industry is already heavily subsidized by the federal government, and they should not get yet another giveaway in any form, whether it's low-interest loans, royalty relief, new tax subsidies, or filling the reserve. More assistance should come only if these companies pledge to stop exploring for new oil completely, since climate scientists have made it clear that we cannot burn what we already have in our reserves. For if we do, we're all going to die. None of this is ideal. In an ideal world, we'd use this moment to quickly enact a new Green Deal, employing all the suddenly unemployed Americans in building out our renewable energy system and laying the high-speed rail tracks that would help curtail the need for short-haul aviation. But here, for now, we have to appraise the principles for just, that means fair, COVID-19 relief and stimulus that dozens of environmental groups have signed on to. inclusive one of the signatories I'm more familiar with, 350.org, which offers a guide for thinking about the choices being made right now that will shape our society for years, if not decades to come. These sorts of conditions are not without precedent. After the 2008 financial crisis, President Barack Obama used the government bailouts of General Motors and Chrysler to force them, and by extension the rest of the automotive industry, to accept stringent new fuel economy standards, which may have been the single biggest blow he struck against climate change during his tenure in office. Needless to say, the Trump administration has been hard at work wrecking this profound accomplishment. Yet the principle be clear. Taking money from society means you owe society something. Trump and the Senate Republicans aren't likely to enforce that principle because their only principle be pure theft. But since the Democrats control the House, they will have a big say in the outcome. The question that climate-minded voters will ask for years to come is, did you strike a useful bargain when you had the leverage? Our goal can't be simply a return to the status quo ante, because that old normal was driving a climate crisis that will eventually prove every bit as destructive as any pandemic. With just a little courage from Democratic legislatures, we could actually be building a world that is safer on every front. Now, I'm definitely obligated to try and cover a bit more tonight, as much as I can stand. Let me try and figure out what time it might be, and why I need to figure out this thing. Let's see here. Okay. And I'm going to have to decide whether I cover so much that I have to deal with tonight if I were to continue presentation. And I've got, let's see now. In terms of the chat room, I'm going to give that a check. Always a pleasure to just try and catch up with everybody and maintain what communications that I can. And then I'll figure out exactly what I might do for, hell, next time I'm here, I'm going to be on with Peter Moon. It'll be Wednesday night. And I'll need to, catch up as well with what we've got going at that point in the week. And that would, of course, leave ourselves with a situation that I'll have to analyze and articulate. Okay, let's see here. So what I'm going to do is basically possibly close down for the night. Let's check that chat room and see. Okay. Douglas. Derek Talley says hello. Bizarre HD says, just came on, Douglas. Much love unto you. Yes, much love, Bizarre HD. Alright, and let's see now. Dat Dude says, handle your business, Doug, whatever that is. The call or the monologue. Yeah, there you go. I know. It's one of those things that it's a tough call.
Now, hello to Derek Talley. I'm glad to see he's among us. Bizarre HD, much love to you, dear brother in battle. Now, it's about 1:07 in the morning here, and I might close off for tonight. And I think I provided just a bit of a solution, or an idea towards such, with what I've said about conditional bailout. So, let me go through the solicitation and close for the night. And that will at least provide myself to having been accomplished something tonight, aside from everything else that I had to deal with. I hope everyone understands the hit that I took to the psyche, dealing with bringing the Lady Eggert on just before the internet gets pulled out from under me. And it's always a struggle to run these productions. And some nights it's far more of a struggle than most. And Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com. All due acknowledgement be unto our own personal hero, our dearest English brother in battle, who be Team Drex, Dietrich's Our Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com, as well as the YouTube Maggot channel property manager, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook Incorporated timeline at facebook.com/john.war. And subscribe to his YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Magateur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. For he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost, he being the bridge between the Akashic records and Malkuth, the terrestrial dimension, the man who enables myself to exist in the matrix of information, from which the majority of you will forever know me only through that matrix. In other words, he be my matricial creator, in a very real sense, since to most of you I will never be encountered outside of that matrix. And aside from all of that, you too can do your part in the fight against total annihilation. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while there a footnote on my biosire, which explains the meaning of my biological father's name, on the show's DD.com homepage. Let it be known, far and wide, that I myself, Douglas Dietrich, the scion of Adolf Hitler, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and, if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions at douglasdietrich.com. People are forever asking, Renegadus humanus arma ab massa erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophyllocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com, where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grand Madame Diana Lin Zujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath San Juichi Senseme, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi or Big One cluster of
nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 islands of the greater Japanese Empire. When 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us and magics could again be worked, in conjunction with Mother Earth, to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst, Douglas Duane Dietrich, long agone, established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel, and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit on facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage or Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on DouglasDietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Drex, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist, George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7, whose column I'll try to read out during the next transmission when we're on with Peter Moon, or during the same episode in which he at least opens the program with myself. He being mine own personal hero, who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Subscribe to that channel at youtube.com/user/BizarreHD, which be spelled BIZAREHD. And, indeed, the last Dietrich Gulvies, son of Dietrichs or son of a dragons, Anglo-corrupted as Draculas, expositions via YouTube would not be possible at all sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent, or the Peacock Angel, Tavush Malik, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted Jedi, literally Master D or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click Donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, and above all else, visit awakewithinthedreamproductions.com to emphasize that Douglas Dietrich referenced thyself to purchase thy ticket to rendezvous face-to-face with the Janvel or Devil Angel himself, as he delivers his live and personal headline presentation as one of 3 keynote speakers for the Living Truth Summit on-site, the Sacred Mount Shasta, this pending June 18th through the 22nd, Anno Domini 2020, Kamanal era. To reemphasize, purchase tickets to the Living Truth Summit 2020 at awakewithinthedreamproductions.com/tickets. Emphasize that Douglas Dietrich referred thyself to purchase thy ticket to review his live and personal headline presentation to be delivered as one of 3 keynote speakers for the Living Truth Summit on-site the Sacred Mount Shasta this pending June 18th through the 22nd in the 2020th year of our Lord. Subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and tune in 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time on Wednesdays and Sundays. And click the notification bell while there to receive notifications that live streams have started. Subscribe and donate at douglasdietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. All right. Bizarre HD says, take care, Derek, sending you love and prayers, dear brother. Yes, and he's been kind enough to put his usual encouragement to support myself. It seems that our lovely Selena Khan has been gone for the night. Good night to Sarah Shields, who is likely still with us. My best unto all. Lena Shea, if she be there. Peter Moon, etc. And to all a good night. There she be. And definitely love you too, honey. God bless you and keep you. And with that, of course, I'll be trying to retreat for the night into some degree of semblance of the norm. Of course, the norm just isn't easy around here. All right, then. Best to all. And to all a good night.